We are going to do some Urara runs again. This time with a different combination. Can this silly little horse get a W for once? Let's see. Which one did I want? Yeah, this is the one I wanted. And we got a new King Halo to work with. Oh, don't say that! Where's Tazuna? The fuck? Let's see now. I don't think we need that much stamina, but we need a lot more speed. She's going to cry. Oh, it's a good card. I don't know what's a good speed card to use. Like, of course she needs a lot of stamina, but I need to give her something better. I don't see you have this level 50 Tazuna. She lets you go on dates with her. If you had that on, then maybe. Let's see. I'll just leave it as this. So we'll try front running. I don't know if that's gonna work. This, let's see, go to game Tora. We need a lot of power, so grab that. I guess it's okay if she's stupid. My stupid chud horse. Trying her best. Sadly true. Oh, that's good. Now they'll become friends even faster. And one thing is like, I really don't want to do this, but I have to make her a front runner. That's sort of scary, because it's really bad for her. No, I told you I'm not good at multitasking. I got to like this blonde dude, and then fucking Auburn or whatever, you know, the guy that joins you. I think you get Tawny if you choose the guy character. But yeah, he was like talking shit, and it's like, and someone's like, who said that? And he was like, she did. I'm pointing at me. I'm like, what the fuck, bro? And that's where I ended my sesh for the day. I think I got to like the wild area 3. We're supposed to go to the Looker's place. That's where I stopped. Yeah, I'm not good with multitasking. Alright, is there any races we can do? This one. What does that mean when I ask for any races we can do? Oh, what the fuck? Oh, racist? Oh, damn. I know you're a racist. I should tell Misa. There you go, now we can do the hangout events with Tazuna. What do you mean? You need to have her cards to unlock it. Alright. Give me some of the, like the aptitude sparks, please. Oh, there you go. That's one. Now we just need the turf. Alright, now we should be able to do like more of the harder races. So now I can just focus on stats. We need like a lot of speed and power. That's swinging maestro. Alright, let's show there's like a big race coming up. Yeah, I want to do this one. And that's Gourmand. Too bad I can't use that. Goal already achieved for the next one too, by the way. Ah! The Mick Pickle Pounder. Well, you're gonna learn. That's what. Nice. Trying to work on strength. Okay, I need like turf sparks to hit for the next one. Oh, that was a bad one. That should be enough stamina, I think. Ah! I need turf. Oh, it's over. It's so over. Oh no! Oh fuck. That was so bad. I can't cure it. Nice. That was a decent amount. I think I need to do this one. Alright, it's time for the big race. I didn't get the front runner stuff, what the fuck? Oh, what a terrifying race. Fifth place so far, not bad, not bad. Just need to go faster. I think she has enough stamina, but I'm not too sure. Because I've been able to clear with this much stamina in like other racers. Oh, I need Urara to go faster. Oh, everyone's catching up. I don't think front running was a good idea. She got 8th place, so that's really good. She beat Ergu! Ah, so sad. Oh, I had another speed card. Maybe Silent Suzuka would help. Because I think she has like front runner skills. awful. This is so hard. Let's see. Grab this, I guess. Oh, that's nice. 3-star dirt. I already have one, so I don't need that one. I gotta read that event at some point. Oh, I didn't do the daily races. Whoops. There's so much fucking menuing in this game. It's supposed to be easy, less in the future. So can't wait for that. Alright, rerun that back. Get rid of this. Hopefully Silent Suzuka is fine. Where is it? What rank are you in Legends ZA? I'm only in Y. Whoa, what the fuck? You're fast too. My brother's like, it's like, it ramps up really quick. So, yeah. He was like F rank the other day, I think I mentioned that. Oh my, that's so fucking fast. What the hell? Oh no. That was scary. Well, then maybe I'll catch up tomorrow or something. I don't know. Because with this stream, I'm planning to like catch up on most events by now, so then I can just like play Pokemon. Are there any like dirt races I can do? Oh, now we can do the date events. Hangout events, whatever you want to call them. On the game Torah, they call them date events all the time. And I'm like, I don't know. Because some of them is a Mario Top Gun. Oh, I don't know why I'll say that Mario. You want to say you're dating Mario Top Gun, bro? Yeah, but it includes Mario, so you can't have one without the other. What happens if we make the what is this? Sand training? I need the stats. Oh, that's pretty good. Is there a dirt race we can do soonish? Damn, didn't get the Gourmand. Nice. So we should be able to do most races by now. Aptitude spark, please. It's over. Didn't get it. Fuck. Let's see, where is it? Ooh, I need one more race. That's good, another one down. You know what sucks about the aptitude thing is that you have to have like at least 10. I'm like, why 10? A horse can have 3 max. It is. Well, it's a side game, so you know they do Grand Blue Fantasy and bullshit like that. Grand Scam Fantasy. Oh my god, what? Oh my god, the McPickle Pounder, what the fuck? Oh my god, no aptitude, Spark, what the fuck? Well, it's like one of the hardest horses to raise because she has no good compatibility with any of the other horses. They all hate her. What? That guy's an asshole. Threw me on their bus for no reason. Like, what the fuck? Oh my god, I don't even have to write fucking stats for long.
'Is she not gonna speed up? Oh my god. This fucking no aptitude bonus was so ass. I'm gonna try DD again. It's so hard. Oh my goodness. It's like, what's the point of having all these fucking sparks if she doesn't, like, inherit them? So what is it? Stat, speed 1, aptitude, long 2, weak skill 2.
Oh my god. This is a pretty good, like, parent horse, though, just for the spark wise. She sucks as a parent because it's not compatible with me, but, like, I got a 3-star sprint. That I need that for vodka. Alright. Alright, one last shot for the night, and then we're playing Limbus. Limbus Company. How many do you want? So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. See. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All. Hopeful. And April. There's this like little new tool I got, so I'm checking that out. May. So that's the Tokyo Yushin Kikukusho. Arimakinen. Tenosho. Takarazuka Kinen. Tenosho. And then White Sparks. Kikukusho. Corner Adept. Corner Recovery. Focus. Prudent. Deep breaths. I can see right through you. See, stamina to long 3 1 stamina 3 long 3 1. I tried this one again. And the other one was Marzensky. Power 1. Turf 2. 1. Turf 3. Stamina 3. Unique 1. Power 2. Turf 2. Unique 2. And then career info. Hopeful stakes. That's March. Which one is this? Takamatsu no Kinen. This person lost a lot. September Sprinter Stakes. Tenno Show. Four G1 wins. Wow, that's sort of sad. Alright. Probability. Dog, what the fuck? It's a 25% chance of hitting the sparks that I need. That's awful. How about which one? How about this one? I know, but that's sort of shit. Alright, and then this one has Rudolph instead. And let's change it up. So stamina 3, turf 3, unique 1, speed 3, long 3, unique 1, power 2, turf 3, unique 2, and then the G1 wins. This one was winning. Asahi High, Futurity Stakes, Hopeful Stakes, Satsuki Show, Sprinter Stakes, yeah. Japan Cup. The one, the Japan Cup, and the Ari Makinen. Takamatsu Kinen, Victoria Mile. Yasuda Kinen, Sprinter Stakes, Tenno Show, Arima Kinen again. This one has more chance of getting long. There's like a 33% chance. Hell yeah. That victory bell is so funny looking. Alright, let's grab someone else. We'll grab this one this time. Deck experimentation is so miserable. No, I do not want to experiment. I want a pre-made deck that I can net deck. I don't want to experiment. I need to learn how to play the I forgot what they're called. Mitsurugi, yeah. The American deck. That's so funny. It's not really American, but TCG exclusive, I guess. But yeah, the non-Asia region has a original archetype called Mitsurugi. It's really busted too. But yeah, I need to learn how to play that so I can like learn how to use it as an engine. And then see if it really does work with Chaos Max or not, or if that was just a meme. I could probably play Labyrinth though. That's the main thing. Yeah, but like, well, Mitsurugi is a ritual deck. That's why it's like even more like worth checking into. Musume, aptitude, debuffs. There's supposed to be like a chart for this. Fuck, I don't want to watch a YouTube video. Fucking hell. Aptitude stats explained. There was like an infographic somewhere. Where is it? Found it. So let's see. At long C, it's a 20% speed debuff. At Turf E, it's a 50% power debuff. Holy shit. If I can get it to D, that's a 30%. Oh fuck. Stats needed to beat Arknights with Urara. $800 power, what the fuck? Yeah, she's got a long D. Oh my god, what a waste of energy. For like long S, people will go say slong. I got a slong. I need a slong. Okay, there. I need slong from vodka. Now I can like do the higher ones. Alright, let's check out 1900 points. Is there anything cool? Not really. Oh, let's get that 1900. She's like, the Biko's like not even fucking getting anything. Absolutely awful. No friendship whatsoever. Oh my god, that was a bad roll. long, please. Oh my fucking god. It's over. I didn't even get an aptitude raise. Oh my fucking god. It happened again. I hate this game. These negative effects are so bullshit. Oh my god! Oh my fucking god. She just had like non-stop mood debuffs. We're not hitting 800 power. After all those negative moods, nah, it's not happening. You get less stats with the worst mood you have. It halves like the stats you gain. I wish. Oh, give me turf, please. Oh my god, I didn't even get a fucking single, like, one of these. %, my butt. This is not showing up. Oh, wrong button, fuck.
We would have better stats if it wasn't for all those fucking move downs. This lets her get good positioning at least. Urara is fucking running. Do you see this? She's running. Did she beat Naruto Brian? What the hell? Oh my gosh, she beat Brian. Brian just got like a main chapter story where she was a main character. This lady, Urara beat her. You see this bullshit? Look at that. Look at this. This all is because they have good stat, like aptitude. Urara's like fucking on training weights here. This is some bullshit. Like how it's not fair. This should be like an easy sweep normally. This stupid turf E is so bad. Well, I'll try next weekend. During the week, I'm gonna be like regular farming. And on the weekend, I'll try to do runs. Yeah, it's so ass. I suppose we can watch her, like, smoke these jobbers. In the meantime, I'll boot up the Limbus company. Aki's been playing it a lot. He already finished the event, I think. He even like bought the paid announcer for it. Oh, she's speeding. But he's gotten really far. He's already like on Kanto 5. That's pretty far. My friend, that's like where he stopped. He hasn't even started 6. It's a lot of reading. I know you're joking, but that's actually true though.
나는 너무 걱정하지 말고 먼저 퇴근하도록. 상관이 고된 일을 맡는 게 당연한 일이지.
Yeah, you are. You don't play this game. You don't know the meta strats. You didn't even roll for Maruzensky.
명을 수행했습니다. 비록 묘의 손실.
명령 노출은 했지만 주살독을 맞은 이상 오래적인
What are you talking about? There are like so much shit swimsuit service in the FGO.
돌아가자고.
That's like there's a couple meta every season. Holy shit, what another fucking 3-star. Yeah, but not all swimsuits are equal. I found you. 37 days. I know you're older at the bottom. Alright. Limbus company.
나는 너무
I want to check out actually the FGO thing. FGO Summer Servants. Yeah, she's right now. People are rolling for her because she's gonna be like dominating the meta. I don't think that special week is good. Is summer special week good?
남부 육가 부장 오티스다. 지금은 부재 중이니 중요한 안건이라면 삐소리 후에 남기도록.
Well, I guess like she's good, but like no one's gonna be using her. Oh, it's Sayu's birthday. Lily Pichu. That's pretty good. That's better than nothing. Send a pic. You have to like do 200 pulls to get the pity. Oh, that's Kurin-chan. She's an idol. Umadol. I think she's like a really good debuffer. And it's like another dirt horse, I think. Let me check. No, not dirt horse. That's a turf. But yeah, she's a really good sprinter. Yeah, but like no one uses her because everyone has like she's a 3-star, so no one has her. Whereas like everyone has nice nature. She does intimidate. But yeah, we don't have any like sprint champions meet, so no one really uses her because that's what she's for. She's for sprints. Oh, Tokai Teo card. That's alright. It gives you like a lot of energy when you use it though. She's always giving like energy, which is pretty nice. Like I would use it. I did use it. I do use it. Like the stuff you gotta have just their own niche. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. If you're gonna do a boxing run, make sure to get at least 600 stamina. What the fuck? What is this bullshit? What do you mean I can only use...
내 명을 들은 시비수
Whatever.
결집이다.
I was exploring a lobotomy corporation branch when, oh my god, lobotomy corp. My consciousness sinks into the depths. The sense of cognition itself, a concept about form, floats into the shadow of an ever-widening river, swept up in its currents to nowhere. When we ran to an abnormality, but Sod told us that Hongyan's lobotomy corp branch should be free of any abnormalities. The abnormality, which had appeared out of nowhere, was more otherworldly than any we'd encountered so far on our journey, and deep blue. It was fathomlessly blue and seemed to have a pull that endlessly drew us into itself. Just as I was about to recall this abnormality, a myriad of sceneries and a flood of incalculable thoughts crashed into my mind like wild waves before ebbing away from its shores. I was already lost in a drift somewhere within my own consciousness when I realized this. Just how long am I going to be adrift? The sensation of my own consciousness floating away is quite the unfamiliar one. I floated about in that strange state for a while. Unfamiliar voice seizes my aimlessly drifting consciousness. Anata wa Dante. Because Amiya only speaks Japanese for some reason. I'm like, okay, everyone's speaking Korean here, and then you got Amiya speaking Japanese. Are you Dante? The fog of my vision clears as the voice breaks through the waves, and a concerned expression comes into view. Yes, I am. Ah, what a relief. Gregor, I think Dante has come too. So who are... Isn't Arknights like a Chinese game or something? Or is it another Korean game? I don't remember. Arknights, or maybe it's Korean because it's since it's a collaborative Limbus company. Let's see. Oh, it is Chinese. My first guess was right. I was about to ask further questions to the stranger with particularly long animal-like ears, but I felt the drowsiness coursing back with the terrifying memories of the dream, rendering me unable to speak. I have to get a hold of myself. After an indeterminate amount of time had passed, I think Azure Lane's also Chinese to compete with what was that other ship game? Yeah, Chinese game. Thank you, Kontai Collection. I barely managed to wake myself from the slumber to get a grasp of my surroundings, only to find mystery surrounded by more unfamiliarities. There was a stranger from earlier, sitting atop a rock and silently taking in the sights. A young girl who probably saved my life. I forgot his name. But yeah, the Limbus company artist did a really good job with drawing Amio. Wait, so were those animal ears after all? Donkey. Okay, that's not important right now. I have to prioritize figuring out just where in the world I ended up in. So we're standing by the Iberian coastline. How are you feeling? A little out of it, but I'm okay otherwise. Iberia, huh? Yes, you're in Iberia. Is he not confused how she can understand him? What the fuck? Well, given that we're next to an ocean, maybe I drifted all the way to Eucorp's Great Lake. Iberia was an unfamiliar name, but that was all I had to go on, given that the city was still full of more unknowns than knowns to me. I radioed your colleagues when you briefly woke up earlier. They'll be here any minute. Oh, speaking of Contact Collection, the one thing I know about it is the opening. It sounds like Akina saying wanker. I see. Wait, my colleagues! You must have run into the sinners then. The fog of my mind immediately cleared as soon as I realized that the sinners were nowhere to be seen. Sinners? I think so. I ran into them earlier. They were looking all over the place for some reason, someone with a clock for their head. It was a pretty description, so I could tell right away that you were the person they were looking for. So this clock head does come in handy. Ah, manager bud. Dante. I woken up in an unfamiliar place to an unfamiliar face. In the midst of this all-around sense of displacement, the faces that appeared before me were certainly a sight for sore eyes. Gregor! Hello! Miss Rabbit here told me she found you unconscious by the ocean and phew, I came as fast as I could. And oh boy, I was worried that something bad might have happened. Glad to see you're doing fine. Are you lost at sea? I don't know. Well, I do think I'm fine though. I guess not having any way to drink water is finally come in handy. You should go get that checked out just in case. Wait, your head's waterproof, right? Gregor takes a moment to steady his breathing, then mutters a casual quip as he lights a cigarette. Well, he doesn't seem that concerned. Maybe we're not actually in that much danger. So, what happened? Where are we? Do you remember entering the lobotomy corp Shichen told us about? Ah, yeah. Yeah, we ran into a new abnormality and got sucked into it before we even had the chance to do anything. Psst. Man, I really thought that was it for us. Especially with you getting sucked in there too, Manager Blood. But when we came to, despite waking up with our faces down in some ditch, we were all fine without a scratch, though there was quite the mess when we realized that you'd gone missing. We wanted to search for you immediately, but it took a while before we got a better bearing of where we were. So we're not at U-Corp's Great Lake. Someone was considered that to be a distinct possibility, but it's unlikely. Ishmael was really certain that we were not in District 21. She did concede that we might be in an unknown area within the Great Lake of the outskirts, but that doesn't seem likely either, given what a rabbit-eared lady there said. No one said donkey yet? The outskirts region of the Great Lake. I met all kinds of people from all over Terra, but I've never met anyone who referred to the Iberian Sea that way. Terra? Iberia? As I found myself puzzled by these unfamiliar terms, a various obvious question suddenly struck me. Speaking of which, who are you? Huh? Really? You fellas haven't introduced yourselves to each other yet? It's just that it's all just a lot to take in. It's understandable. You did just wake up from a harrowing experience. She is. Actually, would you like to do the honors yourself? I'm Amiya, the leader of Rhodes Island. Please, just call me Amiya. Rhodes Island? It's so close to Rhode Island. I'm Dante, manager at Limbus Company. I know I'm late, but thanks for saving my bacon. It seems that this Rodeo Island is a pretty big pharmaceutical corporation, but Gregor trails off ominously and scratches his head before continuing with some mild trepidation. This young lady with the rabbit ears doesn't know what the head is at all. As far as I know, there aren't any organizations in Terra with the same characteristics as the one Mr. Gregor explained, at least not with a name like the Head. Also, sorry, it's Rhodes Island, not Rodeo. Sorry, Gregor's kind of bad with names. He's a German fellow. So what you're saying is that we're not in the city anymore. It'd be weird for any higher up at these huge corporations to know less about the Head than we do, let alone be clueless about it. Well, probably we've tumbled into a previously undiscovered zone of the outskirts or the ruins, probably. Or maybe we've really found ourselves in a completely different world. If their conjecture is correct, we're in a way bigger trouble than I thought. You know, Limbus Company does have this thing where you can end up in like different worlds and stuff. That was something they've hinted at a long time ago. So I guess like that's their excuse for collabs being canon. This wasn't like the time we accidentally stranded ourselves in the outskirts via a door in the corridor. Amiya stared at me with some concerns as though she felt my distress. I think I can draw a connection to something else that's happening here. Really? Yes, recently anomalous signs and events have been occurring in Iberia ever since a mysterious dimensional door appeared at sea, and it's been said that this dimensional door is connected to something very, very distant, to something that we've never observed before, so it seems reasonable to theorize that the dimensional door is how we managed to cross over to this world. I really would appreciate Faust's input. Where'd all the other sinners go anyway? a bit late on the uptake to be gawking around for the other sinners now, don't you think? They're at this settlement near here, where they're all helping out with various odds and ends of the village, while taking turns searching for Dante, of course. You know, I never thought about how difficult it would be to search for someone when we were like fish out of water, too. Man, barely got even a wink of sleep since yesterday. Everyone's gotta be really tired then, so it's just you two out here for now? No, Ishmael and Isang are the other half of the search party, and we just happen to be the last group in rotation. They must be searching elsewhere to find you, Manager Bud. We got the news early thanks to Amiya's comms gear, but the other team didn't. Yeah, we got lucky. The other team, well, we don't have any way to get in touch with them, so they'll probably continue their search until their shift is done. Oh, are we talking about that village you mentioned earlier? Uh-huh, right. You've not been there yet, huh? I guess it's a bit off the beaten path. Well, we're going to have to rendezvous with the other sinners event anyway, so let's head to the village for now. Something seemed to pique Amiya's interest, as she fell into a contemplative state before carefully speaking up. I would like to accompany you there. Sure, I don't see why not. You helped us find Manager Bud, and more importantly, you seem to know a lot more about this place than we do. I don't actually know Iberia that well either, but I should be able to be of some help. They close their borders and have practically locked out any foreign influences from affecting them, but I did get a briefing before the mission. Closed borders. Huh, then how did you get in, Miss Amiya? We followed Dr. Kaltseat's directions and illegally crossed the country... What the... Illegally crossed the country border. Illegally? Why are you screaming, bro? It's not that big of a deal. Oh, does that mean you crossed the border without obtaining any permission, Amiya? We had to cross the border somehow in order to investigate how and why the dimensional door came to be. Huh, is it normal for pharmaceutical companies to be doing that? Large pharmaceutical companies often dispatch their agents for missions. Is that a meme where people say Kaltseat or Kaltits instead of Kaltseat? Yes, Rhodes Island is, in its essence, a pharmaceutical company researching treatments for people infected with orthopathy, but we also work to prevent and assist in the management of various situations that can occur in high-risk areas. I've never heard that in my life. That's crazy. I've seen people be posting about Arknights all the time. Well, I never played Arknights, I guess. I only see people post about like, oh, this character is cool, this character is neat and stuff. That's about it. That's about as much as Arknights I see. High risk areas, huh? Wait, what about your companions? I doubt you came all the way here on your own. That's we were forced to split up due to certain forces that we were in pursuit. Wait, stop. Amiya's ear twitched as she came to a stop and began scanning the surrounding area. Then, there, as we stood about confused, Amiya noticed something, pointed toward the seashore hidden behind large and cragged rock formations. Were we supposed to, huh? There we saw someone wielding a lengthy greatsword. Is this Gotti? Bickering with two familiar faces. Again, move. You're in the way. You needn't worry as you do. We have had ample experience to battle monsters who are much like them. Listen, I'm not worried. Come on, better to have 3 fighters than 1, right? Besides, you're the first person we ran out here, so we got a lot of questions to ask. Isang, Ishmael, Dante, you are unharmed. And here I was, getting ready for a 3 days long search. What a relief. We were all really worried that we might never be able to find you. We managed to find them thanks to the help from Miss Amiya here. Amiya? Are you two acquainted? Not a good time for a reunion. It can wait until after we take out the sea monsters. Scotty, are those organisms the Seaborns Dr. Kaltseat mentioned? They're sea terrors, to be specific. The less sophisticated ones among them. And they're probably here from me. Sea terrors? I hear the sticky noise of something viscous slithering against the rocks. When I turn to face the origin of this unsettling noise, I smell the heavy, wet scent of brine. At the end of my gaze awaits strange monsters, unlike distortions, unlike abnormalities, unlike anything I've ever seen. It is as though the sea itself is encroaching on the land. I was almost certain we were at the Great Lake, but I'm not so sure anymore. Whoops. Her experiences with the thick scent of brine at the Great Lake must have put her in a wary mood, as Ishmael seemed to be a lot more apprehensive about these monsters than anyone else. Do you think those creatures could be whales or mermaids? I don't know. The Great Lake and the outskirts are full of unexplored mysteries after all. Dante, what do your senses say? It's unclear. I say the closest comparison I could make is with the whales, but even that's not conclusive. More enemies on the horizon. You should prepare for battle. Doesn't seem like we can talk things out with them, though. So, let's take them out.
This is like that comment you made about how like everyone's speaking English and then you got Emiya speaking Japanese. This is the same shit. Everyone's speaking Korean and Amiya is speaking Japanese.
예상 못했나 봐. 일기당천. 그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
시도는 좋았어요.
Is this anything in Arknights?
시비수에게 명한다. 이약 한자. 하나 살려보자. 하나 넘고, 둘 넘고, 꺾고 제쳐라.
예상 못했나 봐.
목을 떨궈주마.
거스르기. 시도는 좋았어요.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠고.
시도는 좋았어요.
Does Arknights even have a Korean language?
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 지워버리죠.
친히 목을 떨궈주마. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
깔끔하게 물었군.
All remaining enemies have retreated to the sea. Good work, everyone. Well, I mean, like, the game's Chinese, so, like, of course it has, like, a Chinese server, you know what I mean? Like, that's totally different than like Korean game have Chinese server. It's like a Chinese game, of course. Chinese game has a Chinese server. Like even all the Hoyo games have their own like Chinese servers. Didn't think I'd have to deal with anything remotely like this outside of Great Lake. You can say that again. It would have taken us the whole day if that Scotty character didn't occupy the other half while Miss Rabbit helped us from a distance. As we were catching our breath after the battle, I heard a brief hum. When I turned to look at its source, I saw Scotty glaring at me with palpable alarm. Strange people who transform at a head of a clock? I guess they're both technically true. Well, it's nothing more than a theory at this point. I think they have a lot to do with the dimensional door we're supposed to be investigating. Nice to meet you, I guess. I only hear a ticking clock. Oh, that's because only us sinners can hear Dante's voice. What's up? Oh, no, I was just wondering how Miss Amiya can seemingly understand Dante. Oh yeah, what's going on here? Huh, yeah, it completely flew over my head. I didn't even question how weird that is. The voice sounds like a ticking clock to me, but I don't know. It's almost like I can sense what they're trying to say, what kind of emotion they're trying to convey. Explanation reminded me of the blue boy in Sinclair's past, but I didn't quite feel the uncanny sensation of Amiya that I felt from them. So she can read me kind of like how Virgilius can, I guess. Well, I don't think it's a bad thing. That's true. It's been a bit of a hassle to always need Foster Honolulu to translate for you, Dante. I'd like to know exactly how she can understand Dante, but I don't think we've got the luxury of time to sit down and figure this out. So, are we heading back? Sounds like a plan. It's not like we know anywhere else to go, right? Oh, and Miss Rabbit, here will be tagging along too. She said she'd help us find our way back. I'm glad to be working with you two. Also, Miss Ishmael, Mr. Isang, took the words right out of my mouth. You've already helped us plenty, and you clearly know a lot more about this place than we do. The journey's long. Perhaps embarking on a year to the sun's fall would be wise. How long is the journey? No idea. It's not like we have a clock with us. I do know that's not very far, though. We just need to walk along the coastline a bit. We don't have a clock. Stares at Dante. Scotty quietly points in my direction. Oh my god, that's so rude. You can't just point at Dante. Oh, Dante can't tell us the time because they're not on time. Then why the clock head? I didn't exactly choose to get myself a clock-shaped head.
I looked away from Scotty's inquisitive eyes, which were quite solidly fixed on my head. The coast of Iberia are hardly good places for people to live. Those things can go anywhere in this world, but they thrive at places that meet the ocean. So how did people manage to build a village at a place like this? The monsters are called seaborns or sea terrors, yes? While it is true that they pose certain difficulties, they are hardly the kind of monsters with the strength to bring scourge and drive out the local populace. Don't judge them based on the brief skirmish. She's just telling us to be on our guard, right? Scotty can be a bit curt, but she's not a bad person.
She's not a bad slime.
I don't think she said anything wrong. Nothing rules out the existence of stronger variants of these creatures being out there. Scotty's concern only served to fan my curiosity, but something about her expression communicated that I probably shouldn't pry, so I quietly quickened my pace as we walked to the village. That was a long intro.
또 한 줄 길을 남겼구나. 핏물진 길일 뿐이지만 세월이 지나면 홍어는
Oh yeah, I think you're gonna see Foss now. It said village.
이 홍로
This hardly looks like a village. It's more like the ruins of one, isn't it? It doesn't seem like they've done any proper upkeep to the place, not in a while at least. They are really here, living together. The strange buildings tell the stories of former prosperity from a bygone era. Our steps leave no footprints on the wet, muddy ground. On it, I see a rotten sign marked with the name Faro Muerto.
That's like Spanish or something. Or some like Romance language.
Everywhere I look in this village, I see evidence of a long silent abandonment. We don't see these kinds of abandoned looking ruins often in the city either. Well, yeah, there's always someone or something out there waiting to capitalize on that free real estate, be it a syndicate or a corporation, and fix it up. Better than this, at least. So, where are the sinners? Ah, there's a clearing down there where we were entrapped betwixt the twain of great ships, narrowing winds against our set. That's Don Quixote. Ooh, and that is when young Ishmael boomed her command most resonant. Say no more. I didn't have to try to search for them. That unmistakable, sonorous, and familiar voice, echoing triumphantly between the empty buildings. That's Don Quixote's voice when she's sharing her adventurous tales. There she was, standing atop a low podium like an actor on stage, regaling a group of people in rags with tales of her adventures like a traveling thespian. Enters ye dogs, oarsmen, 'tis the moment I, Ishmael, the first mate of vessel Mephistopheles, shall navigate. Ah! Stop! Oh, no, no, just what do you think you're doing? Young Ishmael unhanded my mouth, for I was just about to regale them with the most fantastic tale of adventures at the great lagoon. Madagascar! Apparently the eyes returned with Madagascar safely in tow. What? They found Clockhead? A burning clock for a head. When I was a child, I heard a story about the legendary Sarkas with a flaming head. Why would someone like that visit our humble village? While their exterior may carry elements that inspire fear in some, there is no cause for alarm. Yeah, they might look like that, but they're Dante, our manager, and the rest are... Oh, hello. I'm sorry, who are you two? They're two very nice people who helped us find Dante. This is Miss Amia, leader of Rhodes Island. And this is Miss Scotty, their operator. They'll be coming along with us for a little while. Eh? With us? We believe that the dimensional door which we at Rhodes Island are investigating has something to do with why you suddenly woke up here in Iberia. As Amia was bringing the sinners up to speed, the villagers who were staring at us curiously approached us. Our conversation managed to convince them that we're not a threat. I sure hope so. You're friends of our saviors. Saviors? Verily, 'tis quite the grand title, yet that is indeed the word by which we addressed. We were precise by saviors. They're referring only to Foss and Otis. Foss, oh look, it's Foss. Foss. Foss gave me a light nod when we made eye contact, but I could tell that her lips were drawing a very, very subtle smiling arc. So I'm guessing something did happen. They were quite mistrustful upon our initial arrival. What business do outsiders have here? Yeah, look, are these like knife ears? What if they're from the Inquisition? Oh no, what do we do? After all we went through to get here. I think this is the bad guy, because I remember fighting him in the fucking dungeon every week. Calm yourselves, everyone. None of them are carrying what appears to be their scriptures or lamps. Let's first try to see who they are. Man, I don't think they're gonna trust us anytime soon. They're all old curmudgeons. Let's slice their neck clean, then... I don't know what this is. PTSD, like... I don't know. I'm sorry for the racism. When I played as the elf, I use that word too. It's okay. I could say it. You can't do that, Ryoshu. We can't pillage just storage depots. It looks like they already have it hard enough as is. I don't think slicing their neck clean is a good way to get started either. Should we just find help elsewhere? Just look at how thin their arms are. How am I supposed to know that was pillage their storage depots? Who says storage depot? I don't think they're in any shape to help us out. Perhaps we could inquire as to our whereabouts ere we are to decide our lodging. While the landscape is certainly reminiscent of U-Corps, but I don't recall seeing or learning about any place that looks like this, though I can't say I've been to every corner of U-Corp. I ask again, what business do outsiders have here? Their fingers are tightening around the grips of their weapons. Prolonged silence will most likely turn this into a hostile encounter. We can't have that. Hi, we're from Limbus Company. We're fixers of justice! Yeah, that fixers of... Oi, don't you know when to keep it down? Fixers? That over there is a ship blueprint, isn't it? Are you looking to repair a vessel by any chance? All these construction materials seem to suggest so. Chief, this does not concern you. It's not something a mere outsider can understand. Curious, I've never seen an energy source like this before. Have you run the tests to rule out any stability issues? It seems to power the heat exchanger via some method comparable to the utilization of fusion energy. Have you any thoughts on this, Miss Foss? The general design structure is somewhat old-fashioned, but there certainly are inspired parts to this design, particularly with the usage of the core energy source. While its stability would need to be further studied, this technology seems to be incredibly energy efficient. You identify all that merely by glancing at this blueprint? You must be the village chief, then. So, I have a proposition for you. In return for assisting in their ship repair, we were promised a ride on their vessel. Miss Foss has theorized that perhaps by going out to sea, you may be able to find a way to return to whence we came. Does that mean we can find a way back somewhere out there in the sea? Nothing is certain yet, Dante. At this moment, we are working based on a hunch. A hunch? Sensing the implicit element in her choice of words, I slowly turned around to look at Foss, who nodded solemnly in response. If you're really in a different world, even her Jessel shaft has to be. No issues were encountered in their repair process. Foss smiles faintly as she looks around, then she pulls me in by my hems. She whispers in a low voice, my connection to Jesselsoft is currently operating at a suboptimal level, Dante. So, it's still connected at least? Indeed it is. However, even exchanges of simple information are taking up to dozens of hours by current calculation. Just for like a reminder, the Jesselsoft is where like all the Foss live, and it's also where all the Foss like make fun of this Foss whenever she fucks up. They're like, wow, you're so stupid. This is why you're the dumbest Foss in the group. And it's really funny. Is this a warp train situation? Because we're in a different dimension? The cause should be identical. We have been connected to an unidentified, unpredictable dimension. However, Foss is aware that the pathway to our original dimension is yet too close this time, unlike the situation back aboard the warp train. It was really funny too, because Foss was like freaking the heck out when like she couldn't talk to the other Foss. So to get back to where we came from, indeed, traveling through the pathway is the most feasible solution. And from that, you came up with the whole plan to repair the ship and sail out to sea? Yes, well, I am also a genius after all. Remember every single time Foss was like wrong? That was funny. I'm going to conjecture that we probably came through a dimensional door of sorts. Looks like that dimensional door might be what Foss is looking for. With high likelihood, yes. Foss is like so funny, not gonna lie. At least there's a way back. I find myself calming down a little. Oh, speaking of which, when do you think you can wrap up the repair job? As fortune should have it, a majority of the most time-consuming parts of the repair have already been completed by the locals. It shouldn't take us more than a day or two to get its core parts ship again. Executive manager, you'll be staying here for a few more days, and how'd you manage last night? Well, like I said earlier, we've been keeping ourselves busy looking for you this whole time. We took turns helping with the repairs and resting, but I doubt any of us got a proper night's rest. You know, you talking about Foss all the time. I was thinking of that one meme where it's like the two people looking at it. It's like I can name all the Foss and you like Foss. This one, but like Foss. Well, like I said earlier, yeah, but like there's different Foss, you know, and you can't name them. We've been keeping ourselves. Can you name the gamer one at least? We've been. Do you have the gamer one, the N Foss? We've been keeping ourselves busy looking for you this whole time. We took turns helping with the repairs and resting, but I doubt any of us got a proper night's rest. Still, we weren't cold thanks to the villagers who kept the fire going for us all night. Yeah, that's the grip one. Not to mention how they helped us a ton with that local map they drew us. Oh, also, Chief handed us this earlier. What's it for? Ah, looks like a sack to collect water. Give it here. I know how to get that installed. It must be to repay Miss Foss and Miss Otis's efforts as repairing their ship yet. The service they provide us is certainly quite generous, even when taking the transactional nature into account. Her story is so funny. She participates in a little, what do you call it, Notori NTR. She's the bull, cucking Cromer. It's so funny. They're really giving us the best treatment they can, huh? As for food, we managed to fill ourselves with some cookies and bread Rhodia keeps in her pockets. Didn't we want to eat into their food supply when they're already pretty tight, you know? She carries enough cookies and bread for 12 people? Damn, that's crazy. They did offer us some nosh, those dried fish things, but refused. I ain't about taking food from the needy. No need to concern yourselves so much for our hospitality. You have done more than enough to earn your keep. I turned around to look at the source of that low, rumbling voice and saw an old man in an outfit that seemed to distinguish himself amongst the other villagers. There you are, Chief. Is there a place for us to stay tonight? We do have places to shelter from the misty humidity at the very least. There is an empty building there, so feel free to occupy it for the night. Oh, are you sure? I mean, I don't mind sleeping in the streets myself. Hey, speak for yourself. I've been looking forward to sleeping with a roof over my head since, like, yesterday. You catch a cold sleeping in the elements in this environment, which is fine by me for the rest of you, but we cannot afford to have the executive manager or our honored guests suffer that fate. Honored guests? I heard what happened from the four who left in search of the executive manager. First, I would like to begin by imparting my infinite gratitude to you for finding and rescuing the executive manager. I hear that you are a leader at a pharmaceutical company. This acquaintance shall certainly come in handy. In case our stay becomes significantly prolonged, I'm just surprised by her boldness to say something so materialistic when you're standing right there. Can I stay in your village too, Chief? The village chief took a brief glance at the hems by her right wrist, then nodded. Welcome to Fado Murto. You are welcome to stay for as long as you want. And please, do let me know if you find yourselves without food. Our food supply may be tight indeed, but we have enough to share with those who help repair the vessel. Ooh, you better not go back on your word later. I wonder what kind of local delicacies await. Dried fish like they were eating earlier, maybe? Hey, Chief. What is it? Just how are you surviving out here? By the sea. Perhaps the question of how we are surviving may be somewhat misdirected. But we're only pursuing every possible avenue because we must survive. The Chief responds to Scotty's perceived hostility with a hearty smile. After leaving some firewood for the night, he left. I'm going. Can't learn much from here. Huh? You're going somewhere this hour? Scotty, does this have something to do with the coast? I remember what you said before we got to the village. Something about how coasts are a hardly good place to live in. Dante wants to know if this has something to do with the coast. You. Do you understand the Aegir language? Aegir language? No. Scotty just spoke in Aegirian. I couldn't understand a word of Scotty in the Chief's conversation because I don't speak Aegirian. It may only be that there are enough lexical similarity between one of the city's languages and the languages Scotty spoken for them to comprehend the meaning. Weird coincidence. Anyway, I have some things to look into. Something you're all too slow to see. Okay, rude. She's so mean. You still have to tell us about it later. Please remember, you're not on a solo mission, Scotty. This is a team effort from Rhodes Island. Will do. Scotty nodded lightly before leaping off into the night, out of our sights. I'm kind of worried. She's not the best with people, but she's also pretty thoughtful. She'll be okay. Should we head inside? The sun's starting to set already. Oh, yeah. We can probably just pick an unlit building and stay the night there, right? Trying our best to ignore the mood that was starting to turn awkward, we made our way into a nearby unoccupied building. Is like short bus a thing in New Zealand? Let's see, there's 14 stages. So it's in America it's a insult because usually a short school bus is for students with like disabilities. So if someone says you belong in a short bus, it's implying stuff, you know. We walked past a few narrow buildings and remnants of narrow buildings before we came across a hall large enough to house all 15 or so of us. Okay, now we're ready. With those curtains on the window removed, the smoke has an exit. Whoa, I thought we were doomed to shutter ourselves to sleep with the soaking wet firewood and all. I had no idea that worked. You just have to get a small fire going underneath it until the wood dries up and catches fire. The downside being all the smoke. It's clear that she has some field experience, unlike some fools I know. I shan't sit here and let her carry the burden of labor alone. Bequeath upon me thine ingredients, young Rodion, for I shall conjure thee a pot of special fixer soup. You're making soup of cookies and jelly? No, you are not getting anywhere near the kitchen again, Doctor, when you cooked them last time. While I must admit to a certain level of interest, as many of our fellows viscera are oft racked with intense agony upon ingesting dishes of your making, perhaps it would be wiser that we save the occasion for a safer environment. Right, don't you remember? We agreed to leave cooking to Maria or Oti if you're ever in a situation like this, remember? Did we? See, I think it's become sort of an unspoken rule after everything that happened. That was like one of the first Limbus company events. It was a voiced event back in the day when they would voice act these events. Nowadays, they don't do that. Because, you know, it's 2025 where voice acting isn't a thing. Remember back during last year's cooking contest at K-Court? There were the only 2 people who managed to get remotely positive reviews. Oh, does that mean we'll get to try Otis's cooking once again? Denied. We still have plenty of high-calorie foods like cookies and jellies here. I find no reason to do something so efficient. She's really good at cooking, too. I'm glad to see that everyone's still energetic. Given the circumstances, it can't be easy to suddenly wake up in an unfamiliar environment. Well, we're all quite used to getting thrown into unfamiliar places. Speaking of which, did you manage to reach your colleagues on Mia? She shook her head, concerned. They might have lost their comms device, or maybe they ran into some other trouble. Could they be in danger? I don't know, but I'm sure they're okay. The doctor, Dr. Kaltsit, they're both more than capable enough to look after themselves. That is so funny. When you say it like this, it sounds like she's talking about the same person, but I know they're 2 different people. Long I had this curiosity lingering in me, thus allow me to acquire. Corporations are, by their nature, organizations in pursuit of profit. Yet the activities of your corporation resemble those of charity organizations as opposed to a pharmaceutical company. Is there aught that might explicate this blurred distinction? I want to know too. How come a pharmaceutical company like Rhodes Islands is helping people? Something about what Honglu said brings back unpleasant memories. The horrible experiments seen through the cascade of flowing tears in the face of suffering, the embodiment of greed that left a terrible wound in Honglu's fathoms. The pharmaceutical companies I've seen in my journey were corporations that, despite possessing the capacity to heal, chose to obsess over the profit it can provide. There are many in Terra who are suffering from a disease. The disease crystallizes you. It spreads deeper and deeper into the infected internal organs, even culminating their death. It's called oropathy. Do you know what this is? This oropathy thing? Is this something you remember? Amiya showed me the back of her right hand, dotted by what appeared to be obsidian crystallizations. Its appearance reminded me of the bio-treatments from the back streets, but there was something more to it, something more restless, more sinister. It's a terrible, painful disease, but there haven't been any recorded cases of full recovery. Oh, okie dokie. But there's an even worse problem. Pray tell, what could possibly be worse than incurable, deadly disease? Well, it varies region by region. Discrimination against the infected is widespread across Terra. Those who suffer from it must face unfair treatment. Each song began with a dark expression. Some are quarantined in places of terrible, inhumane conditions, and there have been massacres too. I don't mean to be callous, but is this oropathy highly contagious? No, there have not been any recorded cases of infection by contact, as long as subjects are alive. But when an infected dies, the crystal grows on their body, decay, and turn to dust, scattering, which is what spreads the plague. Then, barring environments like active battlefields where casualties are to be expected, staying within close proximity of the infected in daily life seems to pose hardly any risk. So what's the problem then? You're already past the point of caring about what the problem is. Once people start feeling iffy, all logic goes out the window. And Rhodes Island's goal has to be, yes, it is important to develop a cure for apathy, but I think what really matters is that we change the circumstances for the better for the infected. That's not going to be an easy endeavor, though that is what gives you effort more meaning. I hope you can achieve that goal, Amiya. I really do. For the truth. The city, this world, we both live in worlds full of surprises, don't we? What kind of world did you come from? This city. What kind of place is the city, anyway? The kind of place with too many pointless rules. Oh my god, they're in jail. The kind of place where the moment you think, isn't this too much? You see something even worse. What the fuck is this? Try as I might, I couldn't think of a single positive thing about the city. What a shithole. This is the main location for every single Project Moon game. It's a fucking shithole. The sinners seem to be in agreement, as most of what came after was quite scathing. The kind of place where good deeds rarely ever go unpunished, where sympathy is a good attitude to have if you like getting stabbed in the back. Nothing good ever works out there. It's a shithole. Oh my god, that's literally what I just said. It's an irrational place full of absurdities. Absurdity is an omnipresence. Therefore, it is not a subject by which one should be aggrieved. We can at least grouse about them, though. I mean, it's the only thing we can do. It would be more correct to experience more and acclimatize oneself to it instead of complaining. You did say something like that last time. Just as the mood was starting to turn rather sour, Don Quixote's shout shouted through the awkwardness. Verily, nary a day goeth by untarnished by villains and their fell deeds. Yet worthy not, for where evil riseth, so doth fixers of justice too. Don Quixote jumped from her seat and passionately shook her fist, which was followed by a heavy crack and the sound of small pebbles tumbling down. Don Quixote, watch out! Who the fuck's this? And from behind the wall she accidentally broke down. An unfamiliar visage of a villager appeared and stared back at Don Quixote. It appeared that she was eating something out of a can while reading a book. How farest thou? Fair is thy foot, you gotta apologize first. Last seemed a tad too hyper today. Apologies, for I hardly expected the wall to crumble with such ease. Art thou unhurt? Any injuries? Pray tell to what? Forget the apology. I just want to know what happens next. The fixer of justice rose up to do what? What hast thou come to hear to hear the tales of fixers? I don't know about coming to us, given how Miss Don Quixote was the one who punched the wall down. Oh, is it too late an hour? I don't mind waiting till morning if you want to sleep. Nay, not at all. 'Tis quite now early an hour for tales. In fact, prithee, seat thyself here. You ungovernable fool. Come down, we don't even know who she is. Don't you forget to share those fixer tales over there in the corner to not disturb our sleep. Thou makest a request most untenable. These tales deserve to be announced to the world with great gusto from the center. Yeah, that's the best way to hear those kinds of stories, but we should probably introduce ourselves to each other first. Name's Mayers. How should I put this? Did you meet the village chief earlier during the day? He's my gramps. Oh, that nice guy. So he had a granddaughter. Yet I have not seen you once, Miss Mayers, under the sun. Oh my, you're right. I thought the village was completely dried of any young blood. Like Rhodia said, we didn't see Mayers out there. There wasn't anyone else in the village we could comfortably call young. You're telling me Gramps was worrying over nothing and told me to stay put inside, going on and on about the dangers that the outsiders pose and everything. It seems that they do not give full faith to their saviors. There are things you cannot share even with whom you trust with your life, though I would like to know why. My, so there are a bunch of other kids who are stuck indoors in this village? No, there isn't anyone around my age in the village at all. If that's the case, I guess I can understand why he'd be overprotective. Anyway, it's our turn. We are? I'm good. I heard enough to get an idea. You did? Huh, pray, how didst thou hear us? Via listening device most secret upon in our chamber. Mayers tapped the side of the wall, the part of it that was still standing anyway, and smiled ironically. Bad soundproofing. I could hear pretty much everything. Don Quixote, right? Everything Don Quixote practically sang during the day. That sounds like my house. What the fuck? Barely, I see. I think you could really do with some sense of embarrassment for once. Well, I guess that's good enough for self-introduction, so Like I can hear. I have like headphones on. And I can always hear what like from up the floor and stuff like that. Care to regale me with the tales of fixers who bring justice to the evils of the city? Indubitably, then, this shall do. I shall regale thee with the tale in which the legendary fixer, the Arch Magnificence herself, the Red Mist, hath. I suppose that killed any hope for a good night's skip. But don't you usually pass out within a minute of your back hitting the hay, no matter how noisy things are? What? Do you take me for some kind of hibernating bear or something? Look, even I have trouble sleeping when there's noise all over. I say bear in hibernation is a pretty apt descriptor. For all that grumbling and moaning, he dozed off before any of us did. Aside from Heathcliff, who began snoring the moment his head touched the ground, some other sinners were fast asleep as well. Marcel had entered sleep in his usual steadfast adherence to the routine, while Foslight claimed to one of the few available cloth sheets as soon as the close of business for the day was confirmed. The sinners who had spent the entire last night searching for me in this unfamiliar land slowly began to fall asleep as well. Meanwhile, to fix his Vio Association's first section, though the night was no longer young, Don Quixote was still vigorously sharing the tales of adventures without even a single sign of fatigue. She's not determined to do this until sunrise, is she? I guess it's okay, since Mayor seems to be having fun. As I continued to watch the pair with some mild concern, Amiya, not yet asleep, approached me. This city, Miss Don Quixote speaks of, seems to be teeming with fixers of justice and ancillary tales of adventure. Did you actually experience all of them yourselves? No, of course not. Don Quixote's stories are usually those of other famous people. But she's telling with such vigor that it almost sounds like she was there herself. Well, I guess, if you really want to get into it, some of them might be retelling of Don Quixote's personal experiences. Ishmael replied uncertainly. Thinking back to the plays we were made to watch back in La Mancha, Don Quixote is like fucking old as hell. Well, I think all those stories, even though they're only partially true, just go to show what a ridiculous place it can be. Well, we wouldn't need fixers of justice to begin with if we really lived in a just world, right? A really good place to live would be quiet and peaceful without someone having to force it. That's true. I hope there'll come a day when Rhodes Island can be a normal pharmaceutical company in the future. Something wrong? No, I just thought Miss Mayers and I made eye contact. Did she overhear our conversation? I looked to her direction as well, but all I saw was Mayers excitedly reacting to Don Quixote's tales. What happened then? Thus spake Lodiotus boldly before the soldiers who stood in our path. Thou presumest to stand in our path, servants of a master most unworthy. I, Otis, shall educate ye on how manner maketh. Don Quixote was now retelling the stories of Limbus Company's adventures in Huangyuan, and Otis, who could no longer stand Don Quixote's unintentional alteration story, jumped to her feet and shouted, "Damn it, what kind of nonsense are you feeding her? I never said anything like that." Barely. Some aspects of this retelling may have been exaggerated. That's Tales of Adventures for you. Things are about to get a bit dry when a story is told realistically and as is, right? You know, nothing, not even anything resembling a proper record or book remained once the profound silence swept through this village. So I always had a craving for these kind of stories. But Iberia doesn't stop Iberians from emigrating, contrary to their tight immigration control. Have you ever thought about leaving this place? It's still a challenge across the border, especially since we're going to have to pass through larger cities that are managed by the Inquisition. You don't seem particularly fond of this Inquisition. Why is that? That's because this village was worn by people who grew tired of living under the Inquisition's rule and fled. Sorry, but what kind of organization is this Inquisition? Sinclair asked, face turning cold upon hearing the word Inquisition. The people fled from it. Yeah, the Noggle and Hammer we saw back at the call aren't the kind of memories that are so easily forgotten. Yeah, that's the group that massacred his family due to discrimination. According to Dr. Calcite, the Inquisition is what filled the power vacuum once Iberia fell into chaos. That its inquisitors are the rapier and lamp-wielding protectors of Iberia's cities from the lawlessness. That alone kind of makes them sound like a good people, though. Yeah, they are, but there's the Church of the Deep. The Deep? From the boys? The Inquisition, we go to whatever lengths to with incidents related to the church that worships Seaborns. Fee, an organization that worships those monsters. It seems that cultist fanaticism is a play wherever we go. I feel like people with all kinds of wrong faiths and beliefs are so common. See, the Seaborns are the ones that mess Iberia up, so following their logic, apparently it's okay for them to arrest anyone who seems even remotely connected to them. Are you saying that Iberia is like this because of the Seaborns? Those things from earlier, I guess they're kind of troublesome to deal with, but they don't seem that strong. Anyway, it's just what I heard from Grants, but the Inquisition executed many innocent people too in their crusade against the Church of the Deep. For those who claim to be on the side of justice, they seem quite fond of committing such villainy. It seems like a reasonable policy decision to me. But it must pose a clear danger to the daily lives of citizens. Yeah, I heard I was the only survivor. Everyone in my family died. You must have had to endure such a long period of pain to be able to say something like that with such composure. For Iberia, they are heroes who bring the land back to its glory days, but to Gramps, they were just oppressors making his life difficult. That's why we all come here, fleeing from Inquisition's gaze. Yet, wherefore hast thou decided to settle at a place that is so, run down? Indeed. Yeah, I know, but it's not so bad once you get used to it. Besides, we managed to find a new path thanks to you guys. A new path? Well, it's getting late. Will you be preparing to ship tomorrow too? This place really has no soundproofing at all, huh? Good talk, everyone. Hope we will get another chance to do this tomorrow too. After seeing Mayors to our own room, the other sinners, those who are still up anyway, and I laid ourselves on the hard stone floor with only a thin layer of cloth between it and our backs. A mysterious world that's neither the city nor the outskirts. But it seemed that the lives its people led were just as difficult as they were anywhere else. Whoa, that was a long section. I was just reading, holy shit.
흑수, 군주가 나서
의로움을 세우기
명을 받든
이제야 부르나. 존명.
어디서? 뱀 기어가는 소리 들리지 않아?
잠깐
죽음께서
맡겨두시게.
의뢰로고 사후처리로구만.
이런 임무는 뱀 중에서도 내가 제일이지.
It's a visual novel. It's a game. It's a game disguised as a visual novel disguised as a game. It's so big. Amazing. I didn't know there are remaining vessels of this class in Iberia. I spy her name here. 'Tis called by the name Rebellion de las Masas. Rebellion de las Masas. Revolt of the Masses, is it? I am very much mired in peculiarity indeed. Hongli chimed in that he was rather fond of it, with its size being around the same as the boat from his home, while Ishmael quickly jumped in to correct us that its size alone wasn't anything special at the Great Lake, but it was still pretty big compared to Mephi or the Indigo Elder's gift. What the fuck? Why is she comparing how big, fucking doing a dick measuring contest? I thought it was going to be somewhere around Mephi size at most. Are you sure you can get this ship fixed in a day or two? As I briefed you yesterday, the great majority of time-consuming repairs had already been completed by the villagers. The extent of our repair efforts only concerns a few components within the vessels that the villagers cannot repair, which shouldn't take us much time. Unless parts that are unfamiliar to Foster are also malfunctioning, such as the core engine, remaining repairs should be sufficiently managed by Foss. Despite Otis's confident declaration, I could not help but feel oddly unsettled as I looked at the ship. I don't know why, but something tells me that we don't want to linger here for too long. Still, please be thorough about it, just in case. I would not sit on a sinking ship again. The experience of the Great Lake was enough. Do not worry, Dante. Unlike Mephistopheles, most functions of this vessel, buoyancy, gear, propellers, steering gear, are all in operational capacity. This repair should be much easier than the case with Mephistopheles. So what he's referring to is during one of the summer events, you know, the one that caused the big incident, the meltdown when Ishmael had her wetsuit. The way the event ended was like they were sailing on their boat ship and it started sinking, and that's how it ends. It just sinks. They seem confident enough. It should be safe this time around, right? Are we taking that rope to climb up to the ship? No, there's a lift-like apparatus down here. It should take us to the ship. The stability was verified yesterday. Let's board the lift. You're 100% certain, right? The boat's afloat right now, Dante. I don't think it'll be sinking anytime soon. Wouldn't that be nice? Oi, are you two just going to faff about down here? We're heading up. No, we're going with you. As I wait into the vessel's bridge, I was greeted by an extravagant interior that was as gaudy as its exterior. This isn't real gold, is it? Sure shiny as heck in here. I got butterflies in my stomach. I don't know what AS means. Aesthetically satisfying, she says. Okay, man, my real shoe speak, it has gone really bad. But too ostentatious, not quite my style. Our young Mephi is also quite the excellent vessel, yet imagine the adventures we could embark on board this vessel most lavishly decorated. I'm gonna As Foss and Otis were working on one of the control panels, Ishmael walked up another and interfaced with it before giving a knowing nod. This must have been an investigative or research vessel of sorts, but it doesn't seem a bit extravagant for one of those, though. Look, coordinates. Updating real time, it seems. The coordinates seem to have been set somewhere in the middle of the ocean. Maybe it points to a small islet. No islet there. What? Blimey, lads, you sure know how to sneak up on people. Mayors? Haha, what, did I actually surprise you? I did ask if you guys were gonna come fix the boat today. Still, I didn't know you'd be here. Why are there coordinates set to this location? There are several undersea cities beneath those coordinates, collecting known as Asia. Gramps' home. I see. Understood. What was understood, if I may ask? It is now understood why the promise to repair the ship is sufficient to earn their trust and the title of saviors. That was... Asia? Scotty speaking Asian? Oh, there seems to be a connection. What's she all about? Someone get translating. Consolidating, cross-referencing the observed particular circumstances of the village and the statements from the village chief, alongside information garnered from the exchange with mayors, it's possible to gauge the significance the ship's repair has to the local populace. Of course, while this may constitute a sequence of logical connections that pose a certain challenge for Heathcliff to comprehend, to employ any degree of effort to attempt to explain it in more digestible language would constitute a pursuit of inefficiency. She just snuck in a diss there, what the fuck? Lord of Baton, I implore you, I shall explain it in full. I was wondering when Miss Smartass would start gabbing like that again. So what's she on about? Heathcliff's shoulders were relaxed. It didn't seem like he was actually going to swing the bat. He placed it lightly over his shoulder with a sigh. A brief observation of the village seemed to suggest that their subsistence situation was quite dire. Much of their daily sustenance consisted of dry food, most of them made for long-term storage purposes. Considering what Scotty said about how coastal areas are full of danger, maybe those dried seafood aren't from around here either. Maybe it's food they packed when they first came to Fata Morta. Some villagers were armed, yeah, and those sea terrors weren't exactly that formidable, but given the state the villagers are in, I doubt they'd have an easy time repelling those monsters. Indeed, and that brings us to the question of sustenance. Right, I get what's going on here. Dallas and her granddad are about to visit their hometown. They're trying to get some food supplies from there to feed the villagers and convince them they were planning to use the factor just from the same neck of the woods, or sea, I guess. Oh, so we're not just repairing the ship, repairing their food supply plan too. Huh? What's wrong? It's While the expressions were rather crude, Heathcliff's summary of the situation was clear, to the point, and easily understood. The senators stared at him with mild surprise, and I did too. What's it with annoying looks? Wait, oh you sods. You don't think that I'm that dim-witted, do you? When the not so smart one of the groups says something smart. Top-notch intuition. It's just that's been a while since you've shown this side of yourself. Thinking back, Heathcliff's intuition has always been excellent, and he'd often put together surprisingly accurate conclusions at impressive speed. You know, when you really think about it, it's kind of your fault for I've been too soft on you lately, haven't I? Oh, get back here. Now, with those fools out of the conversation, was he correct? Otis looks away from the usual chaos and asks Mayors, honestly, I'm surprised. He was on point. Yeah, food's been running low in the village. At this rate, it won't last another year, but the Ager will. I'm sure they will welcome us with open arms. I don't come off like I'm overly worried, but do you think they will welcome the others too? Unlike Mayors, their chief, they're not Ager. I believe they will. Iberia suspects and hates the Ager for no other reason that we are from the sea, but home could not have fallen so low as to abandon a group of starving land dwellers. Prithee, might thou explain to us who the Ager are? I had initially thought it'd be a reference to a region, yet those seem to refer to an affiliation of sorts. Maybe they're like something like the Nest Dwellers, though I don't think I've heard of nests that accepts backstreet people with open arms. Or maybe they used to be some rich folk. What the fuck? If they call them Nest Toffs Ager here, then does that make the rabbit ear last Ager too? Wait, in what in the world you came from? Do they not distinguish between races? That's not entirely true. Delineation between race is a concept that does exist. Though I only saw them in phantoms. There were those terrifying things called the cuckoo spawns. However, as a general rule, it can be said that humans should be the only intelligent life forms in the city. The people of Terra have slightly varying appearances depending on their race, like my Kautis ears. And I got pointed ears because I'm an Ager, though it's not a characteristic every Ager shares. The closest idea to what they're discussing appears to be, Ankote seemed to be struggling to finish her sentence. Merceau stepped in to continue. By context clues in the manner of word usage, including the means of classification, the closest example in our world would be blood fiends. Similar external appearances to humans, different natures, comparable sapiens. Tis of my belief that blood fiends are ostracized due to their nature that maketh coexistence with humans difficult. It may be that Asia are also. I'm sure some of them do possess qualities that make coexistence with others difficult, but they're probably rare. Then wherefore are they made subjects of suspicion and hatred? That's... well, the language is new, but the idea itself is pretty familiar to city folks like us. Think of feathers of fallen wings, kids born in the backstreets, people who replace their body parts with prosthetics. The form differs, yet in essence we find the thread. We're discussing racism. Something about how we keep finding similarities in the ways of our lives, despite finding ourselves in a distant world with different rules, races, and humans. Felt oddly discomforting. The point is, you guys are doing us a real solid by fixing up the ship. Let's move on from these gloomy conversations, okay? I want to show you the cooler parts of this ship. This way. The ship tour may have to wait. Repair is almost completed, but an issue has arisen. Issue? Wow, that's not reassuring at all. Multiple life forms identified ahead, assumed to be sea terror horde. The ship's radar seems to suggest that the vessel is surrounded. They're the same monsters from yesterday. Executive Manager, please order us to prepare for battle. Damn it, are they the sea terrors you encountered? They look a bit different, but yeah, probably. There's a lot of them, but if our last experience tells us anything, we should be able to handle this. I mean, please support us in battle like you did yesterday. Can stop fight, young Mayors? I feel like I'm just gonna get in your way. Then, guys, find a place to keep Mayors as far as possible from the battle. Then let's hurry down there. We don't want them damaging the ship any further.
이건 직원들에게 유리한 상황 같아요.
일기당식이 명한
이 상황을 대책을 기억하는 데 이용할 수 있을지도. 敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました. 무상은 없음.
단번에 우위를 점하셨군요. 이 기세라면 이번 대련도 무난히 승리하실 수 있을 겁니다. 아가씨, 방금의 움직임들을 도련할 것 없이 100점 만점입니다. 아가씨.
이런 건 싫냐? 눈 감고도 해. 옳다.
길을 열어라.
차포잡이라. 예상한 것보다 움직임이 더 좋구나.
적들이 저녁만 참 냄새를 맡아버린 손님들처럼 비틀거리고 있네. 한 접시 근사하게 먹여줄까?
대연의
I think we're at a good pace for finishing the event tonight, right?
해냈구나. 나라도 그랬을 거야.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
대성공이야. 칼은 신나. 노래 부를까? 지금은 좋았어요. 방금 멋졌어. 너희들의 사랑의 힘이, 빛의 힘이 저 어둡고 악한 아르카나들을 뒤흔들었어.
일기당천.
이대로면 승리도 시간 문제겠지?
불쌍하게 울고
떨고
적에게 치명상을 입혔군요. 관리자님, 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 가지고 있어. 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠.
메르소의
저는 언제나 옳은 말만 한답니다.
대답 정도는 해주십시오.
적들이 치명상을 입은 상태네? 자, 다들 팔 걷어 붙이고 저들이 편하게 잠들 수 있도록 침대볼을 깔아주자고. 불가 위야. 마감의 자리.
하나 넘고 둘 넘고.
방금 공격. 다음에 다른 개체기도 다시 해줄래? 영상으로 남기면 다른 직원에게도 도움이 될지도 몰라. 이제 깨우치시길. 좋아. 알맞게 먼지 덩어리를 털어냈네. 그러니까 이제 방을 내볼 차례겠지. 저 개체에게 큰 피해를 준 것 같아. 교육팀의 직원다운 완벽한 공격이었어.
이제야 실력을 좀 내시네요. 평소에도 이러면 얼마나 좋습니까?
강호 유람기에서도 이렇게 일이 쉽게 풀린 적이 드물었는데.
강호 유람기라면 튀울 수도 토끼를 그자가 진행해주는 자 위에서는 저 춤들을
공룡이가 아니야. 모험이 그 공격을 선택한 건 효율적인 대처로 개체를 터뜨렸습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
가치 없군.
완벽한 승리 축하드립니다, 아가씨.
Is that a thing in Arknights, the mission accomplished thing?
가문의 자제들도 인정할 수밖에 없을 겁니다.
좋은 수업 덕분이지. 배운 게 많았어.
I mean, to me it is.
길을 남겼군. 핏물진 길일 뿐이지만
사건을 끝내러 가볼까?
어쩐 일로 진짜 도움이 되는 걸 걸치고 오셨네요.
말로
지금
받아내라.
그대로 몰아넣으시죠.
무기 잘못 들고 오신 것 같습니다만.
그 중요한 건 기세라고. 히스클리프 그자가 그랬거든.
호위 저
착포자들이야.
해충들을 도려내라.
예상한 것보다 움직임이 더
물론
좋구나.
꺾고 제쳐라.
아이고, 엉뚱한 곳에 청소했나 보네. 정신 똑바로 차리고 다시 가보자.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
오야.
나라도
길을 열어라.
방금 건 아무 쓸모도 없었어. 바보. 지금은 좋았어요. 방금 멋졌어. 너희들의 사랑의 힘이, 빛의 힘이 저 어둡고 악한
일기단식이
아르카나들을
속이며.
뒤흔들었어.
이 앞에서
이대로면 승리도 시작하겠지?
물론고
적들이 저녁만 찾는 냄새를 맡아버린 손님들처럼 기다리고 있네. 대성공이야. 한 접시 감사하게 먹여줄까? 노래 부를까? 강호 유람기에서도 이렇게 일이 쉽게 풀린 적이 드물었는데.
강호 유람기라면 한 번에 우위를 점하셨군요. 고작 이 정도 기세라면 이번 대회도 무난히 승리하실 수 있을 겁니다. 바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
I've been seeing a lot of Sadako stuff, and that's been like, oh, maybe I'll just do that for the annual Halloween drawing for Nico. So I was like having a hard time thinking of what to draw for her this year.
숨통 끊기.
적에게 치명상을 입혔군요. 관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠.
넌
저는 언제나
저
옳은
해충들을
말만
도려내라.
틈을 끊어. 바로
묘야. 길을 열어라.
좋은 대응은 아니지만 안 하는 것보다는 훨씬 나았을 거야. 다음엔 좀 더 신경 써보자.
무상한 목숨. 불끈은 지원해.
방금의 물리적인 공격은 적절하지 못했습니다. 개체의 정보까지 일일이 읽어드리는 기능을 바라시는지는 미처 몰랐군요.
어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
저 개체에게 큰 피해를 준 것 같아. 우리 팀의 직원다운 완벽한 공격이었어.
열어젖히고
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました
목을 떨고 주마. 넌
불쌍하게 울고
푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
최근은 좋았어요.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없.
최근은 좋았어요.
완벽한 승리 축하드립니다, 아가씨. 이 정도의 성과라면 4대 가문의 자제들도 인정할 수밖에 없을 겁니다.
좋은 수업 덕분이지. 배운 게 많았어.
The remaining entities have all returned to sea. Is everyone okay? It was just like our last skirmish. Sea terrors that had surrounded this ship returned to sea even before the battle came to an end. And the retreat felt too ordinary and deliberate to be just running away. It's almost like they're making a tactical retreat. We're doing PG, but what about the ship? Wow, is the ship okay? Minor damages to the hull, but nothing that will impede the ship's operational capacities. So I noticed during the battle, I might be wrong, of course, but I think I noticed how around the end of the battle, those monsters were starting to go after the manager. You're probably right, actually. I noticed too, at some point during a battle, those monsters realized that it's the manager who's commanding the rest of us. I sensed the very same. Their movements were fluid and adaptive, as though they were learning our behavior. Why does the Church of the Deep worship monsters like them? that ain't much of a question in it. They've all gone mental. I'm sure they have many reasons, but Seaborn are beings of infinite potential, so much so that there's no superlative big enough to properly convey the scale. As organisms, they can endlessly evolve and adapt. Every time they encounter a new environment or a new element, they transform themselves into other Seaborns. Maybe that's their draw. That fascination may be an attitude most befitting a researcher, yet the transformation of fascination to idolatry is, if I may be frank, not entirely positive. I find them pretty uncomfortable. They just remind me of whales. Then they can adapt to learn a language to communicate with us? What? Going by everything we heard, I think they sound really smart. Mayur's eye went round at Honolulu's suggestion. She brought her hands to her mouth, surprised. It sure was something. I heard there was a Seaborn who could talk. If non-humans speak the languages of humans, regardless of its testament to their intelligence, I can only think of two possibilities to why they would. One, to communicate with humans, the other, to deceive humans. More often than not, it's the latter. What about distortions? Some of them already know how to speak. Distortions are phenomena in which humans transform into monstrous forms, first observed after the White Knights and Dark Days incident. What? Is that another lobotomy corp thing? Everything is always like related to that. Therefore, that example is irrelevant to Otis's supposition. White Knights and Dark Days. She whispered quietly, but as we were standing rather close to her, we all caught to the hint of joy in her voice.
White Knights
And Dark Days. Okay, it's the it is Lobotomy Corporation. It's like the week after the game ends or something. She whispered quietly, but as we were standing rather close to her, we all caught on to the hint of joy in her voice. The pillar of light in the city. Did it really? How have you come across this knowledge, Miss Mayers? Oh, that's... It is obvious. We got the culprit right here. The storyteller lass who's been gabbing on with no end. Yeah, she's been talking non-stop all morning about all kinds of stories, hasn't she? Huh? Yet I have not gotten that far. You again. Oh my god, Don Quixote's being blamed for no reason. She didn't even say anything. You didn't get so lost in your own stories that you blabbed all about our company's secrets, have you? Nay, if I wouldn't simply not. As Don Quixote was subject to yet another round of scolding, Amiya stared out toward the sea, wary the sea traders might start crawling to the surface once again before turning towards us. I know which of the two the Seaborns are. Their sense of self is really, really faint, so I don't think they mean either category. I think it's possible that they learned human language out of the instinct that the power of speech might help them survive. It appears that you, Miss Mayers, are quite the expert on the subject of Seaborns. Your knowledge of them goes beyond what fear for one's survival may yield, thereby suggesting a different means of acquisition. Do you, by chance, worship the Seaborns? No worries, no worries. She knows a little bit too much. She seems to know about the incident that happens like at the end of Lobotomy Corporation, which is like a huge company secret. I don't worship Seaborns. Seaborns don't have any hopes or wishes, just desire for survival. Miss Mayers, does that mean Seaborns were somehow able to hope? Maybe so. Is that so? The repairs are complete. As we were conversing, Foss descended from the ship with a neatly organized set of tools borrowed from the village. Repairs completed. I'm guessing repairs are done. No, Carmen is the lobotomy. I'll send you a picture of Carmen. Carmen, Limbus Company. This is the lobotomy. I sent you a picture of Carmen. She calls like everyone children. Did you have a departure time and date in mind? I would prefer if we could depart as soon as possible. Like, if you ever see like the narrator in the Limbus Company, that is Carmen, the lady I sent. We don't have a set time or anything, but I think we should be able to set sail this late afternoon at the earliest. That soon. She's also showed up in some of the stories, like the identity stories. She showed up momentarily, and it was sort of freaky because you're not supposed to know that she exists. As you've seen, we don't have a lot to bring with us. By the way, how far out to sea do you guys need to go? We need to find this dimensional door of sorts. I can see the dimensional door's light from the beach at night. It was faint, but given how the light's strong enough to break through the sea fog, we should be able to determine its location somewhere around the coastal waters. I just remember the artist's name. It's Naiga. So we can go back tonight. The first order of business is to relay this news to the villagers. Yeah, back to the village for now.
마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었어. 두려움 없이
My reward for all that reading?
아씨가 그리던 홍
More reading.
더 가까워진 것이요. 그러니
Just what I wanted. There's something going on in the village. Yeah, I hear it too. I'm hearing people shouting and hollering. When we returned to the village, ship repairs completed, we were welcomed by a rather hostile standoff. A quick count told me there were approximately 20 people assembled at the village square. Considering its population, that was pretty much the whole village. Who's that over there? Inquisitor, I think we've been found. The Inquisitor, dressed in a well-kept uniform, was about the same height as Don Quixote. The sword and the lamp hanging from her waist sits in the stark contrast with the more run-down, ramshackle village. She almost looked like a fixer from the city. So the Inquisition has discovered our village. Did you really think that you could forever stay out of the Inquisitor's gaze, citizen? That's a naive dream. Fabius disappeared from the Inquisition mid-interrogation under charges of suspicion of membership within the Church of the Deep. Last known location, Salt Flat. The other Inquisitors have informed me that you have been identified next to the pirates in its fringes. From a criminal to an outlaw, what a dramatic evolution of your career. But it ends here now. Every citizen here, including you, will be accompanying me to the Inquisition. They have never broken a single law, nor are they outlaws of any kind. They are not like me. They have disregarded the Inquisition's authority, evaded the gaze of Iberia, and found this sodden coast to lurk in. Tell me I'm not supposed to find that suspicious. What are you talking about? You can't just... Yeah, but she causes people to go insane and kill themselves. You can't just start arresting people left and right with a tenuous suspicion like that. You shouldn't. There's like a meme where she's like yelling, distort, distort, distort. You shouldn't. We only wish to live a quiet life, ma'am. Is that so? Then you might find yourself returning to this village one day, as long as you're telling the truth. Which is not an option for you, Fabius. Mayors, was Chief really a pirate? Well, yeah, but as far as I know, he's been out of the game for a while. And even when he ran with the pirates, all he ever did was share Finbeast's jerky to villages, or carry Adrians between them. Even telling the truth, Mayors, I thought the Inquisition would be lenient. Well, what now? I have one question to ask. That Inquisitor, is she following the proper legal procedures? I don't know much about the laws of Iberia, but Dr. Kelsey told us that the words of Inquisitors were pretty much the law here. It's likely that she is following the proper legal procedures. The procedures are precisely what the villagers have fled from, after all. Then it is decided. Otis quietly dragged me to the side and whispered outside Mayor's earshot. The sinners who were right next to me seem to have picked it up, though. Executive Manager, we best immediately return to the ship, take command of it, and sail out on our own. It is unwise to involve ourselves in this conflict. What? Are you seriously suggesting that we just leave them arrested villagers? Didn't you hear what the Inquisitor said? It seems quite cut and dry to me. If this is just standard procedure, no local laws broken, we are in no place to involve ourselves. Our best hope is to take the ship before they impound that too. We can't do that. Even as standard procedure, even if they're working with the law, it's not. You stayed up to your mayor's story too, didn't you? You know, the Ancorp Inquisitors were working with the law too. When they came for the village, that was standard procedure too. If anyone stepped in then, I know what you went through, but I still rather not take a risk in an unfamiliar environment like this. I'll try my best to figure out how to sail that ship. If I cannot, then I have faith in Ishmael to quickly learn its controls. I can't say you're wrong, but I don't know. Neither you nor I know anything about the ocean currents here, Otis. We can get the ship going, but I can't guarantee that we'll reach the dimensional door without any trouble. Do you know anything about sea currents in this region? Not much, but I know the coastal sea somewhat. And you can't fight the Inquisitors directly here in Iberia. Fleeing with the ship might be the better option. What should we do, Dante? Yeah, I guess it's kind of awkward for us to just take the ship and go, huh? How about we try to talk to the Inquisitor then? I think we should at least try to hear them out first, then meet the Inquisitor and the Chief both. If the discussion goes well, we might even be able to get the Inquisition's support. Like Mr. Hongley said, we should hear them out first, then try to convince them. I agree with them both. First, let's at least see what the Inquisitor has to say. RR. What does that mean? Rabbit's right, she says. Are you certain that translation was accurate, Sinclair? Right? There's no way Ryoshu would choose anything other than violence, right? Idiots. It's because the other options are pointless. Inquisitor's seen us. We are already under suspicion. She'll doubtlessly try to stop us if we flee now. So talk first, lower her guard, then attack. Pretty sure that's not what Amiya meant. Well, if she's not already onto us, then we shouldn't give her any excuse to attack us by running away. I was wondering what you were doing there, lurking in the background. A clock-shaped head? Are you from the Colombian Union? They're wearing a clock for a head due to reasons, but they have nothing to do with the Colombian Union. What's the Colombian Union? Tick-tock. Which language are they speaking? Regardless of whether you're from Colombia or not, you're clearly not from Iberia, let alone this village. You're not wrong, but I think there's been a bit of a misunderstanding. I'm quite certain you don't know about these villagers to stand between them and an Inquisitor. How long have you been staying here? 2 days? Buddy, don't just tell her that. 2 days? Alright, enough of this chicanery. Get out of my way, outsider. The attempt appears to have been made on quite the unstable ground. Please lend us your ear for a minute, Inquisitor. I am Amiya, leader of Rhodes Island. Yes, I am aware of Iberia's closed border situation. I felt hope swelling within me as Amiya began with confidence, unlike Sinclair. Alas, it was short-lived. Thanks to the Inquisitor's quick retort, I couldn't help but place my palm against my forehead at the exchange that followed. Oh, so not only are we dealing with outsiders' dubious origin, we have illegal entry as well. We had to, because the issue demands urgency and, I've been briefed, brazenly crossed the border, didn't you? I don't know how urgent the issue could be, but I doubt it's anything more significant than the situation at hand for Iberia and its Inquisition. The High Inquisitor is handling the Rhodes Island issue. Stay put and await the consequences while he and that chatty med doctor of yours talk it out. Do you know that your treatment may depend on their negotiation skills? So it's like Iberia, location in Arknights or something. As for the village chief, I understand that you have the right to arrest him, as he is a fugitive who has fled in the middle of an interrogation and has been sailing from the pirates. However, it is an inhuman treatment to arrest the rest of the villagers as well. Inhumane. This skull the water. Okay. Inhumane. Let's say Arknights, Iberia. Oh, it is a location. Is a Terran country, theocratic kingdom located on a band of peninsulas and flooded islands found on the southern coastlines of Terran continent, located close to Laterano and Victoria. Oh my god. It's so the Inquisitor is Irene. Look, it's literally her. Inhumane. This decision is well within the rights bestowed upon the Inquisition. They've lived for years right next to that highly suspicious ager. The Inquisition must investigate the rest of them as well to verify whether they have committed any acts of treason against our laws. It's really weird though, you know, the collab reasons are going to be, oh yeah, we got through a dimensional rift, and that's actual canon that happens in Limbus Company, since it's happened before. This isn't going anywhere, is it? Listen, they've been surviving for years upon years by the coast without the protection of the Inquisition, and that simply cannot make sense. Alright, I think I've heard enough from you. Isn't it funny how you're blaming them for what is essentially a failure of your responsibilities? Now you roll up in here only to go, they shouldn't be alive, I'm arresting them all? What are you saying? These people should all be dead or something? I am. There's no other way to cut it. People simply shouldn't be able to survive in a place like this. Not for this long. The Inquisitor's reply only seemed to fan Heathcliff's wrath as he lifted his bat and began striding forward. That's it. Last, if you ever so much as touch the tip of a single villager's hair, please calm yourself, Heathcliff. But Honglu stepped in between them. Get your bloody hands off me. I've had enough of her. Continue to threaten her will cause something irrevocably bad to happen. I believe you know that yourself, Heathcliff. What do you suggest then? We're clearly not making any progress by trying to talk this out. Excuse me, Miss Inquisitor, what do you mean that people shouldn't be able to survive in a place like this? I mean it literally. Even by some miracle that they actually do survive, they should at least be suffering from endless hunger, struggling to their wits' end at the inevitability of the calamity. But they look too healthy. The heck? Then shouldn't you be applauding them for managing to survive through so much hardship? I'm an Inquisitor. I'm not some crazy person on a power high who goes around costing and arresting civilians of Iberia straight to the gallows, okay? I have more than enough probable cause to take them in for interrogation. It's just that I don't have the time or the energy to explain every single one of them to you outsiders. I promise them a fair judgment, whichever way that may be, after a proper investigation. So stop with this obstruction of justice. Inquisitor brandished her rapier threateningly, her voice shaking with frustration. Dante. What's the full picture of the circumstances? Foss advises against further antagonization of a local political authority. I agree with Foss. I get the feeling that she's the kind of heartless inquisitor that goes around indiscriminately executing incidents like Miss Mayers told us about earlier. I don't think she's anything like the inquisitors of Encore we saw back at Call. They're right. We didn't have the full picture of the circumstances. Getting in the way of an inquisitor who was clearly a rather significant political entity in the area was most likely a bad idea. Isn't the inquisitor's job to answer your questions? Continue to obstruct me then, as the stand-up showing no signs of ending. Miss Mayers, I can answer your questions, so for now, let's do as the inquisitor says. Mayers, who had been hiding behind us ever since we returned to the village, suddenly stepped forward. Yet, what of thy grandfather and the villagers? It's alright. I'm sure this is happening only because the Inquisitor doesn't know. Who's Suitor? Man, I don't know these people. Suitor. Oh, some dude is showing up. I'm pretty sure that's not who it is. Oh, I see. No. We have like someone else. We got Called Seed and some dude. I don't know who the guy is. It's alright. I'm sure this is happening only because the Inquisitor doesn't know. What do you mean you answer the questions? About the profound silence. Mayor's response to Otis was but a single concept. I didn't quite grasp its significance, but it seemed to surprise the Inquisitor. That's what they called the calamity that destroyed Iberia. Let's see, where's... I think it's the one. We have Milinar, however you say his name. He shows up. Don't call them bitches, bro. You're gonna get jinxed again. I have no idea. I'm just using them because they have like the event bonus.
사건을 끝내러 가볼까?
It doesn't really even matter if the eagles are good or not, because at the end of the day, you're not really using eagles that much. Decades ago, a great wave ravaged Iberia. Eagles are going to be used only for like long battles. It wasn't long before the Seaborns carried by the waves diminished Iberia's brilliant civilization to this. The waves, the profound silence, then must have reduced the village to its current state as well. No, they're like noble phantasms. Yeah, there's been 3. But no, eagles are like noble phantasms, and like, but like you know, because like a noble phantasm, it takes but it takes some time to charge up because there's no battery. Is there any reason it's called a profound silence? It doesn't seem to be the most appropriate moniker for a calamity like that. It's because the sea went dead silent before the waves came. The silence that then claimed ships out at the sea, then the seas of Iberia, then the Iberians. No one could say a word in the face of the ineffable calamity. What are you? No average Iberian citizen should be privy to any of the information you're sharing. And the Church of the Deep is really capitalizing on the pandemonium that followed the profound silence. They pretend to be Asia from the sea, delude the citizenry of Iberia, and are sowing chaos in our lands. So that's why they're arresting the Asia left and right. I can see the thought process, but huh? So it's understandable why the Inquisitor would want to arrest us. Dante. This isn't good. Sharing that seems to have been some kind of taboo-like thing for the Inquisition. The Inquisitor wordlessly stared at Mayers. Her eyes were filled with traces of anger and confusion, but... So you're saying you don't like the Arknights characters in Limbus showing up in Limbus Company? Okay. That you can blame them for every time Foss doesn't show up. It's all Arknights' fault. They're taking up all the screen time. Her eyes are filled with traces of anger and confusion, but she's afraid. It's Amia's fault you don't get to see Foss. There was a fear in the face of a threat. It's Amia's fault you don't get to see Suitor. Not the fear of the terrified. No, it's the fear of someone who's suddenly confronted with something they must destroy. It's Irene's fault you don't get to see Siege. The High Inquisitor once told me that should I come across an Asia who knows too much, there's a sliver of chance that they may be an assistance to Iberia. So sees Howard threatening the innocent with the brandishing of the firearm, but most are seduced by the allure of the sea. Thus, they are with little doubt our foes. Alright, sounds good. I'll just be doing combat anyways. I got a bad feeling about this. Get on my way, outsider. Final warning. Run! Quick on the uptake as always. Rhodia slung Mayers over her shoulder and ran past the villagers. While the sinners scattered in all directions to distract the Inquisitor. The Inquisitor draws her firearm. In the midst of all that action, Don Quixote rushed toward the Inquisitor without a moment's hesitation. Don Quixote! Thou shalt go no further. I, a fixer of justice, shall abide by, as thou persecute them. Forsooth, 'tis a battle delayed, not avoided. This clash is inevitable. In that moment of crisis, seconds before, this could irrevocably make us a new enemy. Is this Calcite? Oh, it is. Fucking war farming. A large obsidian crystallization in the shape of a monster burst forth between the two of them. Who is it this time? That's enough useless bickering. Dr. Calcite. Do you know her? Yes, she's Dr. Calcite, Rhodes Island Medical Departments. Ah, Dr. Calcite, behind you. Shoot first, talk later, is it? The negotiations are over. From this moment onward, Rhode Island is now operating within legal capacity on Iberian territory under the Inquisition's authorization. The Inquisitor fired a blast of that firearm-looking weapon, but the monster summoned by Calcite managed to deflect it, and the cannonball thrown from the weapon punched clean through the window wall of the building we stayed the night in, before punching through several other buildings behind it. That was enough to instantly freeze the sinners and the villagers on the spot. That penetrated a building. Though their walls may be weaker than the head standard for what counts as a building's exterior wall, to punch through so many is... Pfft, what a precise point it makes. Now's not the time to stand around impressed. It's a violation of taboo to have that much penetrative power in a firearm. We're not in the city. Don't lose your heads over this. Taboos don't apply here. Teyvat has their own laws. My head knows that to be true, yet my heart finds it difficult to be still. That is enough of that discussion for now. It is advisable that we carefully observe and grasp the situation at hand, instead of deliberating on a taboo that jurisdiction which does not reach this far. Yeah, so the situation's gone slightly better, right? If she's Amiya's friend, she's our ally. Besides, she's got some super powerful looking prosthetic ear looking thing too. Is that what you think? I apologize for the disappointment, but I am not on anyone's side. In other words, your particular denomination ally might not be entirely correct. However, if I must define my allegiance, then let me inform you the closest label would be that I am Inquisitor Irene's ally. Dr. Calcite, Amiya, outsiders, as much as you like to deny it, the Inquisitor's suspicions are true. While you said that the process by which she reached the conclusion was unfair, the conclusion itself, without a doubt, correct. So they are actually connected to the Church of the Deep? That is one way to put it. To be more precise, they aren't connected to the Church of the Deep. They are the Church of the Deep. Perhaps the village itself is a dilapidated church of their congregation. A village, a church. Just look at our buildings. Where would we even congregate? Your thoughts, boss? There are not many resources by which we may analyze the decision. However, the fact that Amiya's colleague has made the same argument as the Inquisitor brings the accused's defense to question. Yet I can hardly believe that young Mayers is lying to us. Hold on. You've been chatting planet with the Inquisition or whatever. How do we know you weren't lying to them the whole time? I see. You really are all entirely in the dark. An unexpected outcome, given that all you may be from a place far beyond the dimensional door. As fortune should have it, there is no need for you to know it anyway. Truth is truth unchanging. While the acceptance from an errant group of outsiders. Besides, soon... I'm sorry. It seems that we admired you in this trouble. Say no such thing. We shall not abide by it, as once such injustice is perpetrated before our eyes. The village has already been identified by the Inquisition, and the Inquisition has even brought in an ally. It seems quite unlikely that the words shall resolve this conflict. But we promise you, we will take responsibility for what is done. We have benefited far too much from your warmth and kindness not to do so. The village chief, with a benevolent look, pulls a dagger from his cloth, and I immediately knew what Kelsey was about to say. Take responsibility? You don't have to go that Blimey! We are now departing for the sea. Yes, we cannot bring ourselves to leave you here. I must ask you to join us for this journey. Become our bloodkin. What are you doing? Stop! Don't anticipate it, or perhaps I was simply in denial of the rising dread. Ambush did not end there. Damn it, the Inquisitor was right. The villagers suddenly began shanking the sinners with weapons they had concealed in their clothes. And it seems that they were coming for me as well. Amiya, on your left! Amiya materials like black ribbon-like apparition, parrying away the dagger flying in my direction. But another villager rushed in, taking advantage of the opening. The charging villager's back made a visceral, crunchy noise. Someone flung them away. Didn't mean to be this late. Scotty, let me catch you up to speed. I know the situation. This fishy smell was what I went to investigate earlier. What about the sinners? Unlike Ami and I, who managed to fight the initial ambush, the sinners weren't doing so well. At least we had a silver lining in that the Inquisition Kelties' quick understanding of the situation and subsequent retaliation led the villagers away from the sinners. How? I didn't notice any hostility or aggression. What an odd thing to say. Why would we hold any animosity against you? Why would we intend to kill you? We're not trying to hurt you. We're simply trying to give you a form better suited for the sea. Until we were obstructed. I apologize for our unfamiliarity has caused you trouble, Inquisitor. I won't make a big thing about what happened. What's truly unforgivable is that the heretics tried to take advantage of the ignorance of outsiders to flee the Inquisition. And even if you are outsiders, any lives lost on Iberian soil are my responsibility. It's my fault. I'm sorry it came to this. Wait, lives lost? We're still alive, you know. We can shake off a stab wound like... This is the most unfortunate, outsider. Huh? What? Your friends are either going to die or turn to seaborns. The daggers that stabbed them were laced with the flesh of sea terrors. Once that happens, most dies, and most survivors become overwritten by their cells, becoming nothing more than another sea monster. What? That's not a very big deal. Remember Slosh Mail? Everyone's acting like this was it for the sinners, but hey, I should be able to deal with this by turning the clock. It's not that bad. My only concern was that I didn't know what would happen if I tried to bring them back after they're fully transferred to Seaborns. The Golden Bow helped deal with the whale's palidification effects, but I had no idea how it would interact with Seaborn transformation. We should just kill them before they turn. I know this must be very hard for you, but for... What? Sorry to bother you with this, but can you kill my friends? Preferably in the least painful way, you know... Oh, sorry. Was that last part kind of too much to ask? Wait, don't give up already. If we bring them to Rose Island, we should be able to do something to help them. How should I explain this? Can you... Dante, I know what you mean. I just can't right now. My strength has rapidly deteriorated since the ambush. It's kind of tingly too, so maybe they use some kind of paralytic cocktail? Just trust me this one time. I can assure you that I'm not just giving up on them. But, I mean, can you understand the outsider speech? Yes, it's just that you're making a pretty difficult request. They want me to kill all their friends before they transform into Seaborns. Okay. Thanks, Scotty. We're so back. And before we knew it, Scotty had already decapitated sinners, none of whom resisted. Anya seemed to have been taken aback by how fast Scotty jumped into action. What are you doing? Scotty! Don't let this spook you. This is just how we roll. The clock turns. The decapitated heads creep toward the headless torsos, connecting with the threads of blood. The sensation is that of reversal. It feels as though the sinners and I are severed from the rest of the world, rewinding in isolation. Is this rewinding us going back in time, or redefining the concept itself? This pain is multifold worse than the sensation of a straightforward decapitation. The pain is in the heart. As the current of death reverses, I sense a deep, crushing isolation. The runes are disappearing. Resurrection, metempsychosis, or time reversal. Puzzling, I have no knowledge with which to interpret this technology. The cost seems to be that the pain is transferred to the one who rewinds. But that seems too small a price for such great power, though the discussion of whether this can be categorized as power should be explored later. I couldn't stop shaking. All my limbs were trembling from the icy solitude. Still, I took a moment to collect myself and order the sinners. I don't know what they were just thinking, but we should be able to find out once we take them down. Don Quixote, holy shit. She is ready for battle. You dare deceive the executive manager and try to take their life? Prepare thyself, for thou shalt now pay the price for making a mockery of justice. Yeah, we can't just let this slide, you know. Where the folks? Oh, there she is. How unfortunate. I had high hopes that all of you would become fine bloodkins. Yeah, the weekly farming spoiled that this dude's the bad guy. Let's see if we can use any like Arknight egos.
말로 받아내라. 저 해충들을 도려내. 물론코. 꺾고 제쳐라.
승객이 딱콩 한 방 먹였어.
길을 열어라.
Which one should we use?
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요. 틈을 끊어.
There's like 4 of them to use.
말할 것 없이 100점 만점입니다, 아가씨.
이런 것쯤이야. 눈 감고도 해.
Alright, we'll use Boss then.
물론코. 꺾고 제쳐라.
괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
Foss, Honglu, Gregor, and Ishmael have them. And Foss has Kaltseat, so we will use her.
저대로 돌려보낼 생각은 아니시죠? 확실히 처리해야 합니다.
So let's see. I need 1 yellow.
시간 끌 것 없이
시비수에게 명한다.
모조리
이 앞에
지워버리죠.
숨쉬는 자나 누구 하나 살려보내지 마라.
무용하군요.
이제야 실력을 좀 내시네요. 평소에도 이러면 얼마나 좋습니까?
마음 놓고 열어젖히고
Ishmael has Scotty. Gregor has Lunar. You said you don't know who that is. Let's check who Honglu has.
무상한 목숨. 불끈을 지원할 뿐.
명에 따라 홍원을 지켜라.
적들이 치명상을 입은 상태네. 자, 다들 팔 걷어 붙이고 저들이 편하게 잠들 수 있도록 침대볼을 깔아주자고.
Honglu has Ling. I don't know if you know who that is.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 지워버리죠. 아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
Alright, Foss summons Kelsey, who summons Monster.
무난히 승리하실 수 있을 겁니다, 아가씨.
이쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
해냈구나. 나라도 그랬을 거야.
Let's see. What does Honglu need? Blues. Ishmael needs light blues and blue.
불가 위약 막아내지 못하리.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
敵に変化が見られます。
친히 목을 떨궈주마.
적들이 저녁만 찬 냄새를 맡아버린 손님들처럼 비틀거리고 있네. 한 접시 근사하게 먹여줄까? 좋아. 적들이 싫어하는 음식이 뭐였는지 정확히 간파했네. 한눈 팔지 마세요. 메마른 당신에게 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
운명의 기운이 공명하는 것 같아. 그 공격을 선택한 건 좋았던 것 같네.
He needs a red and a blue.
일기당천.
Oh my god, he became the Musume.
얼마든지 꺾어제.
Or Musuko. Musuko, yeah.
옳다.
자, 악당 퇴치 성공. 오늘도 정말 멋진 활약이었어. 내일도 꼭 불러주기야. 세상이 평화.
Does he also have the long D?
근데
Oh, now I get this like hard ass image on my loading screen. Wait, I think they're heading to. He's running himself to a dead end. Are they seeking refuge at sea? Wait, that's where the ship is. That's where they're headed. They're trying to board the vessel Massas. Wait, but we never told them the ship was repaired, so how? It's not obvious. The whole village is in on it. And today's surprise that they sent someone to spy on us. Or they know a way to get to the ship floating even in its broken state. Vessel Massas? Vessel Rebellion de la Massas. That ship is moored at a port in that direction. Wait, it can't be. Irene, who was preoccupied battling the rest of the followers of the Church of the Deep who were in hiding, quickly gave chase. But Fabius and the villagers were already aboard a repaired ship, slowly departing the harbor of a horde of sea terrors between us and them. How can a vessel of that size become operational this fast? The exterior, the name, it must have been constructed during the Golden Age of Iberia. But how are we supposed to chase that? What if we built a raft and rode after them? Mate, come on. The sea's full of sea terrors. It won't get very far before it sinks. Do you see something, Amiya? You keep looking that direction. Oh. The vessel Masa soon disappeared into the mist, and the village was left empty with nary a sign of people ever having been there, as though this getaway had all been premeditated, leaving only mares. This is all Amiya's fault.
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다. 의를 바로 세우는 데 일조하였으니
But yeah,
내일은
where is
떳떳이
it?
살아갈 수 있겠군요.
What the fuck? What did I get? Yeah, that's not new. I literally just used that. But yeah, Honglu has this. I don't know who this is.
나는 너무
Boomer doesn't know these new units. Arknight Boomer. No, we're halfway done. Damn it, can't we just take any ship to go after it? It's a research vessel, it can't possibly be very fast. This will be difficult. Even this research vessel, I'm sure it was constructed during the golden age of Iberia. No average ship can keep up with it. Which is a problem, because I doubt we have any ship that can travel at the same speed. We only have a few small vessels left, which are all anchored too far from this location to be feasible options. Do you have any recourse? No, not unless we can identify the exact location of the vessel. You know, it's sort of weird that we're getting, like, those people. Like, is she an operator or something? Because, like, we haven't seen Lunar or Ling yet, but we've seen Irene, but, like, Irene isn't, like, a collab ego, which is a real problem. We can find ourselves a ship to go after them, yes, but most of the eyes of Iberia, the Link lighthouses, were lost during the profound silence. Wait, when you say most, do you mean that there's some left? Just one, as far as I know, the one in Grand Faro, but that lighthouse cannot be used at this moment. There's another. There's a lighthouse you can use. Really? Are you really going to give one of the villagers the benefit of the doubt? Yet young Scotty had already confirmed her to be safe. All I confirm is whether she's a Seaborn or not. Can't know if she's a cultist. 'Tis true, yet once we saw the mayor's was left all on her own, we decided to have her accompany us at all times and keep her within Irene's eye shot. We couldn't possibly blame her for what had happened, given Scotty's confirmation that she doesn't have anything to do with the sea monsters. Besides, they'd all left her behind. But Irene still seemed to harbor a bit of suspicion. The problem with the Ager is that she simply knows too much. Where could she possibly have gained access to all that information? See, she can't even answer that question. But let's think about it this way. What if we were to ask her what we don't know? The location of that lighthouse, for example. They're ticking rapidly. What did they say? Dante says that we should approach it differently and ask her what we don't know, like the location of the lighthouse. That seems like a reasonable suggestion to me. Or does the Inquisitor have an alternative solution to this conundrum? No, but fine, let's hear it. I want to interrogate you about how you have access to things that even us Inquisitors don't know, at least not right now. Faro Morto, Dead Lighthouse. That's our village name. Somewhere a little ways off from the coastline, there's an intact eye of Iberia on the sea, though it was almost destroyed when the profound silence swept through. Off the coastline? Is it not connected to the land? I think it used to be, until it sank. We should be able to procure ourselves enough wooden material from the village to build a raft. Isn't near enough for a raft to be the means of access? The weather is not great today, but it should do. It's not very far from the coast. Even you're going to trust the Ager? I don't see why I shouldn't. I understand that Iberian mistrust of the Ager is quite profound, yet such sentiments hollow to the rest of us. Inquisitor Irene, what did you feel when you saw the Rhodes Island operator? We were talking about the cultist, nothing in particular, other than a slight annoyance when she accused me of being inhumane. So you didn't harbor any hostility nor disgust, not that you would have felt any sympathy or empathy either. I thought I have no history of feelings for or against the Ager. Such must be the same for the outsiders. What's she on about? She is conveying that, in matters in regards to mayors, our opinions are more objective than Irene's. Finding the vessel Fabius commandeered will be of benefit to all. Limbus Company will gain an opportunity to return to the city via the dimensional door, while Rhodes Island will have the chance to study it at a closer proximity. And the Inquisition will gain possession of the vessel in which the technology from the Iberian Golden Age is contained. What? You're going to just hand that over to the Inquisition? Why should we covet what was once Iberia's? While there are certainly are aspects to that vessel that draw interest, I already have a state-of-the-art masterpiece known as Mephistopheles. As long as that can be guaranteed, I see no reason to refuse. Irene eventually agreed to put her trust in mayors. We're in luck, executive manager. It is quite fortunate that our intense interests aligned exactly with that of the first strangers we encountered on a strange island. Lucky is right. Imagine if we were back in the city. It would have taken them like 3-4 free distortion hunts for us to come to this agreement. Sorry about having to saddle with you, Miss Mayors. Please lead us to the lighthouse. Okay, happily. So when you said almost destroyed, how almost destroyed is it? I heard that the light faded from the lighthouse a long time ago, but the shape still stands. At least it was when I saw it a few months ago. The lighthouse in an inoperable state. We were going to need an expert technician to get it back in working order. The technology it's based on is completely divorced from the popular application of originium technology. So I doubt there's anyone out there who can work it anymore. Then you don't need to worry about that. Here we have an engineer and a researcher who are geniuses even among those in the city, so we should be able to manage most mechanical failures. Today is just revelation after revelation, huh? I can vouch for the Limbus company's skill. I can also work on the simpler tasks. I've learned a thing or two helping out Gramps. Stuff about the lighthouse or various tech stuff. Well, then should we all head to the lighthouse together? No, I'll be leaving the group for a moment. Amiya will accompany you instead. What? After all that, you're just going off on your own. Yes, to join the doctor. It's imperative for the successful execution of this mission. Of course, that hinges on Amiya and Scotty remaining behind here to assist the rest of you. Thus, I'll leave it the rest of you to take the Iberia, the lighthouse back. Wait, what do you mean, take back the lighthouse? Is there someone or something out there that's taking over the lighthouse called the Iberia? A likely such position. Amiya, what did the manager of the Limbus company say? They're asking if the lighthouse has been taken over by something. Not a bad intuition. Yes, there's a high likelihood that the structure has already been overrun by sea terrors. I don't know about overrun, but I've encountered them a few times when we approached it too closely. Normally, this is hard enough personnel to attempt to raid on the lighthouse, but consider this. Are there any limitations to the revival? There are no restrictions as long as Dante, the manager, survives. However, do note that battle efficiency depreciates when prolonged battle due to the mounting mental stress on the manager. No need to change the plan then. Amiya, use this communicator to alert me as soon as you are able to identify the coordinates of the vessel from the lighthouse. If luck would have it, we should be able to reduce the time it takes to complete the retrieval mission. Okay, as long as you're not taking everyone with you. If it's just her who's leaving, then go ahead. I think we should be fine too. Then let us commence mission. Vessel Masa's retrieval. Righto. Step 1 of the plan was the raft, right? Let's get on with it. It's done. Let's go. What? Why are you looking at us like that? Is there something bothering you? Must you ask? Just look at how proactive and quick she is to jump to action. Certainly lives up to the image of an employee working for a large corporation. Thanks, Otis, for that charitable view, I guess. Thanks to Scotty, who had already finished the first step of the plan, we were able to move on to step 2 immediately. So much reading. I think, like, you need to drink, like, a lot of water or something when you, like, fucking talk a lot. Holy shit. I always have to like plan these fucking Limbus ones out because I was like, I know I'm gonna be sitting on my ass just reading for the whole night. After a while, carefully sailing on Scotty's raft along the coastal cliffs, a gargantuan shrouded lighthouse emerged from the thick mists. Nika is a lot easier in that regard because there's actual voice acting in those games that are in English. I have Iberia. Even in its dilapidated ruined state, touches that are once monumental and sensitive are apparent on the exterior construction of the lighthouse. Some even call these lighthouse guardians of Iberia. It retains the grandeur of the era as it was built during its golden age. You really know everything, don't you? It is as she said, but now these lighthouses are nothing but graveyards of countless inquisitors and soldiers of the Pinel Battalion. No one who attempted to retrieve a lighthouse has ever survived the expedition. Can you please not say scary stuff like that? Miss Irene, we are literally about to walk into one. Don't you ever quit chirping? What are you, a foul beast? Stop yapping in my ear. Why is this one such a coward unlike the rest of you outsiders? I'm not a coward, I'm just voicing my... She did just say some pretty concerning stuff. How long do you think the repairs will take? Its exterior is rather heavily damaged. However, from what is visible from the outside, its interior is still quite intact. With Miss Faust's expertise, it should not take very long. Isang suggested with a smile, but Faust maintained her silence for the entire journey to the lighthouse. Then said something pretty concerning in response. Of course, my wit remains unmarred, even in such uncertainties. The currents are pretty wild. Someone's going to have to stay behind and keep an eye on the raft. We can't just leave it here unattended, but I don't know if we can carry it either. I'll stay here and protect the ship. You sure you can handle this alone? I know you're strong, but maybe 1 or 2 more people should stay behind just in case. No, don't need them. Sea terrors will turn to island if I go with you anyway, so this has nothing to do with you. So what she's trying to say is that she's worried about you not having enough people to take on the lighthouse when she can handle this area alone, which is why she's okay with staying behind alone. Huh, thanks for explaining. Some people just can't help but hop through an extra hoop, I guess. Well then, let's trust her. We'll be back, Scotty. Luckily, we didn't run into sea terrors on our ways to the lighthouse gates. The problem was that the gates were bound shut by strange blue tissues. Reminds me of the L Corp branch back at U Corp, though that one was white. I don't think I could do anything to force it open myself, so guys, can you probably open this door? Oh, move over. I'll pull from the right side, you grab the left, and we'll all pull together at 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Huh? Something's off here. What are you doing? The door is firmly secured in place. The flesh tissue regenerates almost as soon as it is formed. Perhaps you will need to tap into a wilder form of art to get this opened. Well, what now? This flesh tissue seems to this strange flesh tissue growing on the gates of sea terror reacts to the lamp, but it's grown too much to be affected by it in any meaningful capacity. Scotty might be able to open this door of her incredible strength, but should I go fetch her? But I think she's already fighting out the sea terrors from sinking the raft. So we're all on our own. Maybe there's an identity card or ego I could use to get through this. So which one? Huh? This sounds pondering a familiar question. A faint black glow came into view, then devoured my sight. It's no intuition or inspiration. It's different from those sudden flashes of realization, and it's not the star of the day that I think of them from time to time. It's not the horrible door that I see every time I turn the clock either. The formless and black space in which I am not permitted to see, a faint noise, a whisper, cuts through it. And through that opening, I see light. I reach out to the opening and see Scotty, born from a very, very warm gaze. Scotty? Powerful imagery crashes onto me like the waves. Scotty, the staggering dancer, wielding a blade. Scotty, who flaunts her flowing locks. And Scotty, the singer, humming in a low voice. Beyond the fringes of cognition, Scotty's existence has become engraved. The sinner who can wrestle and control his oceanic tidal power is... Dante, are you alright? I'm good. I don't think that we'll need to send for Scotty. Huh? What? Hey Ishmael, I've never used his ego before, but I need you to trust me and accept it. What, an ego? I nod quietly. Well, it's not like we ever get to have a practice run with those ego. Whatever it is, seems to me our manager's found a solution. Her confusion is short-lived. She lets out a carefree laughter before stepping forward, boldly twirling her mace once. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? Get corroded? Whoa!
한눈 팔지 마세요. 내 말은 당신에게 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
Cracks on the lighthouse are growing. I think she destroyed the door instead of opening it. Sorry, I didn't think it'd be this strong. Well, the door's open. What are we waiting for? No, I mean, what was the part where you... What, the part where I suddenly changed to a different outfit and equipped a different personality? Yes, that. And this is most fascinating. Then ego could be drawn here in lieu of the mirror of Mephistopheles. I think I connected to Amiya's subconscious mind. There was this strange unfamiliar light, and I saw Amiya's emotions attached to her memories and experiences, so I just reached out to them. My subconscious mind. I just had this feeling that it would work. Sorry about peeping about asking first, but I didn't see anything other than thinking about Scotty. All I needed were memories and emotions that can be used to understand the being that is Scotty. It's okay. I also have the experience of gaining power from others' memories and emotions to overcome difficulties, situations. Maybe that's how you were able to draw something from me as well, Dante. That is the most appropriate assumption, especially in a situation in which delving into its principles is impossible. So that's called ego. Verily, of course, Limbus Company's ego is quite distinguished from the other kind of ego which are bloomed from within itself. That's enough. No further information is to be divulged to outsiders. Yeah, that's not what young Miss Mears and young Amiya learned with this. I agree with that fool design. The Inquisitor used an artillery projectile that penetrates the outer wall, several of them, in fact, of a building, and the head did not pursue her following that breach of taboo. This is clearly not the city. It'd be better to let her talk her heart out than to hear her moan and whine about not being able to talk, not be able to say anything. I'm convinced. Do as you will, then. Faust's reply sounded almost sulking, but Don Quixote immediately began to expound upon the ego to Irina Mayers anyway. But everyone was too busy to pay attention to her as the wet slithering noise from a distance had put everyone on edge. Can we do that later? We've got some cleaning up to do. So there were some more sea terrors past the door. I think any sea terrors from the sea are all converging around Scotty, which means our only roadblocks to sea terrors still linger around the lighthouse. Let's go. Let's take this lighthouse back. Oh my goodness, I've been sitting for so long, my back hurts.
囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が
고작 이 정도 탕류의 어덕이나 넌 푸름을 틔울 수
방금
없겠어.
멋졌어. 너희들의 사랑의 힘이, 빛의 힘이 저 어둡고 악한 아르카나들을 뒤흔들었어. 이대로면 승리도 시간 문제겠지? 우와, 사람도 깜짝.
헤어내리.
시비수에게 명한다. 이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 말로 받아내라.
좋아. 알맞게 먼지 덩어리를 털어냈네.
저 해충들을
그러니까
도려내.
광을 내볼 차례겠지.
물 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
방금의 움직임 두말할 것 없이 100점 만점입니다, 아가씨.
That's so cool. This stupid like combo attack he gets to do.
앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
차포잡이라. 예상한 것보다 움직임이 더 좋구나. 불쌍하게 울부짖는군.
제압 개체에게 큰 피해를 준 것 같아. 교육팀의 직원다운 완벽한 공격이었어.
불가 위압. 막아내지 못하리.
단번에 우위를 점하셨군요. 이 기세라면 이번 대련도 무난히 승리하실 수 있을 겁니다, 아가씨.
깔끔하게 물었군.
적들이 치명상을 입은 상태네. 자, 다들 팔 걷어 붙이고 저들이 편하게 잠들 수 있도록 침대볼을 깔아주자고.
What? I thought I clicked it.
일기당천. 하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
적들이 저녁 만찬 냄새를 맡아버린 손님들처럼 비틀거리고 있네. 한 접시 근사하게 먹여줄까? 적에게 치명상을 입혔군요. 관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠. 저는 언제나
불쌍하게
옳은
울부짖는.
말만 한답니다.
엘리트 오페레이터 하나미の腕前です。
So we can do the Ling one now.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 지워버리죠.
흐릿한 등화, 곱게 접은 종이에 번졌으니 식구의 한획, 용이 되어 빈 벼로에 남았구나.
効果的な攻撃でした。
틈을 끊어.
해냈구나. 나라도 그랬을 거야.
불쌍하게 울부짖는군.
무상한 목숨. 불끄득 지원해.
대성공이야. 칼은 신나. 노래 부를까? 조금만 더 힘내자. 이제 정말 개체의 제압까지 얼마 남지 않았어.
I think this is it.
넘고 셋 넘고 무수히 넘고 얼마든지
I can only handle so much Limbus battling.
아시다면 능히 그리할 수 있어.
Maybe
그대로 지원할 뿐.
continue again tomorrow. There's supposed to be like a fucking long ass dungeon too.
했을 거야.
목을
다음엔
떨궈주마.
좀 더 신경 써보자.
We'll see. We'll see. Resident sleeper.
운명의 기운이 공명하는 것 같아. 그 공격을 선택한 건 좋았던 것 같네.
This battle system is so atrocious. I don't know what they're thinking making this.
효율적인 대처로
I fucking
개체를
hate it.
꿰뚫었습니다.
겹겹의
참고로
주문
기계는 입에 발린
뚫어보이겠어.
말단이
I'm never gonna
실패하지
hit this
않아요.
red one. How many more left?
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 지워버리죠. 물렁하군요.
마음 놓고 열어젖히고
이제
승객이
끝내지.
딱콩 한 방 먹였어.
But at the same time, I feel like we're almost done with the fucking event.
このまま行けば
Um,
敵を食い止められます。
I'm in pickle, the McPickle Pounder.
불가 위압 막아내지 못하리.
이 파도 속에서 움직일 수 있는 오직 나다.
You know, while they're battling, a lot of people are actually really upset about this event because it canceled a lot of the usual seasonal stuff that happens in Limbus Company for a collab.
그래서 어쩌라는 거지?
I think the Railway refraction got delayed or canceled. The usual interlude events got not made in place of this collab. There's also the shit drop rates for the egos. A lot of stuff people are upset about.
모험하군.
Also, you had to gotcha for the egos.
어차피 이미 이길 거라고
일기당천.
확신하고 있으실
You couldn't dispense them like you could with everything else.
무슨 술수래?
우리가 우세한 상황이야. 그렇다고 비스킷을 꺼내 먹으면서 싸우려는 얘기는 아니었는데.
완벽한 승리 축하드립니다, 아가씨. 이 정도의 성과라면 4대 가문의 자제들도 인정할 수밖에 없을 겁니다.
좋은 수업 덕분이지. 배운 게 많았어.
또 한 줄 길을 담.
I got some energy. I'll just do those. Speaking of dispensing, there's a new Foss, by the way. I think she kills herself. I don't know where it says it, but I know there are like memes about it. And that's the standard banner. Okay, okay. This is the season 6 stuff.
나는 너무
I want to see if I can like grab those. Guess not. Alright, back to the Limbussy. More combat.
야음을 틈타.
Let me see if I can find it. There's a fucking meme for it.
승객들, 뭔가 기분 좋은 일이라도 있었던 거야?
일기당일에게 명한다. 이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 누구 하나 살려보내지 마라.
대성공이야. 가론 신나. 노래 부를까?
무상한 목숨. 불끈은 지원의 뿐.
방금 공격. 다음에 다른 개체에게도 다시 해봐줄래? 영상을 남기면
I'm pretty sure I sent this. Well, I'll send again.
하나 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
방금 멋졌어. 너희들의 사랑의 힘이 빛의 힘이 저 어둡고 악한 아르카나들을 뒤흔들었어. 이대로면 승리도 시간 문제겠지?
Attack on Titan reference.
자, 숨통 끊기.
승객이 딱콩 한 방 먹었어.
깔끔하게 물었군.
차포잡이라. 예상한 것보다 움직임이 더 좋구나.
일기당천. 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나. 바람 불어오는 대로
이제야 실력을 좀 내시네요.
짓밟아라.
평소에도 이러면 얼마나 좋습니까? 아직 죽지 마라. 끝내지.
Me when I'm bored, so I kill myself.
여관에 가면 또 한참을 떠드시겠네.
So true, bestie.
바리에게 해줄 이야기가 또 있군요.
불가 위야. 막아내지 못하리.
Oh yeah, I think I was mentioning earlier when you were like doing dishes. I was like, so I got inspired by seeing all the Sadako stuff. Like, oh, maybe I should do that this year for like, Nico's Halloween outfit. That'll be fun to draw. I'll probably begin it next week.
시도는 좋았어요.
I heard the Sadako in the ring is supposed to be a guy, but
한 야정.
you know,
멈추지 않는 시대에서
all the fan art, it's a very sexy woman with big boobs and gets stuck in the TV screen or something like that. Big ass that gets stuck in the TV screen. That's what all the fan art says.
방금의 움직임 두말할 것 없이 100점 만점입니다, 아가씨.
이런 것쯤이야. 눈 감고도 해.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been like, I don't remember when the last time I drew was. Probably for her birthday. Holy shit, that was July.
한 접시 근사하게
단번에
먹여줄까?
우위를 점하셨군요. 이 기세라면 이번 대련도 무난히 승리하실 수 있을 겁니다.
That's crazy.
저는 공격이네요.
준들을
앞으로도
도려내.
그렇게만 해주세요.
불 넘고 오야.
옳다.
길을 열어.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위
바람
쉽게 하지
불어오는 대로
않아요.
짓밟아라.
I want to watch the ring because just to see Sadako, you know. I always see her in like anime stuff. It's like, oh, I should probably just watch it one of these days.
강호 유람기에서도 이렇게 일이 쉽게 풀린 적이 드물었는데.
강호 유람기라면
대원들이
그자가 진행해주는 탁자 위에서 하는 놀이말이지.
Or maybe at least like a summary video of it so I know what it's about, you know. I'm too like YouTube zoomer pilled now. Can't even fucking watch a movie, you have to watch the summary.
적에게 치명상을 입혔군요. 관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠. 깨우치시게. 저는 언제나 옳은 말만 한답니다.
한눈 팔지 마세요. 메마른 당신에게 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
I mean, like some of these movies I find like the summaries of I do end up watching because oh, this is cool.
제압 개체에게 큰 피해를 준 것 같아. 교육팀의 직원다운 완벽한 공격.
God damn, there's so many fucking enemies here.
불가 위야 막아내지 못하리.
Oh, he's going combo attack.
토끼를 본다. 저 해충들을 도려내라.
틈을 끊어 바로 무용하군요.
묘야.
There it is, the combo.
무용하군요. 이제 깨우치시게.
하나 넘고 둘 넘고.
모험하군.
개체에게 일격을 가하는데 성공했습니다. 샴페인을 가져오기엔 너무 이른 타이밍이긴 하겠지만
쪽일지
이 전투가 성공적으로 끝나면 모두의 희생을 기리며 축배를 드는 것.
I don't even know if Kino fucking plays this game anymore. He used to dick ride this game so hard.
열어젖히고.
Superfly.
그걸로 직원 중 하나의 생체 반응이 사라졌습니다. 앞으로 관리자님이 겪게 될 사소한 것 중 하나에 불과하며 그들 역시 입사했을 때부터 각오하던 일이죠.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만. 상담에서 알려준 대로 잘했어. 역시 상담 프로그램을 진행한 건 잘한 일이야.
마음 놓고 열어젖히고.
흐릿한 등화, 곱게 적은 종이에 번졌으니 식구의 한획, 용이 되어 빈 벼로에 남았구나.
I haven't seen her yet, but I saw the merchandise people wear. I'm very excited to meet her. No spoilers.
진퉁투성이네.
개체에게 일격을 가하는데 성공했습니다. 샴페인을
If
가져오.
Iono's so good, why don't they make Iono too? Holy shit.
성공적으로 끝나면 모두의 희생을 기리며 축배를 드는 것도 나쁘지 않겠죠.
승리를 위해서라면
방금의 물리적인 공격은 적절하지 못했습니다. 개체의 정보까지 일일이 읽어드리는 기능을 바라시는지는 미처 몰랐군요.
시간 끌 것 없이
모조리 지워버리죠. 차! 그림자 속으로 가라앉게.
해냈구나. 나라도 그랬을 거야.
진짜 즐거운 시간이.
목을 떨궈주마.
자, 악당 퇴치 성공. 오늘도 정말 멋진 활약이었어.
They both speak romance languages.
세상이 평화로워지는 건 기쁜 거야.
Do you want the Latina girl or the French girl? Or not Latina, Spanish girl or the French girl?
또 한 줄 길을 남겼군.
Oh, that's another one.
핏물진
We're almost done.
세월이
Let's
지나면
see. I can grab this.
홍우는 그제야 알게 되겠지. 이 홍로가 무얼 바꿔
만국된 직선을 직선으로 질주하겠어.
There were more sea terrors than we expected near the lighthouse, but thanks to Irene's lamp, the light of which paralyzed their nervous systems, paired with the rather narrow passageways, we were able to handle them without much trouble. I have the INL profile picture. I didn't get, I wasn't able to buy it, but like they have like a default setting for it, so I've been using that. Also, as the control room was unlike the exterior wall, mostly undamaged, Foss shared the good news that the repairs most likely won't take very long. Isong was right. Fortunately, the inside is barely damaged. How are you progressing, Miss Foss? It is almost complete. We best prepare to leave. An hour radioed the doctor. Let's sack! A tremor shakes the building with a loud boom, and debris begins to fall from the ceiling. The lighthouse's precarious floor suddenly collapses from the shock. Ah, the floor's giving way! What's going on out there? Something rammed against the eye of Iberia. I see. Aught shattering through the ocean's surface. The sheer explosive force through turning water into mist. It is charging at us once again. As Isong noted, I saw the shadow of a dark figure through the ruptured outer wall of the lighthouse, charging ferociously at the ruined structure. The figure looked a lot like one of those knights of the city's western region Don Quixote would talk at length about. The lighthouse might crumble at this rate. Then we have no choice. We have to stop whatever's out there. Foss, stay here. The rest of us will descend the lighthouse and... The lighthouse is almost fully functional. It only takes some finishing touches to have its light shine again, which I can handle, so I'll stay behind. Seems entirely unnecessary to leave the rest to you. I would rather leave it to Foss, who is an expert. I've read about that seaborn before. The fables and legends say that he is the last knight, and if those stories have any grain of truth in them, you're going to need all the hands on deck to even have a chance at stalling it. You better prepare for a few days of interrogations once I bring you into the Inquisition. Your decision, Executive Manager. All hands on deck. Leave the lighthouse to mayors. We have to put a stop to that night somehow. Waves crest high and violent behind the spear-wielding knight. What the fuck is this guy? Is this guy in Arknights? We have to protect the already precarious lighthouse against the night. The knight begins to charge at us, his steed splitting the very sea, and I instinctively know that this isn't going to be easy. There's all this like stuff I don't even know it's Arknights or not. One day, wheat grains he planted did not sprout. One day he stopped feeling the scent of life between his breasts. Thus he rises against the currents, hunting after ways. He seeks the ways, reproaches them, and eventually brings about their destruction. Faint memories have blinked through Amiya's fathoms, flashed briefly before my eyes, and the seaborn knight wields his great lance against surface sea terrors. He shudders as though with repulsiveness, but he does not stop. You obstruct progress and cover the lands. That is impermissible. This is land. Oh, sorry.
Oh wait, I forgot about the black guy, right? The fat black guy, right?
Give me a moment. Alright, back. Knowing the sea terrorists don't necessarily seem to be on the same side, perhaps diplomacy may be a viable solution here. Overcome the bellowing roar and try to talk to the knight. Failed the coin flip. Check pass. We are not to see, we are not its ways. The knight's great lance falters without doubt. Waves are the only things that hold any meaning for him.
아는 것을 모른 채 할 순 없으니.
So he's weaker now.
대연일이
행색이 이상하나 그럼에도 이상이여 내가 맞소.
무상은
내가
없음.
아시의 이상을 함께 줬던 호위
불끈한 지원이요.
이상이여.
틈을 끊어.
I don't remember fighting this guy in the dungeon.
숨통 끊기. 차!
適した攻撃でなくとも最善の選択だったはずです。
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고. 토끼, 저 해충들을 도려내라.
잠깐만 기다려라.
무슨 술수를
물러나라. 네 목숨은 아직 따로 쓸 적을 물었던 너의 쓸모를 보여라.
何か変化が。
12수하고 명한다. 이
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 조금
하나
멀겠지만.
살려주지 마라.
Do I have to actually use like a specific team for this guy? I don't want to do that shit.
기꺼이 죄를 받아들이나이다. 적지 않나.
囚人に致命傷を確認。至急対処お願いします。
This fucking red coin's so bullshit.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고. 토끼를 본다. 저 해충들을 도려내라.
틈을 끊어. 바로
묘여. 길을 열어라.
もっと効果的な方法が。
이날이
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
Sinner's relentless assault upon the night begins to slow. Though we don't have anything in common tonight, cold, cold loneliness rises below, insidious under the faint light. Ari waves a rock in his eyes. To see what's our hems, giving us no time to answer the question. Coin flip fail. Sinner Honolulu's warmth reignites the fire of determination in the rest of the sinners. In that moment, Irene raises her lamp, showering the night with its light. Iberia's flame illuminates our path. Unlike the night, we're not alone, so we do not have to endure the chilling loneliness by ourselves. What the fuck? I was debuffed? Oh, what the hell? That's some bullshit. I was debuffed this entire time.
혈압도 바로.
That's hilarious. Chonky dude, what the fuck?
멀리 지금까지 죽어내.
뜻을 이루기까지 죽음이여 한 번 더 나를 비껴가라. 나무와 함께 베어 넘겨드리죠. 적을 물어 너의 쓸모를 보라.
I'll check that later, Roski.
피로 다스리지.
불가 위약 막아내지 못하리.
이 몸을 온당히 벌하심에 기꺼이 죄를 받아들이나이다.
승부처다.
This freezing thing's some bullshit.
이 천장에 남고 싶었는데.
상념으로 맑은 하늘 가리고 이 한 몸 바쳐 땅으로 모든 피 쏟아내리리. 지나온 길을 생각하면
What the fuck? He died?
이 또한
But he's not supposed to die from that.
길이겠지.
헤어내리.
Oh my god, it's getting frozen. What the fuck?
내가 죽어도
I have to actually play this fucking game.
예전부터 한 번에 되는 일이 없었지. 대관원을 나선 만국된 직선을 직선으로 질주하겠어.
Can't believe it.
아는 것을 모른 채 할 수는
この
없으니
調子が悪くなっているみたいです
행색이 이상하나 그럼에도 이상이여. 내가 맞서. 내가 아시의 이상을 함께 줬던 호위 이상이여.
What the fuck? She was supposed to win that one.
무상한 목숨. 불끄듯 지원할 뿐. 틈을 끊어.
This fucking ice thing is so annoying. What the fuck?
아니, 말씀하십시오. 흑수묘, 뒷박질충.
토끼, 저 해충들을 도려내라.
무슨 술술해.
물러나.
致命傷を確
네
認
목숨은 아직
스킬
따로
탈출
쓸 적을 물어뜯고 너의 쓸모를 보여라. 12세기 명한다.
이 거리면 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
하지 마라.
Fuck.
말로 받아내라. 뭐하고
하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
適した攻撃でなくとも最善の選択だったはずです。
뜻을 이루지.
멀리
나리
지금까지
나를 비껴가라. 적을
시신가 씹어.
물었고 너의 쓸모를
쓰레바.
보여라.
This stupid ice gimmick is so fucking annoying.
이래서는 범인이었던 지난날과
이런 임무는 뱀 중에서도 내가 제일이지.
Freezes all my like fucking units and just for it to like AoE them all. That's some bullshit.
아는 것을 모른 채 할
そ
수는
の調
없으니
子が悪くなっているみたいです。
행색이 이상하나 그럼에도 이상이여. 내가 맞서. 내가 아시의 이상을 함께 줬던 호위 이상이여.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 지워버리죠.
토끼, 저 해충들을 도려내라. 물러나라. 네 목숨은 아직 따로 쓸 적을 물어뜯고 너의 쓸모를 보여라.
何か変化が。
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
12세기 명한다.
이 거리면 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
하지 마라.
하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
敵が来ます。皆さん、戦闘の準備を。
쓰며 뜀박질
Oh my god. Fucking.
말로 받아내라.
This bullshit? Seriously?
저들을 도려내라. 하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
I don't want to like bring in a V team.
이 거리면 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
때로는 검이 문제를 해결해주기도
リンバス
합니다.
カンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
불가 위야. 막아내지 못해.
목을 떨궈주마.
숨통 끊기.
効果的な攻撃でした。
What an annoying fight. Hit the enemy 3 times and you get stunned. Fuck this boss, dude. Oh, look at that. Look at this bullshit.
불가
私たち
위야.
は止まれません。
막아내지
Awesome game design, dude.
테さん、なんだかただならぬ気配を感じます。
What the fuck am I supposed to do here? The knight rides upon the violently winning steed. Lance race skyward. The knight races across the sea, splitting its sea. We won't succeed at this race. Stall, please, even for a second. Irene directs her hand cannon toward the knight. Her aim and will undulates on the same frequency of the waves. We need but a moment to recover. Top of the waves. Go for his legs, not his lance. High-pitched and powerful cry resonates. The knight's steed is sending out a warning for something.
적을 물어뜯고 너의 쓸모를 보여라. 날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어 혈염도 바로 더 몰아쳐라.
숨통 끊기.
이 몸을 온당히 벌하심에 기꺼이 죄를 받아들이나이다.
Man, I got this dude's HP down to 0. Why the fuck did he come back with full health?
혈염도 바로 모아쳐라.
敵が優勢です。状況を今一度把握し直さなければ。
개의치 않고 말씀을.
흑수묘 뒷박질 준비.
토끼를 보내라. 저 해충들을 도려내라.
틈을 끊어.
몸소 보여주지. 어떻게 대관원을 숙청해왔는지.
Doing like no damage. Fucking hell.
위. 잠깐만 기다려라. 진.
囚人に致命傷を確認。至急対処お願いします。
적을
囚人が死
물어뜯고
亡。
너의 쓸모를 보여라.
불가 위야. 막아내지 못하리. 무상한 목숨. 불끈의 지원.
適した攻撃でなくても最善の選択だったはずです。
뭐하고
뭘 위해
이날이
지급자.
동이 될 때까지 이 천장에 남고 싶었는데.
아는 것을 모른 채 할 순 없으니.
I clicked the wrong button? Fuck me, I guess. Arthur gathered to defeat the knight. They must have first gathered there, believing him to be one of them, until they came to realize that the knight is a traitor to the great will. The knight leaps from the surface, but the sea rises violently in response to drag him back down. The waves crash high, gnawing upon the knight, crashing him back down to the water surface. But he leaps once again. The crusting waves as his stepping stones, he longs not to the sea. He stands tall against the great will, his head held high in eternal defiance. The unremittent knight rides across the watery mountain, charges at us. Once, twice, thrice, but unlike the knight in the back streets, the waves don't stop coming. He was always challenged the waves. His ways to do so for eternity. The waves will always shake the sea until the day of the night sinking.
간단한 명령입니다.
적을
囚人が退却でき
너의
ませんでし
쓸모를
た。
보여라.
ダンテさんには囚人を蘇生できる能力がありましたよね。
피로 다스리지.
方法が
친히 목을 떨궈주마. 뜻을 이루기까지 죽으며 한 번 더 나를 비껴가라. 기실 뚫린 골목이여.
味方が優勢です。今こそ勝機をつかむ時です。
당신에겐 제가 어떻게 보일까요? 시간의 태엽 안에 그 답이 있을까요?
Oh, she died. What?
그걸로
그대에게 보이는 이 전기 불꽃은 무슨 색을 띠고 있는가?
흐릿한 등화 곱게 접은 종이에 번졌으니 식구의 한해 용이 되어 빈 벼로에 남았구나. 지나온 길을 생각하니
He died too. What the hell?
이 또한 내가 걸어야만 기실 길이겠지. 뚫린 골목이여. 롱배 모자랐군. 이 패배를
囚人が死亡。どうすれば。
일기당천. 하나 넘고 셋 넘고 무수히 넘고 얼마든지 꺾고 제쳐라.
Are we done? Fucking hell, that was long. Please don't tell me I missed it though. I'm out of rounds. The lamp's almost out too. We are holding him back for now, but we won't last much longer. No bullshit. I can't last. The lighthouse, not so much. What difference does that make? Sinners were reeling from the battle against this enemy who was more like a force of nature than human. While giving us much time to breathe, the knight fixes the spear and begins charging at us again. It didn't take very long for the severity of the situation to cut down as I quickly began to rack my head with a desperate wish. What can I do? What can I do here? That's when through the mist, the black space begins to envelop my vision once again. Wait, there's just light. And from the dark, light shines again. I reach out toward it and see, unlike in the earlier phenomenon, which focused entirely and powerfully on Scotty, a single individual. What I saw this time was an unfamiliar place called Casimir's. This place was filled to the brim with things that Don Quixote would lose her mind over, like knights and their countless fans, and an arena in which to test one's mettle. But the one in Amiya's thoughts sits far from all that glory in a very mundane-looking office. He wears a well-kept set of clothing with his eyes while his eyes are, with a slight squint, focused on reading the newspaper. The man looked more like an office worker than a knight, but the most radiant part of the scene was a banner hanging on the wall and a sword. Don Quixote was the first sinner who came to mind. Can she, our ardent admirer of knights and the pursuer of glory, spend that energy from his sword as her own? Wait, no, he's different. I need someone who doesn't pursue glory, someone who can handle their own tarnished glory. The sinner who can detachedly wield the entirety of their bygone honor is, yes, there's just one. I'll trust you, Gregor. Use his ego to hew into the nice charge. Split the waves. Use the light to split the waves, huh? Alright, manager blood. Let's do this. Oh, was I supposed to do that? What the fuck?
이 검은, 이 명예는, 이 영광은 이빨이지 않을 테니.
Incandescent golden blades of light surge forward, cleaving through the darkness of the sea. The knight withstands and parries each of those lights away, but he comes to a stop when the last of the golden radiance cuts across the sea and looks in our direction as if to admire it. And finally, the lighthouse makes a low, resonant creaking noise before firing a bright light toward the ocean horizon. Mears has completed the repairs. The light returns to its house once more. Silence! All Mears is saying something. Like Otis said, Mears was peeking out the window and shouting something at us. Vessel Massas is still near the shore, somewhere in the coastal sea and moored somewhere by the beach, somewhere quite a bit of distance away from the village coast. Confirmed, I'll radio Dr. Culseed immediately. Yeah, that's all well and good, but what about that monster? Yeah, what if it charges at the lighthouse again and destroys it? I heard it talk during our battle, but I don't think the creature's capable of actually communicating with them. This will be a problem. Don Quixote, wait, don't get too close to it, it's dangerous. But before we could stop her, Don Quixote had already approached as close as she could to the seaborn, her eyes twinkling. Takes a brief moment to remind the knight and his steed, before asking him in an energetic tone, "Oh, mighty knight, what is the name of thy noble steed?" Rocinante. What the fuck? Wait, she can communicate with them. Ooh, it is quite a coincidence that my noble steed is also named Rocinante. One who's not a comrade. They are a steed, you say? Forsooth, a steed most fine indeed. It hath served me well over the countless adventures of mine, despite its appearance. Yet I must inquire thee, noble knight, wherefore dost thou strike this lighthouse so? Isharmla. It was not the waves are darker, more raucous. Perchance there was a tad inconvenient misunderstanding here, then. Good night, I and my compatriots are now embarking upon an adventure most important, yet with thy obstruction we are unable to do so. Prithee, wilt thou return to whence thou came? Don Quixote regarded the knight with a stance that was at once courteous and brave. And the knight and his steed Rocinante stared wordlessly back at Don Quixote. I wasn't sure if she managed to get through to the knight, or the knight just lost interest, but they both departed the lighthouse, looking out to the far distance. So they really exist, seaborns who hope for something other than just survival. Such powerful seaborns lurk at sea. Are you alright, Donkey? You should be thankful that it somehow yielded a positive outcome. When are you going to fix that habit of rushing forward without thinking it through? My apologies. While Don Quixote returned the night with that bizarre conversation, Amia raised her voice happily as though she just received good news. What, Dr. Culseed, is that true? What's going on? The doctors managed to infiltrate the vessel Massas. They're already done cleaning up the decks and are now waiting for the rest of us to arrive. It was been hardly 10 minutes since the lighthouse came on. The doctor is an excellent strategist, and based on what Dr. Culseed told us, I think they already had some plans in motion before we activated the lighthouse. Great, let's return to Scotty and join them. Returned to the raft and explained what had transpired. Scotty listened to us quietly before replying in the exact same manner she did before. Someone's going to stay behind. I'll stay. Go find the vessel Massas. You're going to refuse again if you offer help, aren't you? Yes. Then I'll see you after we retrieve the vessel Massas. I'll let the doctor know what had happened here. What an oddball. What a fucking shit fight, dude. Auto freeze after 3 hits? Nah. That was awful. Oh, thank God, I cleared the objective. Oh my God. Awful. Alright, that's the last of those titles. Those are the most important stuff. These are extraction tickets, so I guess I do want that.
나는 너무
Let's see. Put the Arknight one here.
나는 너무 걱정하지 말고.
I almost have everybody. That's pretty cool. Very exciting. Should I pull the Faust? Should I grab her?
나는 너무 걱정하지 말고. 야음을
So glad I'm done with that shit fight though. Holy moly. This is the doctor researcher at Rhodes Island. Nice to meet you. When after everything we went through, finally had the chance to meet the doctor of Rhodes Island, I realized that I had been building a vastly different image of them in my mind based on the name alone. I was thinking they're going to be someone like Isan, Faust, or Hohenheim from LCE, but the first impression of them was similar to what I felt when I met a K-Corp employee. The clock just ticked. And this is Dante, a manager at Limbus Company. That ticking just now was nice to meet you. Oh, okay. Thanks for accompanying Amiya. Honestly, I was pretty worried when we were separated at the border. I should thank you and Amiya, actually. We would have been in a real pickle about her, so... It's a bit embarrassing to repeat that myself. Dante says that we would have been in a real pickle about Miss Amiya. Sorry, manager, but can't talk human, so don't worry about it. We'll take over the translation. It's incorrect to state that the manager can't talk human. More accurate assessment would state that the manager is incapable of accessing sonic means of communication, which include verbal communication. However, they are able to produce repetition of multiple sounds that may register on a similar scale to ticking of multiple hands, second hands, minute hands of a clock. I don't know, something about the way Marcel puts it sounds worse. Don't worry, it's not a difficult task when only a single individual has to be translated. Doctor, let us move on to the next steps of the plan. Next steps. Thanks to Limbus Company's efforts, we obtained the exact coordinate of the vessel's massas and managed to capture the decks with ease. However, Fabius, who is suspected to be a bishop of the deep, and his followers have barricaded themselves inside the bridge's control room. While it may seem as though they're hiding, I believe they're trying to bait us. As in, they're waiting for us to enter the bridge before summoning reinforcements from elsewhere to trap us in a pincer attack. Something like that. The elsewhere is most likely to be the sea, as their reinforcements are probably more sea terrors. Fabius is a seaborn, and the ocean will answer to the call of their kind. Nimbus Company and Irene will head to the bridge and neutralize Fabius. Ami and I will accompany you to provide support and identify the situation within the bridge. In the meantime, Kaltseed and the other operators will remain on standby on the ship's exterior at the predesignated locations. I like to avoid getting surrounded by the sea terrors before we manage to take down the Church of the Deep within the bridge. I observed several entry points leading straight to the bridge while we were working on repairing the vessel. Your force doesn't seem numerous enough to close off all of them. It's true that there are many entry points here, but we don't need to forces guarding every single one of them, especially here the hallways narrow, long and straight, so makes sense to me. How about here? Are you sure you're not overly focusing your forces to a single checkpoint? Let's see, but on closer look. Looks like Commanding Officer Otis is finally in her environment. Got any questions, Manager Bud? I have no idea what they're talking about, if I'm being honest. Really? I saw you commanding the Sinners earlier. You seem pretty adept at giving orders, at making strategic decisions. Indeed, they seem quite adept at making on-the-spot strategic commands and identifying exploitable weaknesses and patterns in their enemies. However, the Doctor and the Outsider are operating on a fundamentally different fields. No further elaboration is necessary. Agreed, that particular aspect of strategizing is not one of the Manager at Dante's obligations, and even if there is a chance for them to engage in such elements, it may be too early to do so. Is that so? It is. At least that's what Foss has judged. What are they on about? If I was about to ask that myself. I don't know. I have no idea. Having finished her discussion with the Doctor over the plan, Otis returned wearing a grim look. Huh? Is there something wrong with the plan? No, there wasn't anything wrong with the plan. I expected a certain degree of competency, but they were impressive, far beyond my expectations. Really? That good, huh? Even when I think back to my days in the line of duty, I can't think of too many like them. Right, so they're dependable. Good enough for me. If you're strategizing done, let's get cracking. What do you, Miss Mayers? If it's too much to face what awaits, then you need to not follow us. I decided to stay here anyway. The Doctor is going to update you in real time on where the safe zones are, so please keep that communicator close to you. I will. Hey, Gramps. Is there something you would like for us to do? No, it's nothing. If there's something you want to tell him, contact us through the communicator anytime. We're going to find a way to resolve this as peacefully as we can, but the negotiations break down. Yeah, I know what you mean, Doctor. Be safe, everyone. Leaving Mayors behind with her unfinished sentence, we followed the Rhodes Island team into the bridge. The bridge was as gaudily decorated as ever. Fabius, flanked by hooded followers and seed heralds, greeted us with a kindly smile. Welcome. I truly did appreciate thy kindness. Wherefore didst thou seek to harm us? Your suspicions are certainly justified, but I implore you to think back. If you truly believe that we had sought to harm you, then how would you explain that one peaceful night you had spent in Faro Morto? I have never wished you any harm. We did not then, and we do not now. Huh, not even a day after you folks stabbed us in the back like cowards, and you want us to believe that. Our wish has always been the same. We only wish to extend the freedom to roam the seas to those with capable, kind-hearted souls. Mate, we know you were just trying to turn us into sea monsters of some kind. Monster is only a name. The essence of it being changes, not regardless of the label given to it. Become one with the sea, become then the cycle of life, and one day your misunderstandings will end, and you will come to understand us. Looks like this fight between us is going to be unavoidable. I pulled out the identity cards the moment I saw Fabius raising his hand. The doctor seems to have finished their preparations as well. As Day and Amiya stood up, said Fabius, "Incoming, get ready, everyone. Let's stop them here for good, no matter how long it takes." Their strategic formation prioritized reducing sacrifices to absolute minimum. Their commands sought to protect, sought to defend, and their forces were quick to follow them. Rhodes Island's operations were certainly impressive, but that's not exactly our style. All I can do is put my faith in my sinners and push them onward. Our style is, trust me to bring you back, no matter how many times they cut you down. Let's wipe them out.
느껴졌어? 내가 너희를 위해서 주문을 외웠는데
흑수묘,
잘
뒷박질춤.
걸린 것 같아. 자, 지금 싸워보는 거야.
아시의 이상을 함께 줬던 호위 이상이요.
이제야 실력을 좀 내시네요. 평소에도 이러면 얼마나 좋습니까?
하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
방금의 움직임 두말할 것 없이 100점 만점입니다, 아가씨.
이런 것쯤이야. 눈 감고도 해.
12수에게 명한다. 이 앞에 숨쉬는 말로 받아내라.
해냈구나. 나라도
저
그랬을 거야.
해수들을 도려내라.
하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
괜찮은
오야.
공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게
길을
해주세요.
열어라. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
무용하군요.
자, 개체에게 큰 피해를 준 것 같아. 기우팀의 직원다운
가죠.
완벽한 공격이었어.
죽어. 불쌍하게 울고 좀.
대성공이야. 넌 신나. 노래 부를까?
이건 예상 못했나봐.
시도는 좋았어요. 개체에게 일격을 가하는데 성공했습니다.
불가 위야.
샴페인을 가져오기엔 너무 이른 타이밍이긴 하겠지만 이 전투가 성공적으로 끝나면 모두의
한 번에
희생을
우위를
기리며
점하셨군요.
축배를 드는 것도
이 기세라면
나쁘지 않겠죠.
이번 대련도 무난히 승리하실 수 있을 겁니다, 아가씨.
불쌍하게 울고짖는군.
방금 멋졌어. 너희들의 사랑의 힘이, 빛의 힘이 저 어둡고 악한 아르카나들을 뒤흔들었어.
숨통 끊기.
이대로면 승리도 시간 문제겠지? 적들이 저녁 많다는 냄새를 맡아버린 손님들처럼 비틀거리고 있네. 한 접시 간사하게 먹여줄까?
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나. 깔끔하게 물었군.
우와, 칼음도 깜짝.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 치워버리죠.
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
이제 끝내지.
조금만 더 힘내자. 이제 정말 개체의 제압까지 얼마 남지 않았어.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고. 넌 푸름을
차포자기라.
틔울 수도 없겠구나.
예상한 것보다 움직임이 더 좋구나.
불쌍해지. 끝내지.
적에게 치명상을 입혔군요. 관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠. 저는 언제나 옳은 말만 한답니다. 이제 깨우치시게.
방금 공격. 다음에 다른 개체에게도 다시 해봐줄래? 영상으로 남기면
시간
다른
끌 것
직원에게도
없이
도움이 될지도 몰라.
모조리 지워버리죠. 가치 없군. 죽어라.
상대를 훌륭히 쓰러뜨리셨군요.
은자를 풀어줄 테니까 저자 의원한테 데려가.
불가이야. 막아내지 못하리.
이 정도 대련쯤은 별것 아니죠. 홍원의 가주로서 지혜롭고
자,
용감하고
어느 쪽일지 잘
멋지고
생각해보라고.
결정적인 아가씨라면.
왜? 혹시 요즘 그 오티스라는 자랑 어울려 다니는 거 아니지? 나 부끄러우니까 그만해.
How is this shit not dead? The fuck?
불가이야. 막아내지 못하리.
숨통 끊기.
승객이 딱콩 한 방 먹었어.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
큰 흐름을 뒤집은 건 아니나.
Oh, there's this dude. Alright, let's get the AoEs and...
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 지워버리죠.
흐릿한 등화, 곱게 접은 종이에 번졌으니 식구의 한해 용이 되어 빈 벼로에 남았구나.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
승리를 위해서라면.
깔끔하게 몰았군.
우와, 카론도 깜짝.
하나 넘고 셋 넘고 무수히 넘고 얼마든지 꺾어 제쳐라.
좋아.
내
알맞게 먼지 덩어리를 풀었는데?
아시란
그러니까
눈
이제는
그리울 수
반을
있어.
내볼 차례겠지?
틈을 끊어.
무얼 잘못했는지 아는 것부터가 시작이랬어.
개체에게 일격을 가하는데 성공했습니다.
보이겠어.
샴페인을 가져오기엔 너무 이른 타이밍이긴 하겠지만 이 전투가 성공적으로 끝나면 모두의 희생을 기리며 축배를 드는 것도 나쁘지 않겠죠. 무용하군요.
토끼를 본다.
ダンテさんの作戦とても効果的でした。
저 해충들을 도려내라.
틈을 끊어. 바로 개체의
묘야.
묘한 속성을 정확하게 간파했습니다.
길을
제
열어라.
예상만큼 관리자님의 능력이
약점을
우수하다는
잘
것이
노리셨습니다.
증명되는 것 같아
이제
다행이군요.
해결사의 전투법도 익숙해지셨네요.
있잖아. 사실 마법 소녀들은 항상 인력난에 시달리거든. 너희만 괜찮다면 혹시 우리를 도와서 아니야. 그건 선택의 순간이 필요하니까. 내가 정할 순 없겠네.
일기당천.
아쉽다. 그치?
가치 없군. 죽어라.
이 스며들 듯한 비. 우산이 새지나 않나 모르겠소.
이가 림버스 컴퍼니의 戦闘
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
また一つ学ばせていただきました。
흐릿한 등화, 곱게 접은 종이에 번졌으니 식구의 한획, 용이 되어 빈 벼로에 남았구나.
운명의 기운이 곱자! 악당 퇴치 성공! 오늘도 정말 멋진 활약이었어. 내일도 꼭 불러주기야. 세상이 평화로워지는 건 기쁜 거야. 근데 내일도 지금처럼 조용하려나?
You're pretty persistent. Fabius flees again using sea terrors and his followers meat shields. Wait, no, I see it now. It's not Fabius who's putting them in harm's way to save himself. The sea terrors and the cultists are throwing themselves in our way, entirely willing to sacrifice their lives to ensure that Fabius gets away. But for all that, the only place left for him to flee on the ship, wounded and cornered by the sinners and Irene's lamplight, was the decks. Nowhere left to run, Fabius. I understand you can't help but continue to thrash and struggle to live, even knowing that there's no hope. But running will only make their pain worse. That's different. Fabi didn't run to live. Voice echoes from under the dark sky. Mares appeared quite different from how she did a moment ago. She approaches Fabius slowly, her expression solemn and mournful. She looks down at him wordlessly. I told you that your method won't win their understanding, Fabi. What a shame. I thought those with such wisdom and aptitude would... I hoped you would still be able to realize your ideal here, even after I left. It will be realized. Fabius may die here, but we will remain. Now it's time. Devour me. But Fabius blurted out threw us off at once again, even before we regained our footing from the shock of realizing Mary's true allegiance. Eat people? Oh, looks like they're about to give us a live demonstration of some gourmet art. I heard it's a pretty common thing in the District 23 backstreets, but I'd rather not see it in person. Hey, I think I'm just gonna look away. That's okay, right? Just what? Doctor, weaker seaborns willingly let themselves be devoured by stronger ones, thereby sharing their experiences and nutrients with them. This is a commonly accepted practice among them. It is but a behavior that prioritizes survival over all else. This isn't done in any sense of sacrifice. The time is here. Devour me. Set sail toward your ideal. Sorry, Fabi. I still got some canned food left for me on this ship, and I think I'll delay becoming a seaborn for a little while. Why? I found a new destination. I'll gain a new power from there, and then become a seaborn. So now is not yet the time. If that is your will, oh Bishop. Don't worry, your flesh will fatten the bloodkin of the sea. Marius waves her hand, and the sea terrors climb up the vessel from the ship and begin tearing Fabius to pieces. Despite the way he looked, Fabius looked exhilarated, nary a look of suffering or pain wrinkling his face as they ripped his flesh apart. We turned away from the scene that could not be described as anything else other than cows and to look at Mayers. Kelsey, she don't need to ask questions when the answer lies plainly before you, Doctor. What is happening? Wherefore did young Mayers... It wasn't Fabius. Mayers was the Bishop of the Deep. That was something, a twist I didn't know because you didn't fight her in the mirror dungeon.
또 한 줄 길을 남겼군. 핏물진 길일 뿐이지만 세월이 지나면
Alright, let's
홍어는 그저
grab
알게 되겠지.
these.
이 홍로가 무엇을 바꾸었는지를.
Reading, damn. They've played us. Don't despair. We still have the upper hand. We defeated Fabius and his cultists already, and even if they were to summon more sea terrors, we should be able to handle them without much trouble. Hey, Asia, just what were you thinking the entire time as you deceived us? I had a feeling I knew what she was going to say to that. She was either going to say that it was for our sake, that it wasn't deception at all, or maybe she'll give us one final gloating. But her reply, the words of which were carefully selected after gazing out at the far ocean, was not what any of us could have expected. I'm sorry. I thought this would be the better way to approach you, but I see how it can come across as nothing more than deception. You're sorry? Why? Dante wants to know why you're sorry, huh? Well, that's because I did something wrong. Wait, hold on. You deceiving us all along, Mayers, and now you're gonna... Alright, what exactly are you after? You're after the same thing that the geezer was, ain't that right? Turn us into your bloodkins, that it was all for our sake, giving all kinds of ridiculous excuses to turn us into one of those monsters. I do hope that you would all one day accept becoming Seaborns, but I'm not about to demand that you let yourselves be transformed today, right here now. I understand that we all need some time to mentally prepare ourselves. May I understand your statement to be implying that you will not be forcing this upon us should we refuse? That's correct. It begins manners to do what Fabius did, shoving sea terror cells inside your body out of nowhere. Manners, huh? Well, I was taken aback by the fact that Mayers was a bishop of the deep. It was also true that Mayers had never tried to bring us harm, unlike Fabius who attacked the sinners directly, while she did almost get us in big trouble by Irene while explaining things to us. It's also true that Mayers had been extremely helpful so far. It was her who led us to the lighthouse, and it was her who stayed in the crumbling lighthouse until the repairs were done as the terrifying night continued to sail its walls. What was your actual relationship to Fabius anyway? Just someone who also once strove to realize the visions of our ideal worlds. Our goals once converged, but not now. I was pretty taken aback too when they attacked you back at the village. Maybe he got greedy when he saw Foss and Otis repairing the ship. He got greedy? Fabius believed that welcoming capable people as Bloodkin was expedite Seaborn's evolution. Cool. So you're like some cult leader, but you don't necessarily want to antagonize us? You still haven't told us what you're after though. I'm going to that city that lies beyond the dimensional door. So you're trying to flee to a different world where the Inquisition will be able to chase you. This isn't running away. I just want to help the people of the city, that's all. So I'm bringing the Seaborns with me to the city. Don't tell me, you're going to invade the city alongside those monsters then. And the foghorn suddenly blared and the ship shook as it began to move. Vessel Masas has begun to move. Is this an automated sailing program? The vessel Masas will now sail toward the dimensional door. I'll let Rhodes Island and Irene go in front of the door, so don't worry. Did you seriously just tell us not to worry? Boss, please calm yourself, Dante. It has not yet been determined if that is indeed the dimensional door connecting directly back to the city. No, it has to be. The warm shining light and the voice from within is getting clearer and clearer. Why don't we just let them into the city? The battles thus far have done well enough to demonstrate that the level of danger Seaborns pose. However, I doubt they'll get very far even if they enter the city, don't you agree? In Hongyuan, we've all seen what happens when sapient, sentient, non-human entities enter the city. The head will take action the moment they realize their presence. Of course, we must prepare ourselves for repercussions in case they decide to hold Limbus Company responsible once the dust settles. Yet it is also very likely that we will fully escape any culpability, as we saw in the memories of the Kong massacre. Ridosphos? Urban nightmare. However, considering their specific attributes, it will not take long for them to rise to become a star of the city level threat. There is a reasonable possibility that they may be issued the Impuritas Civitatis classification. Is that not an acceptable risk? If not the head, they should be manageable by a wing. This isn't that terrible of a calamity. Kelsey shook her head resolutely. No. Your technology seems to be based on something else, which is neither Originium arts nor any of its derived technology, and that is precisely what can make your world vulnerable against Seaborns. Is it because they learn fast? Yes. Those on the front lines of the war against Seaborns stubbornly stick to using traditional low-tech weapon. Deploying high-technology weapons against them is only going to make you an enticing meal. Then can't we just let whichever unfortunate wing that ends up fighting these? Do you take into account that it may take a significant amount of time to earn their trust, even if they were to be convinced there will be other parties who will turn their perspectives on the matter complicating issues?
The situation will rapidly grow out of control if backstreet syndicates or fixers get involved, unless the head designates a taboo to prevent it. Even then, considering what she has been saying, yes, we must consider the possibility that they may be capable of absorbing the head's technology as well before they are expelled from the city. How do you plan on helping the people of the city, Mayors? By giving them a chance to become Seaborns. What are you on about? Become Seaborns? She ain't all there either, eh? What kind of help is that? Mayors, you know that's no different from what the church at its deep is doing here. No, it is different, because someone showered the city with delight. Delight? The beam of light from the White Knights and Dark Days incident. How do you could it be becoming a Seaborn? Does it become a part of a great will we call We Many? By doing so, one can be reborn as an altruistic life form by the cost of the ego, the sense of self. And that's what's always been my issue with it. Everyone has beliefs of their own, dreams of their own. It feels too empty to lose all of that when they inevitably lose their sense of selves as they become Seaborns. Look, I want each Seaborn to have their own wishes. But the light shining through the dimensional door to our world is too faint to push them toward that evolution. If only the city could become more tangible, it just might be able to give every Seaborn an identity of their own to remain uniquely themselves. Why is it that you advocate toward those of the city to join the Seaborns when one could simply learn more of the light before returning here? At first I thought all I needed was the clue to a better evolution, but Don Quixote's tales of adventures changed my mind. Mine adventures? You don't understand just how precarious you all are. And how would you? When you were born into that kind of world from the very start, a place where life has become a commodity and gold one of its few religions? The city has abandoned its yesterday to survive today, and by doing so has given up its tomorrows. The society needed the light. The city needs Seaborns. It needs their tenacious hold to life and their absolute conditional selflessness. But at the end of the day, it still means that everyone has to return to monsters. People ostracize the other. Something that isn't like me, something that feels alien to me, something I don't know or understand. So that fear is natural, because Seaborns are not human. But you just have to cross that threshold once. Miss Mayors, do you believe the nature of humanity to be evil? Humans are selfish, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Good things can come from selfishness, that's true. But the side effects have simply become unsustainable. Doctor, you've been to countless battlefields where Rhodes Island has fought tooth and nail for the rights of the infected. What came of it? Peace? No, it's the same. But still, we're all still getting better, little by little. I'm not trying to deride those small incremental steps and call them meaningless. Change takes time, and should it continue, I believe your efforts can be a beacon of light that will lead humanity toward a brighter future. But what about everyone who is sacrificed while you're taking your time, taking those incremental steps? Every single day of the incremental change is marred by injustice. Some are slayed for no other reason than their differences. People live on in that despair that seems to have no end. I agree with what the light told me. People are diseased. They're so sick that even in the far-flung future, even on the day the world ends, they will continue to fail to look forward, obsessed with scrutinizing each other in search of those differences. Even when an ager returns to the sea, they're still going to bully and hate anyone with pointed ears, labeling them agers. Even when orthopathy is truly eradicated, people are still going to suspect and perceive someone as the affected. People are imperfect beings. You're right. There probably isn't anyone out there who can really sacrifice themselves to save others with nothing but perfect selflessness, but not when it comes to Seaborns. They don't suffer from all this absurdity, nor are they coerced to sacrifice against their will. They have the power to progress toward a better future built from mutual understanding. Because they're the kind of life form that seeks common ground instead of scrutinizing for differences. The bells! A strange shaped form shimmers and materializes before Mayors. I couldn't quite tell what it was, but it was round, and it looked like a tool. It is possible that she had already met the conditions to effloresce. A possible explanation would be the absence of the particular pull required to draw it out of her, or the insufficiency of it. This isn't anything like the arts. What is happening in front of Miss Mayors? Is our proximity to the dimensional door increasing the potency of influences coming over from the city? Precisely. The connection to Foss returning to normal levels seem to indicate that. Wait, can people in other worlds, Mayors, also manifest ego? What the fuck? Internal conflict anguish is a commonality among every intelligent entity, regardless of whether they're from the city or not. Therefore, yes, Foss is quite positive on this possibility as well. However, what does that mean? The potential to effloresce an ego implies the potential to distort as well. You've been dreaming for a long time, Mayors, drawing your own picture of an idealized world. And you have chosen the ocean as a means to building a path towards a vision. Yet, why have you failed to take the leap of faith yourself? I had to make preparations. Seaborns are beautiful, there's no doubt about it. It's just that a key piece was missing to really achieve what I want. You're not being honest with yourself. I know very well that you're afraid of becoming one of them. The
The fear that your own creed might crumble, that you might lose your own sense of self, your ego. The fear that you might end up becoming nothing more than just another thing swept up by the ineffably overwhelming will. Isn't it terrifying that this hope can just disappear in a blink? Who's she talking to? Is this the something Limbus company has experience with? If so, I appreciate an explanation. She's hearing that voice. When that singular faith that one had absolute confidence in breaks in one fell swoop and their ironclad will is shattered, people of the city have the potential to distort into a monstrous form at any time. It's said that these phenomena are often accompanied by the distorted individual hearing this disembodied voice. Indeed, those who distort would often behave as though they were engaged in a conversation. Of course, the same could be said for those who awaken ego. At first, I thought it was Kathy, but it wasn't her. The voice was beautiful, comforting, even cozy. The kind of voice that pulls all deep contemplation to sleep, so calm and so warm. No, there's more to the sunshine than its warmth. The sunshine? You don't share your interests with the other devotees. Survival isn't what you care about. What you really care about is giving everyone a chance to experience what it feels like to live in a world of warmth, ephemeral it may be. Right, we have to be more than just prolonging our existences. What really matters isn't survival, it's what we leave behind for posterity, our legacy. As long as there's a guarantee that the light can indeed protect a sense of self, it will be more than enough to convince people to become Seaborns. Please, you don't have to concern yourself with what other people might think, Mayors. But everyone has their own wishes. I can't just bulldoze over theirs to force mine upon them. But that's not what you really believe, is it? You know that better than anyone. While you hesitate, countless people who are bound to the inescapable brittle will continue to suffer. That might be true, but it's okay. You don't have to hide the shape of your heart, its colors. The only thing you have to concern yourself with is, how can you lead the people to the city and then Terra? Okay, we can't just sit here and let this happen. Operators to the positions. Operator is unable to approach. She's surrounded by a strange field, Doctor. Whenever someone would destroy it due to reasons other than the monolith, a strange pressure would prevent our approach, as though to stop us from interfering. Looks like that applies here too, all the way over in another world. Love is our collective destination after all. So please, let go of this tool that might break your heart. Don't force yourself to walk the path of thorns. Your pilgrimage needn't be that of suffering. No, You don't believe in any recourse, do you? Other than this, anyway. Don't you think we should find a better, faster path with less suffering? More and more people inevitably hurt each other with their ill intent. You're right. If there's no recourse, it has to happen faster. I can't waste any more time while people suffer. Follow your wishes, follow your desires. And paint. Let's show them the painting of your world reflected in your eyes. Before the compassion they believe in becomes completely worthless. Oh yeah, I remember this thing now. I did fight this. I understand the shape of your heart and what makes you want to enter the city, but we still know so little about Seaborns, about Terra, about Iberia. Whoever may have lit the fire under your feet, I can't bring you of us to the city as you are now. Even worse, the sinners had a chance to translate my words. Mayor slowly turned in my direction as though she clearly understood my words. But I must, Dante. Your adventures were full of exhilarating tales, and I saw kindness in every word and action of you and your friends, but that's not enough. You don't think they'll change? No, they will. In the far, far future. An incandescent brilliance burst forth from before Mayor's. Past the light, I saw the ocean. The calm sound of gently lapping, crashing waves, the immense golden brilliance. A portal? Where did it come from? Dungeon of the Phantoms. A gate that leads to one's heart. This periphery is where LCB department specialty begins, while what lies beyond this periphery does not necessarily warrant Rhodes Island's presence. Can you guys help? I don't know what kind of phantoms I'm walking into, but I have a feeling that we're going to need your assistance. Dr. Kelsey? We're only here to investigate the dimensional door, but I don't want us to turn our backs on people we can help. Rhodes Island accepts Limbus Company's cooperation request. I'll go too. You're still in Iberia. I can't let Iberian business be handled solely by outsiders, let alone an incident connected to Church de Deep. Don't worry, it's not like this is the first time we're letting someone not in our group into a dungeon of the Phantoms. We'll be fine. More sea terrors. Given the circumstances, it seems very likely that sea terrors that were swarming the lighthouse are coming this way as well. I'll call Scotty here. You'll be staying behind then? Amia will go with you, Doctor. Following Mayors, who had already disappeared into the portal, we take our steps into the utopian world beyond. This is gonna be so annoying. Alright, the final level. Let's finish this shit.
사건을 끝내러 가볼까?
News of the war is getting grimmer by the day. The sea terrors are coming, swarming. This is the day when the ocean-born calamity broke and sunk Asia's seemingly infinite starwards growth. Aren't you into the surface, Mayors? More and more people have been getting too anxious to stay in Asia. I'm not. If Asia falls, it only means that the surface is soon to follow. Why? Think you'll head to the surface too? I'm thinking about it. While there weren't that many people around me began to leave for the surface. I considered some of them to be close acquaintances. They all tried to convince me to leave with them. But fleeing my home in favor of the land didn't feel right. The foretold calamity descended. It dealt a heavy blow to Asia, but the surface suffered much worse. I had to help them. How could I not? After hearing that such a terrible thing has happened. I think I'll head to the surface. Seriously? The surface? Think hard about it before you go. If you leave now, coming back might no longer be an option. Every day must be a struggle for them. At least I don't have to fear for the immediate tomorrow. So it's my responsibility to provide help, as someone who's better off than them, even by little. I know, but if I don't go there to help, things will only get much more dangerous for the land dwellers. Maybe that danger is the very thing that'll hurt you. I still think I have to help them. I procured myself an Agerian research vessel at a cheap price to bring me to land. Unable to even submerge itself while moving, this wasn't exactly the best ship out there, and I normally wouldn't have even given it a second look. But I think it would at least help me navigate the coastal sea. I didn't expect this. The very first thing I witnessed on the surface was a bottomless hostility against the Ager. They denied my Ager's offer for help for the sole reason I come from the sea. They denied my compassion, my research. Get lost. You don't need your stupid research. You are from the same place as the calamity, aren't you? Do you really think we're so stupid that we trust you? They confiscated my catalyst and tore my research apart. My wish to stand with them against the calamity was devoured by the hatred born of the same calamity. Any kindness, any compassion I gave them was repaid twofold in hatred and suspicion. Did the terrible conditions of this land transform them into monsters, or was this always their nature? It wasn't long before the research vessel I brought from Asia was confiscated out of suspicion. A few weeks later, when I finally came across that vessel by the beach, there was an uncanny name inscribed on its side. Rebellion de las Masas. But none of that was enough to stop me from continuing my research for the sake of the land dwellers. I went through so many trials and errors to somehow impede the sea terror's rapid evolution, to revive the Iberian soul contaminated by the Nedacy brand. But my work bore barely any fruit. And I let the days slip by as I watched the Inquisition arrest the Ager one by one. When my sea terror samples and research notes came into view, they all looked completely different from one another, some of them with fundamentally different physiologies. Even still, nothing stopped them from being us instead of I. For the first time, I became doubtful of my effort to interrupt her evolution. Her tales were not entirely fabrications. Mary's is a bishop of the Church of the Deep, so that element makes her a sinner in the eyes of the Inquisition, regardless of her reasons. The more I studied them, the more I found them to be such compassionate, altruistic creatures. All they cared about was their survival, without even a hint of selfishness. They're not some evil monsters from the sea. Mayors, I can see that seaborns may not be evil, but it doesn't matter what they are, whether they are kindly life forms or whether they are simply a different form of civilization. It doesn't matter. Because Iberia and her Inquisition does not define seaborns as evil. Seaborns are our enemy. Thus to human existence. I have but one thing to say as an Inquisitor. You, all of you, are my enemy. But it would be a good thing for the Inquisition if I were to leave for the city, wouldn't it? Why would you say that's a good thing for us to toss our problem to another world? That would be like abandoning our pride. Unless they, the people of the city, give you permission as an Inquisitor, I can't let you do that. Yeah, don't get your hopes about that either. You can wrap it in a box that says compassion for all you want, but Mayors, your course isn't exactly the direction I like to sail in. As soon as the sinners prepare for battle and silent agreement with Ishmael's stand, Mayors mutters with genuine disappointment, I didn't want to have to do this. Waves. I had no better word to describe the horde of sea terrors crashing into us. This is the only way it could have ended. Your words are composed entirely of your own color and no one else's.
Manager Dante, right? Do speak. You'll hold the line and defend this place against the sea terrors rushing in from the rear. So in the meantime, can you take down Mayors to deal with the remaining sea terrors? Absolutely. The manager has responded affirmatively. All operatives, rejoin the sea terror to us. We don't need to take them all down. We just need to act as a wall between the wave and the people of Limbus Company. Irene, I would like to ask for your help as well. As for Amia, please assist Limbus Company just in case. Okay, then let the mission begin.
내 명을 들은 시비수 결집이다. 일기당천. 말로 받아내라.
効果的な攻撃でした。
저 해충들을 도려내는 놈. 물넘고 꺾고 제쳐라. 오여.
優れた式ですね。
길을 열어라.
ダンテさんの作戦、とても効果的でした。
하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라. 혈염도 바로 와. 더 몰아쳐라.
このまま行けば敵を食い止められます。
시비수에게 명한다.
막아내지 못하리.
이 앞에 숨지는 누구 하나
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
이제 깨우치지.
목을 떨궈주마.
아직
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
エリートオペレーターの身の腕前です。
흑수며 뒷박질 춤.
친히 목을 떨궈주마. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나. 토끼를 보내라. 저 해충들을 도려내라.
이제 깨우치시길.
묘여. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
エリートオペレーターの身の腕前です。
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라. 바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
이제 깨우치시길.
The government's cavern full of sunken shipwrecks and golden treasure that have washed up inside. There are kinds of unfamiliar sculptures and twinkling gold coins. A whole pile of treasure here. Hey, the records here say that this used to be a ship that sailed across Terra. It's a ship built for conquest, built during the golden age of Viria. Look, it here says this gold shell is made in Sargon. Find an armada of tall, proud sails, unparalleled technological innovation, and a certain king's greed, and you get this. It's a kind of glory we can barely hope to retrieve now. These items would be extremely valuable outside, but none of them seem very helpful for the situation at hand. Should we continue looking just in case? The description of the compass indicates that it is an artifact created during the Grand Expedition. How is this artifact still so intact? This place is only a bridge made of items pulled from the group's unconscious that are most appropriate for the battles. It may truly exist, but it may not really. Irene stares at the compass for a moment, tempted. People are turning around having accepted the fact that it probably isn't a real artifact.
아는 것을 모른 채 할 순 없으니.
사랑과 정의 이름으로 지금 이곳에 등장!
일기당시에게 나왔다. 이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 누구 하나 살려보내지 마라. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도
敵に対して
없겠구나.
大きな打撃を与えました
마음 놓고 열어젖히고
불쌍하게 울부짖는군.
무용하군요.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
効果的な攻撃でした
숨통 끊기.
ドクターのように優れた式ですね
마음 놓고 열어젖히고
깔끔하게 물었군.
敵は深手を負っています
가치 없군. 죽어라.
말로 받아내라. 저 해충들을 도려내.
하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
오야. 길을 열어라.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나. 바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
이제 끝내지.
ダンテさんの作戦とても効果的でした
이제 깨우치시게.
죽었네. 다음은 어디로?
エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
이제 끝내지.
무용하군요.
마음 놓고 열어젖히고
혈압도 바로. 더. 모아쳐라.
What are these like thumbnails you have for your streams?
敵は深手を負っています
날개를 펼치고.
One looks like Mount Fuji, the other is like standees. Is that a Nikkei standee? I can't really tell. They look like it from the listen.
친히 목을 떨궈 주마. 하나 넘고 셋 넘고 무수히 넘고 얼마든지 꺾고 제쳐라.
これがリンバスカンパニーの戦闘
가치 없군.
また一つ学ばせていただきました
뚫어보이겠어.
어느 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
이제 깨우치시게.
불쌍하게 울부짖는군.
하나 넘고
リンバスカンパニーの皆さん、
불가
この勢いに乗って勝ちに行き
막아내지
ましょう。
못하리.
친히 목을 떨궈주마. 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
이제 깨우치시게.
이 경로는 숨어들기 나쁘지 않군 거래.
囚人の皆さんの状態に
불가 위야.
何か変化が。
막아내지 못하리.
친히 목을 떨궈주마. 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
아직 죽지 마라.
혈염도 바로.
効果的な攻撃でした。敵は深手を負っています。
흑수묘,
시비수에게
림박질 춤.
명하라. 이 앞에 숨쉬는 자. 고작 이 정도 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
Long ass event, holy shit.
タンテさんの作戦、とても効果的でした。
가치 없군. 죽어.
敵は深手を負っています。
베어내리.
말로 받아내라.
ドクターのように
저해충들을
優れた
도려내.
式ですね。
오여. 길을 열어.
適した攻撃でなくとも最善の選択だったはずです。
자! 숨통 끊기.
엘리트 오페레이터並みの腕前です。
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
아직 죽지 마라.
하나 넘고 셋 넘고 무수히 넘고 얼마든지 꺾고 제쳐라.
これがリンバスカンパニーの戦闘。私もまた一つ学ばせていただきました。
틈을 끊어.
거のまま
겹겹의
いけば
중
敵を食い止められます
흑수며 뒷박질 준비.
敵は深手を負っています
불가 위약 막아내지 못하리. 무용하군요.
아직 죽지 마라.
토끼를 본다. 저 해충들을 도려내라. 묘여. 명에 따라 홍원을 지켜라.
このまま行けば敵を食い止められます
흑수며 뒷박질 준비.
틈을 끊어. 바로 이제 깨우치시길.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
림버스 컴퍼니の皆さんこの勢いに乗って勝ちに行きましょう
불가 위약 막아내지 못하리.
친히 목을 떨궈주마. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나. 모험하군.
잠깐만 기다려라.
リンバスカンパニーの
Fucking
皆さん
hell.
この勢いに乗って勝ちに行きましょう
걸어.
이건 예상 못했나 봐.
내가 죽어도 묘는
독립될 때까진 적을
실신과
물어서
씹어
너의 쓸모를 보여라.
지금은 좋았어요.
이 거리면 충분해 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만
아는 것을 모른 채 할 순 없으니
Oh, nice. There's a full heal. Thank goodness.
이런 임무는 뱀 중에서도 내가 제일이지.
Mayor's despair, the repulsive people's ill intent, the faint hope from the light found within. All kinds of emotions and memories rise to the surface from Amiya's fathoms, then sink again. Those same thoughts seep into me as well, unfiltered. The sins that people have committed won't just go away. Humanity's ill intent will propagate unimpeded too. Will devour humanity, their civilization, the city they came from. So I don't think that's the right way to go. Not as long as Dante and the people of Limbus come to refuse. This isn't the time I retrieve the ego. In place of the light, a speck of darkness casts a shadow. Strange power courses through me before radiating toward the sinners. Emotional connection. What the fuck?
囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が。
흑수묘 뒷박질 준비.
하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
ダンテさんの作戦とても効果的でした。
틈을 끊어.
혈염도 바로 와. 더 모아쳐라.
敵の調子が悪くなっているみたいです。
날개를 펼치고 시비수에게 발톱을 걸어. 이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 누구 말로 받아내라.
敵に対して
저
大きな打撃を与え
도려내
効果的な攻撃でした。
길을 열어라.
適した攻撃でなくとも最善の選択だったはずです。
아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
덕터のように優れた式ですね。
승리를 위해서라면
多数討伐確認。
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
このまま行けば敵を食い止められます。
일기당천. 마음 놓고 열어젖히고.
아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
손 끊기.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
My goodness, so many fucking enemies. This shit's not ending. What the fuck?
헤어내리. 아직 죽지 마라.
친히 목을 떨궈주마.
더는 하늘에 오르지 못한다 해도 당신의 품격 끝없이 아래로.
쓸데없는 관심 필요 없다.
Nothing. Amazing.
敵は深手を負っています。
불가 위약 막아내지 못하리.
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
아직 죽지 마라. 잠깐만 기다려라.
내 팔은 뼈에 있었어.
敵は深手を負っています。
What?
불가 위약 막아내지 못하리. 아득한 여정 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
状況を今一度把握し直さなければ。
흑수묘 뒷박질 주문.
친히 목을 떨궈주마.
이제 끝내지. 내가 죽어도 묘는 숨통 끊기.
囚人が死亡。どうすれば。
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
이 불 또한 예술의 황홀경이지.
더는 하늘에 오르지 못한다 해도 당신의 품이여 끝없이 아래.
자, 테디, 나를 따라해 보는 거야. 짜잔.
이 스며들 듯한 비. 우산이 새지나 않나 모르겠어. 지나온 길을 생각하면 이 또한 내가 걸어야만 하는 길이겠지.
You've aged a lot since the last time you met Fabi. Is this a characteristic of your subrace? You haven't aged a day. So what brings you to the Church of the Deep? Seaborns are indispensable in our preparation for the impending doom. Nothing else can ensure the survival of humanity. Thus, it would only be right for me to join hands with those who are able and willing to become Seaborns to search for a way to prolong our existences. Looking to use the knowledge of the wise and the talented as nourishment for Seaborns, but that won't do anything more than prolong our existences. Huh? But is survival alone not enough? I thought Bishop of the Church would share a majority that believe in me. Fabi, you and I both have put our faith in the Seaborns, but the word faith might mean something different for you than it does for me. Seaborns should be our object of worship. We have to stand on equal grounds as them and set our eyes on their natures. Please step aside. Desperation, sadness, sympathy. Here's emotions gush upward, carried by bubbles. Terra, a land in which the hatred for the different has entrenched itself. The city, a place in which people crushed by the trials of life have surrendered to its absurdities. They both need the Seaborns, perfected beneath the light. That is but your wish, Miss Mayers. Foss does not believe them to be necessary elements for the city. Even in the city, there are people who are searching for reasons to live, dreaming of a better world. We all know that it can't be possibly easy to change, but there has to be some kind of worth, value in that us alone and the lives we lead within the city. What worth could it be to a life of the unkind, the kind of life of humanity is doomed to exist in, where all we ever do is hurt and hate one another? Listen, efficient order, natural altruism, they're both virtues humanity should never lose sight of. But there's no such thing as absolutes when it comes to the value of life. Survival is the right of all civilization, which means that it should never be up to the others to define the worth of life, to argue for it. What if there's no other way? Can you even understand what I'm saying? Some time had passed since I had made Faro Muerto my home. Unlike my prediction, the Seaborn's evolution seemed to have lost its explosive progress, and Fabia seemed to be content just observing their slow development. Maybe it's because of their directionlessness without a specific wish. Even so, Seaborns were the key to changing Terra, the land. To stand against the incoming calamity, we need their survivability and adaptability, and the humanity that has turned exhaustion into ill intent needed the Seaborn's blind, selfless altruism toward their own. So while I never stopped my studies, something small but sharp continued to stab in my frustrated heart. Stultified and unable to be resolved, if we were to lose even our sense of selves and creed, assimilation to this stagnated great will. For the sake of survival, civilization had to be no more. For the sake of us, I had to be no more. The realization of that paradox made the first crack in my confidence that Seaborns were the answer to the problem Iberia, the land, and humanity faced, and through the cracks the seeds of doubts were sown. But I had already come too far to find a path more beautiful than the Seaborns. No more wasting time with these stupid ruminations. There has to be a way, some kind of condition Seaborns need to fulfill to retain their sense of selves, to retain their individual hopes and wishes. I stood adrift atop the inundation of years I dedicated to this purpose, holding on to this precious hope and steeled my shaking heart. And that was a very easy part. There are no better solutions. Don't look away from the answer that lies right in front of me. All I need to do is find a way for Seaborns to hope and wish to have them each carry a sense of self. I just had to repeat that to myself like a mantra again and again. But my drifting days came to an end when I found a new path illuminated by the strange light from across the sea. On that day, yes, the day when that faint blue light shone, a whisper visited me. Who's there? Whose voice is this? What? The answer sought through the eons by people I didn't recognize played over and over in my ears. The voice that spoke, it was muffled but warm and beautiful. The light of the city. The hearts that were lost, the emotions that were forgotten, the sense of the self that, no, that's enough of that. But I like to hear more about the light that has sprouted from the 10 virtues. And the image those words drew in my mind was clearer and more beautiful than ever. Terra, the city, they both failed to find a way out of this riddle. If they're going to be satisfied living on as they are, then you can't change what you see by standing still. If you want to bring about a better world, then even if you may be lost in the ideals, you have to keep walking. Survival, worth of life, as I've never been too certain about either of those complicated ideas. I had no unflinching creed with which to convince her. That's not to say that the city has no need of the altruistic nature Maris wants to bring in the future. That's not to say that I have a better answer than a combination of Seaborns and the light. Even so, still the emotions, the regrets, the conversation I found and collected over this journey alongside the sinners become my answer, and I took on. Honestly, I don't really know the city all that well either. My memory only goes back a year, and for what is practically my existence, I've been surrounded by the sinners and our venture. Still, we want to keep trying. You're right, city is absurd, vicious place. Something new and horrible surprises me every other day. But, Mayors, that light you spoke of, I don't think that's what protects the ego, the sense of self. To protect it, you have to first look unflinchingly both ways, the path that lies ahead and the one that you walked. Then you confront them both. That can't be right. The light, it has to. You're just working based on what you heard about the city and the light, ain't that right? How can you be so confident the light will be able to protect the Seaborn's sense of selves? Ain't that just what you want to believe? I think it's a distinct possibility. Even the light can do what you hope it does. Mayors, it won't change anything. Turning our natures kind by transforming us to Seaborns? A convenient method like that isn't our plan. Because the sense of self protected like that, the kind of nature attained like that wouldn't be our own. It's yours, Mayors. Protecting your own sense of self while being compassionate and kind, it's a path of unbearable suffering. We might fail some days despite our efforts. Some days we will be forced to confront the sins of our past and suffer. Apparently not one of us are. We are now may see the culmination of that path, yet I can hardly find it within myself to simply leave it all in thy hands without so much as trying. Thank you. You're saying that the sea worms can't be the answers I've always sought. It doesn't make much sense if you think about it, Mares. Those sea monsters don't even know what self means. That's why they show no hesitation for sacrifice. If you were to introduce me the sense of self to those sea monsters, that selflessness you want to exist, that you want will be no more. She's a seaborn shaped distortion who is not a seaborn, and endlessly anguish contemplating distortion. If Maris is to achieve an altruistic world, then her desire has to be that she doesn't want her desires to become meaningless. Seaborns may be Seaborns may be the perfect answer for some people. A recent example, Fabius. It seems clear to me that that was precisely his wish, but that doesn't seem to be aligned with yours. Finding your answer, Miss Mayers. You're telling me I have to go back to wandering for so much again? In search of that new answer? You won't be able alone on that path. Walking together, relying on another, it won't feel as long. Trying to carry such a heavy burden all by yourself, Miss Mayers, it's such a powerful thing to do.
탐색이 이상하나 그럼에도 이상이여 내가 맞서 내가 아시의 이상을 함께 줬던 호위 이상이여.
Let's see. What the fuck?
일기당천.
이 불 또한 예술의 황홀경이지.
아득한 여정, 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
Tides carry away the windows to Mayor's past, soon devouring them beyond vision. It's almost as if Mayor's in the dungeon of the fathoms know the ocean itself is fusing to one. A majority of the distortions encountered by the bus team have assumed a form generally recognized by as an organic entity. For distortions allowed to exasperate undeterred, it may eventually corrode this very space in which we stand. As we were taking some time to catch our breaths, a few small machines tumbled to the ground, shot from one of the trembling phantoms. It must be one of those mysterious machines that mirrors his home we saw when we peered into our memories. The machines continued to whir loudly as though the waves broke them. We saw that there were various apparatus attached to the sockets at their sides, as if they appeared, yet somehow numerous they are. Well, you know, maybe she She's similar to one of those fixer fellas who are always hell bent on picking a new cutting edge workshop tech. Huh, says little handy down here. Yes, then shall this fantastically wonderful machine be of assistance our battles? Rhodes Island already seems to have their hands full holding the line against the tide of sea terrors. Should probably take just one and leave the rest to help them out. To create a session in the center, you decide to take just one of the machine boxes.
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어. 혈염도 바로 더 몰아쳐라.
This shit's not dying, dude.
아득한 여정, 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
색색이 황홀하고 아예 기억 못하게 하려는 길이구려.
이날이 오긴
囚人が退却できませんでした。あ、ダンテさんには囚人を蘇生できる能力がありましたよね。
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 지워버리죠.
이 불 또한 예술의 황홀경이지.
일기당천. 색색이 황홀하고 아예 기억 못하게 하려는 길이구려.
나무와 함께 베어 넘겨드리죠.
이것도 받아보시게나. 자, 이쪽입니다. 무슨 술수를?
皆さんしっかりしてください。
흑수묘 뜀박질 준비.
Oh no.
즐거운 시간이었는데.
나무와 함께 베어 넘겨드리죠.
그래도 언제나 추월할 수는 없으니까.
정의보다도 푸른 자요, 사랑보다 붉은 자요. 운명 속에 파묻힌 그대의 이름을 걸고 여기서 빛을 맹세한다. 우리 앞을 막는 증오스러운 존재들에게 나와 그대의 힘을 합쳐 위대한 사랑의 힘을 보여줄 것을! 아르카나 슬레이버! 이럴수는!
囚人が退却できませんでした。あ、ダンテさんには囚人を蘇生できる能力がありましたよね。
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 지워버리죠. 틈을 끊어. 이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I gotta fucking redo this shit.
ダンテさんには囚人
What a
を
load
できる能力があり
of
ました。
bullshit, dude. I gotta actually play. Oh my fucking god, I hate these bosses.
사랑과 정의 이름으로 지금 이곳에 등장!
囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が。
헤어내리. 차!
ダンテさんの作戦とても効果的でした。
숨통 끊기.
하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라. 혈염도 바로 더 모아쳐라.
敵の調子が悪くなっているみたいです。
날개를 펼치고 시비수에게 발톱을 걸어. 이 앞에 숨쉬는 자
승리를 위해 살면
보내지 마라.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
가치 없군. 죽어라.
이 몸을 온당히 벌하심에 기꺼이 죄를 받아들이나이다.
아득한 야정, 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
더는 하늘에 오르지 못한다 해도 당신을 품으려 끝없이 아래로.
덕터のように優れた式ですね。敵は深手を負っています。
헤어내리. 승리를 위해서라면 가치 없군. 죽어라.
이 스며들 듯한 비 우산이 새지나 않나 모르겠소.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
흐릿한 등화, 곱게 접은 종이에 번졌으니 식구의 한획, 용이 되어 빈 벼로에 남았구나.
아득한 여정, 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
더는 하늘에 오르지 못한다 해도 당신의 품이여 끝없이 아래.
敵は深手を負っています。
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
말로 받아내라. 저 해충들을 도려내라. 넘고 오여 길을 열어.
이 불 또한 예술의 황홀경이지. 승리를 위해서라면
Okay, we read this part already.
カンテさん、なんだかただならぬ気配を感じます。
베어내리.
자, 변신 완료. 만선이에요.
이 스며들 듯하는 비. 우산이 새지나 않나 모르겠소. 모험하군.
눈부시지 않다고 두려워하지 마라.
이 불 또한 예술의 황홀경이지. 잠깐만 기다려라.
가슴 가장 깊은 곳까지 박히도록.
쓸데없는 관심 필요 없다.
림버스 컴퍼니戦い方
타르카이.
베어내리.
토끼를 보낸다.
틈을 끊어.
색색이 황홀하고 아예 기억 못하게 하려는 길이구려.
쓸데없는 관심은 필요 없다. 무불아위. 과연
내 팔은 변해 있었어.
적을
囚人が退却でき
너의
ませんでした
쓸모를 보여라. 현장에 남고 싶은
ダンテさんには囚人を蘇生できる能力がありましたよね
흑수묘
이 거리는
뒷받침
충분해 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만
바로 해주신 여우는
네. 그걸로
적을
囚人が退却でき
너의
ませんでした
쓸모를 보여라.
ダンテさんには
피로 다스리지.
囚人を蘇生できる能力がありましたよね 만만치 않겠군 본인이 하지
How the fuck did I beat her? It's like not even this hard in the mirror dungeon.
무상한 목숨 불끈을 지원했군.
지나온 길을 생각하면 이 또한 내가 걸어야만 하는 길이겠지.
정의보다도 푸른 자여 사랑보다 붉은 자여 운명 속에 파묻힌 그대의 이름을 걸고 여기서 빛의 맹세한다 우리 앞을 막는 증오스러운 존재들에게 나와 그대의 힘을 합쳐 위대한 사랑의 힘을 보여줄 것을 아르카나 슬레이머
무상한 목숨 불끈을 지원했군.
롱벨.
囚人が死亡
이상.
どうすれば
행색이 이상하나 그럼에도 이상이여. 내가 맞서. 내가 아시의 이상을 함께 줬던 호위 이상이여.
너냐?
이것도 받아보시게나.
색색이 황홀하고 아예 기억 못하게 하려는 길이구려.
림버스 컴퍼니の皆さん、この勢いに乗って勝ちに行きましょう。
만만치 않겠군. 본인이 하지. 이럴 수는. 내가 찾은 나만의 항해 방식. 뭘 위해 지금
敵が優勢です。状況を今一度把握し直さなければ。
너냐?
색색이 황홀하고 아예 기억 못하게 하려는 길이구려.
皆さんならきっとできます。私、皆さんのことを信じています。
일기당천.
니는 모두를
이상한데 이런.
When does this fucking go away? Holy shit.
これがリンバスカンパニーのやり方なんですね。勉強になりました。
기실 뚫린 골목이여.
모자랐군. 이 패배를 영상으로 돌려본다면 공부가
짧기도 하지.
내 걸음이 빨라. 일찍 도착했어. 성과를 내지 못했는가?
Oh my god, what a fucking piece of shit game.
기래서야 아시의 이상에 다다르기 위해 몇 해가 필요할지 가늠이 서질 않는군. 군주의 수를 기다려야겠어. 당장은
I have to redo this fucking bullshit dungeon. Fuck this game. Alright, let's look up the guide for this. It's not even that hard on the weekly. Why the fuck is this? Arknight dungeon boss. Man, I'm on my second win. That's all I can say. Wow, everyone says it's really fucking hard. What the hell? So I can bring the Heisho team. Alright.
해오던 대로 방송을 켜겠다.
Bro, this is the regular Limbus company bullshit. I've done this so many times playing this game.
필두, 출진.
They keep doing this shit.
囚人の皆さんの状態に
There's literally a message from Aki going, he even following a guy, he still got his ass beat
打撃を与えました
in your Discord.
ドクターのように優れた式ですね
숨통 끊기.
効果的な攻撃でした
The problem is I don't know how to fucking play this game.
このままいけば
If I knew how to play this game, it'd be easier.
위야. 막아내지 못하리.
말로 받아내라.
サンタさんの作戦とても効果的でした
죽어. 불쌍하게 울부짖는다.
저 해충들을 도려내. 오야. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나. 너랑 바람 불어오는데 너는 못 따라내. 짓밟아라.
敵は深手を負っています
불쌍하게 울부짖는다.
고작 이 정도 당근의 호독이야. 너는 못 따라내. 이건 예상 못했나봐. 친히 목을 떨궈주마. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です
헤어내리.
하나 넘고 둘 넘고 바람 불어오는데
깨우치시길.
짓밟아라.
죽어라.
이제 깨우치시길.
간단한 명령입니다.
이런 임무는 뱀 중에서도 내가 제일이지 囚人の皆さんの状態に
시비수에게
뜀박질
変
중.
化が
이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 누구 말로 받아내라.
敵に対して
저
大きな打
해충들을
撃を与え
도려내라.
効果的な攻撃でした
길을 열어. 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
ドクターのように優れた式ですね
틈을 끊어. 이제 깨우치시길.
ダンテさんの作戦とても効果的でした
숨통 끊기. 이제 끝내지.
하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라. 그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
このままいけば敵を食い止められます
헤어내리.
친히 목을 떨궈주마. 고작
The worst part about this event is I had to fucking play manually now for two of the bosses. That's some bullshit.
무용하군요.
아직 죽지 마라.
けば敵を食い止められます。
무용하고 이제 깨우치시게.
So it looks like this boss has like a passive thing where like it just like infects you with something, and if you get like too much of it, it just kills you. I'm like, what the fuck? Why am I supposed to pay attention to that? It's bad enough the other guy had that frozen bullshit.
このまま行けば敵を食い止められます。
일기당천.
무용하고 이제 깨우치시게.
친히 목을 떨궈주마. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나. 마음 놓고 열어젖히고. 깔끔하게 물었군.
エリートオペレーターの身の腕前です。
흑승이여, 뒷박질 준비.
무용 이제 깨우치시게.
敵は深手を負っています。
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어.
이제 깨우치시게.
죽었네.
敵は深手を負っています。
다음은 어디로? 날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어.
I think all the YouTube guides though for this game is so fucking ass.
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
Cause there's still like RNG bullshit happening.
불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
뒷박질 시간.
囚人の皆さんの状態に
자,
何か変化が。
어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
숨통 끊기.
ドクターのように優れた式ですね。
이건 예상 못했나봐. 깔끔하게 물었군.
하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
効果的な攻撃でした。 エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です。
날개를 펼치고 시비수에게 명 발톱을 걸어. 이 앞에 숨지 말로
고작 이 정도 탕류의
ダ
허덕이나.
ンテさんの作戦、
저 행충들을
とても効果
도려내라.
的でした。
모여 길을 열어라.
適した攻撃でなくとも最善の選択だったはずです。
아직 죽지 마라. 이제 끝내지.
혈압도 바로. 더. 몰아쳐라.
もっと効果的な方法が
불가 위야. 막아내지 못하리.
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나. 죽었네. 다음은
敵は
어디로?
深手を負っています
불가 위야. 막아내지 못하리.
마음 놓고 열어젖히고. 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
戦いであれば
일기당천.
물론하군요. 이제 깨우치시길.
Apparently, the Seaborns and Arknights is also a pain in the ass to fight.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
敵は深手を負っています
물론하군요.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
And then everyone's complaining about these red coins. Because you can,
넘고.
unless you kill them, they still like do damage, poison, whatever bullshit.
가치 없군. 죽어라.
엘리트
겹겹의 중
오페레이터のみの腕前です
뚫어보이겠어.
헤어내리.
戦いであれば
불가 위약 막아내지 못하리. 무용하군요.
혈염도 바로 뭐야
エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です
일기당천.
가치 없군. 죽어라.
Yeah, this game sucks ass, bro.
아는 것을 모른 채 할 순 없으니.
야음을 틈타.
날개를 펼치고 친히 발톱을 떨궈주마. 하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
ダンテさんの作戦とても効果的でした
자! 숨통 끊기.
Apparently it's an easy and a hard mode. I don't fucking know what I'm on. Alright, now I would like pay attention apparently.
흑수묘.
시비수에게
뒷박질 춤.
이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 누구 하나 살려 말로 받아내라.
ドクターの
저
ように
해충들을
優れた
도려내라.
하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えます
길을 열어라.
適した攻撃でなくとも最善の選択だったはずです
무용하군요.
혈염도 바로 뭐야
効果的な攻撃でした
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
このまま行けば敵を食い止められます
혈염도
위기당천.
False jobbing, come on, dude.
이건 예상 못했나 봐.
Oh. Alright, good night, thanks for joining. Yeah, that's probably what's gonna happen with how shit this fight is. Alright.
エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です。
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어.
아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
토끼. 저 해충들을 도려내라. 물러나라. 네 목숨은 아직 따로 쓸 곳이 적을 물었던 뿐 너의 쓸모를
What the fuck? Where'd she go?
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고. 이건 예상 못했나 봐. 깔끔하게 물었군.
몰아 넣었으니 죽었네. 다음은 어디로?
敵は深手を負っています。
자, 자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
흐름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です。
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
틔울 수도 없겠구나.
어머, 놀랐어?このまま行けば敵を食い止められます。
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어.
Fuck.
아직 죽지 마라.
혈염도 바로. 더 모아쳐라.
뭐
잠깐.
囚人に致命傷を確認。至急対処お願いします。
일기당천.
뭘 위해 지금까지.
囚人が死亡。
너의
どう
쓸모를
すれば。
행색이 이상하나 그럼에도 이상이여. 내가 맞서. 내가 아시의 이상을 함께 줬던 호위 이상이여.
흑수묘 뒷박질 준비. 핫! 예! 타! 무상한 목숨. 불끈은 지원의 뿐.
이 몸을 온당히 벌하심에 기꺼이 죄를 받아들이나이다.
히어! 아르카나 빛! 흠차!
자! 숨통 끊기.
敵は深手を追っています。만만찮겠군.
토끼를
니
본다.
하지.
저 해충들을 도려내라. 묘여, 길을 여사.
아직 죽지 마라.
사랑으로.エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です。만만찮겠군. 본인이 하지.
불쌍하게 울부짖는
고작 이 정도 탐넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
探偵さん、なんだかただならぬ気配を感じます。
일기당천.
잠깐만 기다려라.
그림자 속으로 가라앉게. 내가 죽어도
Fuck.
레오는
나무와 함께 베어 넘겨드리죠.
사랑으로.
적을
주신가
물어
씹어.
너의 쓸모를
쓰레바.
보여라. 어떻게 닭은 달려들어라. 저 혈압도 바로 고려내라. 더 몰아쳐라. 유여 길을 열어라.
무불아위.
나무와 함께 베어 넘겨드리죠.
이럴 수는. 무상한 목숨. 불끈을 지원해 본. 무슨 술수를.
敵が優勢です。状況を今一度把握し直さなければ。
일기당천. 이 몸을 온당히 벌하심에 기꺼이 죄를 받아들이나이다. 색색이 황홀하고 아예 기억 못하게 하려는 길이구려.
니는 모두를.
내 걸음이
囚人が退却できませんでした。
도착했어.
Oh my god, what a fucking piece of shit.
できる能力がありましたよね。
야음을 틈타.
皆さんの状態に何か変化が。
날개를 펼치고 시비수에게 발톱을 걸어. 이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 누구 하나 살려보내지 마라.
敵の調子が悪くなっているみたいです。
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
ドクターのように優れた式ですね。敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
이제
効果的な攻撃でした。敵は深手を負っています。
불가 위야
친히 목을 떨고
막아내지
주마.
못하리. 무능하군요.
ダンテさんの作戦とても効果的でした。
아직 죽지 마라.
하나 넘고 둘 넘고
敵は深手を負っています。
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어.
불쌍해지. 끝내지.
말로 받아내라. 저 해충들을 도려내.
하나 넘고
물넘고 꺾고 제쳐라. 오야, 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나. 혈염도 바로 더 모아쳐라.
適した攻撃でなくとも最善の選択だったはずです。
Oh my fucking god.
깔끔하게 몰았군.
뭐
囚人に致命傷を確認。至急対処お願いします。
Fucking god.
사건을 끝내러 가볼까?
囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が。
불가 위야.
시비수 말로 받아내.
막아내지 못하리.
ダンテさんの作戦
저
とて
해충들을
も効果的
도려내.
でした。
넘고 물넘고 꺾고 제쳐라. 오야, 길을 열어라.
敵の調子が悪くなっているみたいです。
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
틈을 끊어 이제 깨우치시게.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
ドクターのように優れた式ですね。 このまま行けば敵を食い止められます。
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어.
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
이제 깨우치시게.
하나 넘고 셋 넘고 무수히 넘고 얼마든지 꺾고 제쳐라.
깔끔하게 몰았군.
このまま
겹겹의
行けば
주문
敵を食い止められます。
보이겠어.
이제 끝내지.
効果的な攻撃でした。
눈부시지 않다고 두려워하지 마라.
이 불 또한 예술의 황홀경이지.
敵敵は深手を負っています。
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고. 이건 예상 못했나봐.
혈염도 바로
適した攻撃でなくとも最善の選択だったはずです。エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です。
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
숨통 끊기.
敵は深手を負っています。
흑수묘 뒷박질 준비.
친히 목을 떨궈주마.
이제 끝내지. 숨통 끊기.
무용하군요.
이 검은, 이 명예는, 이 영광은 빗바래지 않을 테니.
Why you do so much damage? The fuck?
多数討伐確認。
하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
敵は深手を負っています。
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어. 친히 목을 떨궈주마. 색색이 황홀하고 아예 기억 못하게 하려는 길이구려.
さん、なんだかただならぬ気配を感じます。
흑수묘 뜀박질 준비. 무불아위. 여행엔 목적이 있었지.
자, 변신 완료. 만선이에요.
적질났나?
아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
나무와 함께 베어 넘겨드리죠.
미나상, しっかりしてください.
발톱을 걸어.
자, 변신 완료. 만선이에요.
무엄하군. 색색이 황홀하고 아예 기억 못하게 하려는 길이구려.
나무와 함께 베어 넘겨드리죠.
쓸데없는 관심은 필요 없다.
미나상, しっかりしてください.
일기당천.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
이 불 또한 예술의 황홀경이지.
Oh my god.
リンバスカンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
헤어내리.
Oh my god, this is back to fucking 60.
색색이 황홀하고 아예 기억 못하게 하려는 길이구려.
쓸데없는 관심은 필요 없다.
아득한 여정, 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
내가 죽어도
Oh my god.
묘는
적을
囚人が退却でき
너의
ませんでした。
쓸모를 보여라.
ダンテさんには囚人を蘇生できる能力がありましたよね。
날개를 펼치고
이거리면
발톱을 걸어.
충분해, 너한텐. 조금 멀겠지만.
토끼를 보낸다. 저 해충들을 도려내라.
틈을 끊어.
묘여, 길을 열어라.
아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
혈염도 바로 더 모아쳐라.
잠깐만 기다려라.
You get 17.
생색이 황홀하고
It's a little bit more.
기억 못하게 하려는 길이구려.
미나상, しっかりしてください.
5 left. Come on.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
이 몸을 온당히 벌하심에 기꺼이 죄를 받아들이나이다.
You almost broke the fucking shield.
나뿐이어야 해. 그러니 네 발목을 잘라버리면.
Oh, thank God I did nothing. Oh no, what the fuck? This 160. Ooh. It was like doing nothing, and then all of a sudden it did 169. What the fuck? Oh my God, it's back to 55.
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
이 검은, 이 명예는, 이 영광은 빗바래지 않을 테니.
이 불 또한 예술의 황홀경이지.
색색이 황홀하고 아예 기억 못하게 하려는 길이구려.
모든 걸 거둬들일 순 없었어.
림버스 컴퍼니の皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
불가 위야 막아내지 못하리.
닭은 달려들어라.
혈염도 바로 다 모아쳐라.
색색이 황홀하고 아예 기억 못하게 하려는 길이구려.
Almost there.
무불아위.
Shield broken.
림버스 컴퍼니の皆さん、この勢いに乗って勝ちに行きましょう。
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
틈을 끊어. 바로
Oh my fucking god.
이 검은, 이 명예는, 이 영광은 빗바래지 않을 테니.
어머, 놀랐어?
Oh, we did it! Holy shit. Fucking hell, fuck this level, fuck this game. It's true that people scrutinize others for differences to find something they can hate, but it's also true that it is often those very differences that people look up to. And admiration usually goes hand in hand with overestimation. Yes, and Miss Mayers admired those two unknowns, Seaborns and Delight. She thought they would be the solution to everything. Mayers, do you still want to go to the city? No. I'll remain here in Terra. I'll broaden my studies and I'll talk more. I hate the city. To find a new path toward realizing my wish. As for what will happen now, Miss Mayers, we're going to need to have a long talk with the Inquisition, but we'll help too. We'll help you in search for that path if we can. The great arc built from the city crumbles. Light fades and gives way to shadows, and we found ourselves back aboard the vessel Masas. Battle complete. Vessel Masas, it's slowing down. How's Miss Mayers? Here, unconscious. The mental strain seems to have taken its toll. It all happened inside the Dungeon of Atoms, but it can't have been too easy on her mind to send so many waves after us. All happened inside the Dungeon of the Phantoms, but it can't have been too easy on her mind to send so many waves after us. What will happen to Miss Mayers now? First, we will wait for the Inquisition's ruling, then bring her to Rhodes Island. Her efforts were misguided, but she also had Terra's best interests at heart. Together, I'm sure we can discuss a better way forward. What if she's sentenced to death? Then we'll need to offer a different proposal. We can consider it when we get to it, Doctor. It's finally over. All we have to do is go back. As we were preparing to leave, our hearts much lighter than they were earlier. Hold on, everyone. Something's rapidly approaching us. A low, thrumming roar vibrates the air as a strange shadow looms over the ship. Where'd this shade come from? Wait, is that? Almost as if driven by instinct, Ishmael takes the radio from Gregor and runs into the control room. Something must have clicked in Otis's head as she turned and ran after Ishmael. Those two are running to the bridge. Brace, grab onto something. Oh, bollocks, mucking up right before the finish line. Doctor, Dante has advised that we grab onto something. I see, they're preparing to turn the ship around. Everyone, brace for impact. Stay alert, something's coming. The ship leaned heavily as it hurriedly turned port side, and I caught a glimpse of a massive shadow gliding just beneath the water surface, right where the ship was a second ago. It's a Seaborn, about the size of... no, slightly larger than Vessel Masas. Amiya's communicator buzzes with Ishmael's voice. The currents are going wild. Wait, no, something's causing these currents to go wild. We'll try our best to maintain evasive maneuvers for as long as possible, but we can't do this forever. If the situation does not improve, we may have to take the vessel Masas to cross the dimensional door. Does Rhodes Island even have a way out of this quandary? Not at the moment. But we have to come up with one now and fast. Dante, does anything come to mind? We should first figure out why that seaboard is coming after us. Copy that. I'll focus on steering the ship, so keep us updated. With that, the ship immediately begins a sharp turn, narrowly dodging the ponderous body of the Seaborn as it swims by. We can't just take the whole ship across the dimensional door. We're not the only ones on it. But the sea is too wild to simply turn around to let the others leave. It's almost like it's obsessed with the ship. Just why could it be possibly coming after the ship all of a sudden? Could it be that fabulous disorder? It's coming after me. Scotty, you? Yes, I'm their enemy, an abyssal hunter. As though to prove it, the giant beast began to charge against the bow of the ship. The moment Scotty repositioned herself there, "There's more abyssal hunters. Why are they so gung-ho about trying to kill you? Abyssal hunters are those who hunt sea terrors and seaborns. Of course, this isn't based on any emotion, such as vengeance or resentment in Scotty's. Well, that's not important right now. What matters is they're solely targeting Scotty. Operators of Rhodes Island are heavily fatigued at this moment from their long defense against the waves in the Dungeon of Phantoms. The same could be said of us and Miss Amiya, who battled mares in the meantime. To gauge that Seaborn in this particular circumstance is... Huh? Something shakes the vessel Masas once again. What's this now? There's more? There are indeed multiple entities surrounding our ship, however. A violent and destructive sound crashes through the waves toward vessels Masas. Past the sudden wall of mist there was pure lucky, or was this simply how it was supposed to go? Isharmla. Sir Knight, two Seaborns, is going to be fine, Miss Inquisitor. If he's the same knight we fought earlier, I doubt he'll be able to stop himself from charging at that giant of a sea monster. Like Hungus said, the knight charged straight at the giant rough wave at the great Seaborn, as though he hardly noticed our presence. If we can help the Knight repel that Seaborn, we might just have a shot at sending Limbus Company back through the dimensional door and escaping aboard that vessel Massa ourselves. Everyone still move. I'm almost at my limit, but I can still move. I've got a plan. I'd like for everyone to trust me on this. Things weren't so bad outside after you entered the portal. Now's the time for the hunter to get to work. The bright ray of light from Irene's lamp shines upon those atop the deck, while Scotty leaps tall into the air using the ship's bow as her launching pad. The operators each scattered to their appropriate positions as commanded by the doctor. Ishmael and Otis both exited to the decks as well, presumably having found someone to steer the ship. It's okay to have you two out here. This cult seat seemed to know enough about seafaring to take over. While this crisis is far from over, she was good enough that it was reasonable for us to leave the ship steering to her and send to the decks for our return. Doesn't seem like we'll be able to bid you goodbye. Are you sure you're all going to be okay? We can stay a little longer and help. I appreciate the sentiment, I really do, but I'm here pointed toward the dimensional door, which has shrunk significantly smaller since the first time we saw it. You don't have much time. I wonder if it was only supposed to open for a set period of time, or what if it's closing now because our work here is done? There was precious little we could learn about it now, but it was obvious that our time here was coming to an end. Thanks, Amiya. We would have been lost for a while in this world if it weren't for Rhodes Island's helps. Well, thanks to you, we should be able to sufficiently study the dimensional door before we return. Time to say goodbye to the Iberian sea breeze, I guess. Do you have an idea how big the pile of paperwork is going to be at the Inquisition? Murder! Try not to drop into Iberia next time, you got that? Sure. Let's all stay nicely put in our own worlds. As the Great Seaborn briefly falters at the combined might of Scotty and the Knight, the ship's bows managed to stop inches from the dimensional door. Manager, now's your chance. Get into the dimensional door. Someday, I hope we can meet again. We shall take our leave. Let's return to the city. The sea had turned to a brutal battlefield, terrible roars contending with one another. After taking one final look at Rhodes Islands defending the vessel Massas, we leaped into the pitch black darkness at the center of the dimensional door. I'm swept away by the tides of the consciousness. The river draws out my memories and consciousness, sublimating them away. Then, where is this Yi Hongyun? I look around and see the sinners strewn about the room, dozing off. I see people crash like that all the time, but how did everyone crash at the same time, sleeping against the walls? A bizarre sensation that something was truly amiss crawls up my spine. You have come too. Now that you have come to, I request that you continue your rest in your chamber. Your presence here makes it difficult to conduct cleaning activities in areas adjacent to your body. Huh? What? We just came through the dimensional door after Rhodes Island. Rhodes? You were transferred here after the LCCA discovered your company unconscious as the entrance of the lobotomy court branch. I feel like I just went through a memorable experience, but I can't recall what. Okay. There's a hole in my memory. This strange emotional tug in my heart, an ego I don't ever recall extracting. Oh no, Ronson Nante pretty avail me but 5 more minutes of. Scheduling wooden training dummies to wake you up in 5 minutes. But the bizarre sensation naturally settles. What was that abnormality? What just happened? I don't have any answers to either of those questions, but... Wait, where's Sod? She said something about how there's been a delay or something. Couldn't find Sod, who's been bringing us odd jobs here and there during our stay, anywhere in Yi Hongyun. But on the desk, I did find a note filled with various requests and a letter, both presumably left behind by Sod. We got a distortion contract. Come on, time to earn your keep. You weren't going to lounge around until we got a message from HQ, right? Are they allergic to give us time off or something? In that moment, a certain voice briefly surfaces from the abyss of my memories before singing again. There's no such thing as absolutes when it comes to the value of life, which means that it should never be up to others to find the worth of life to argue for it. The worth of life. I don't recall who said that or where I heard it from. Honestly, I don't even understand what exactly what's supposed to mean. You can't change what you see by standing still. If you want to bring about a better world, then even if you may be lost in ideals, even still, some of those words left a lingering impression on my heart. You have to keep walking. Unable to sit still, I got up from my seat and began waking up the sitters one by one. Yeah, it's not like we're getting anything done here. On your feet, guys. Time to get to work. The sitters each began waking up, some of them looking around to get their bearings, like they were just pulled out of a long dream. Oh, what a piece of shit level. Holy moly.
세월이 지나면 홍어는 그제야 알게 되겠지.
Oh, what the fuck? I did this on hard? Fuck me.
뭘 바꿨는지를.
That shit was hard. What the fuck? Oh, thanks for watching. Thanks for seeing me struggle. Fuck this game. Good night.